Chapter 201 The Fury of the Storm. Danzo is preparing to lure out the Sandame Mizukage alone to deal with it. Once the people are lured out, facing the siege of Tang Ping's 404 team, it is really not a problem to solve it. Kill the shadow. The most difficult thing is not combat effectiveness. The difficult thing is to get the other party out of the protection of the village. If it can be done, even a pile of people can kill it. The reason why Tang Ping needs to take action is because the village does not have enough manpower, and the location of the action is an island in the country of water. Formal order. In other words, the decision was made jointly by the village senior management and the Jounin class. It was not a private action at the root, but was endorsed by the village. What do you think? After Tang Ping handed down the order, he asked directly. It's impossible for Danzo to lie about something like this. Uchiha Shizuka spoke first. The person who knows you best is always your enemy. As an Uchiha martial arts sect, she knew Danzo as an enemy quite well. If it is a root plan and action, it must be a trap, but for this kind of action endorsed by the village, the other party will never lie about key information. Once there is a stain, there is no way to change the title of a melon and show off one's pride. But there might be something wrong somewhere. Hinata added to Kengyu. After many confrontations, and Dopei's constant complaints, she also had a deep understanding of Danzo, and naturally understood that the other party would not behave obediently. Others also expressed their opinions. After listening, Tang Ping made an arrangement. This operation will be carried out by Team 404, a few of you Jounin, and 10 teams formed from the Southwest Ninja Army. Did you notice? He didn't even mention Uchiha, and Kobayashi Ping and Nobita also pretended not to know about each other's existence. Several Jounin of the Southwest Ninja Army also knew what happened in the situation of this sacrifice unit. They did not dare to help, but it was naturally not a problem to cover it up from the side. In other words, the village actually wanted the eldest brother Uchiha to take action, but could not say it out loud. There was a hint in the letter. However, Tang Ping was arrogant, even extremely disdainful. How brave does the village have to be to dare to mention such a thing? When you don't use it, you use it as a sacrifice. When you use it, you ask others to sacrifice it for you again. Do you deserve it? How many handfuls do you deserve? The village's top management has always been a bad person when it comes to being a good person. Of course, Tang Ping was extremely grateful for this. It was precisely because of the misbehavior of the village's senior officials that he had the opportunity to swallow up the Uchiha Fang lineage. In the future, maybe more people will be forced to his side. From this point of view, he wished that the village was even more inhumane. Yes. N. Several Jounin of the Southwest Ninja Army responded in unison. By the way, the total number of Jounin assigned to Dohei's command is only 5. Since most Jounin were from the ninja clan, it was not surprising that they were unwilling to be assigned to his command. In other words, the number of people involved in this operation was 38. Using only this number of ninjas to surround and kill a shadow sounds like a complete joke. But if this team includes Tang Ping, the Purifying Flame, and the newly emerged Storm Fury, then it won't be a problem at all. The Fury of the Storm. This is the title of Koji Yamama. Among them, Tang Ping contributed to the flames, but it was also recognized. Who asked him to check Kra has the attribute of wind, and when fighting, he crushes the enemy like a storm. Actively guiding the title is because one does not want to see his best friend get a disgusting title like Blue Flash or Angry Ghost. Some people can get the title at the Jounin stage, largely because of the support of the village. Like Koji Yamama, he was an elite Jounin but was unknown when he was young. Now, because of his incredible performance, he has earned a title. With the two of them in the team, there will be no doubt as to whether or not they have the ability to hunt down Shadow. As long as Danzo can really lure the third Mizukage out of the village alone, it is really possible to kill him. And the small number of people means it is difficult to alarm the Mist Ninja. After deciding on the action, Tang Ping and his team set off immediately. As for the castle tower, the responsibility will naturally be given to Uchiha Mei. It has to be said that with the other party around, Tang Ping can not only focus more on research, but also feel at ease when he leaves for something, without having to worry about his old nest being taken down. As she is only a hair's breadth away from the kaleidoscope, if a strong enemy comes, she will definitely give the opponent a surprise. Accurate shadow. This is the strength of Uchiha Mei. For an Uchiha, pupil power represents strength. At this time, due to the use of 4 bottles of radiant potion, Her pupil power had reached a terrifying level, not weaker than the kaleidoscope at all, but only slightly inferior in terms of quality. The improvement of her pupil power also improved her chakra, reflexes, etc. Especially in chakra and physique, the improvement is the most amazing. Now if she were to fight against herself before using the potion, she could easily take on several people at once, which shows how exaggerated the improvement is. Even if she was competing with Uchiha Shizuka, who specialized in illusion, Uchiha could knock her down with just a glance. This is how pupil power is suppressed. The Uchiha clan highly regards the Sharingan because the higher the pupil power, the stronger the suppression on other Sharingans. The other side. The people in Dohei's group were at least Chunin, and there wasn't even a genin among them. Both the 5 Jonin and the 30 Chuyunin knew very well that their mission was to provide support and they would not be the main force. However, they were extremely excited to be able to participate in such a mission. That's a shadow. The supreme existence in the hearts of all ninjas. But now, they are going to participate in the hunting of it, how can they not be excited? Since their strength is not weak, it is naturally impossible to use the standard marching speed. Directly doubled the speed. That is a speed of more than 200 km per hour. With their chakra, they can travel nearly 1,000 km every day. I have been using Bing Liang pills to restore chakra. Because of the presence of these outsiders, Tang Ping did not cause any trouble along the way and did not even say anything nonsense. You know, he usually likes to say things like the strongest Hokage, Fukiyoshi, Danzo, the hot-blooded Hokage, the top brother on the list and so on. Because no one can be sure whether there are people from the Anbu or root among these people. No, there must be. Tang Ping didn't believe that the village leaders trusted him so much. Therefore, he was very careful when using the Southwestern Ninja Army, and would not let them interfere in his private affairs. Now, the village is salivating over the hundreds of thousands of acres of paddy fields. Don't think that Konoha is rich. The truly rich ones are the major ninja clans, while the villages are extremely poor, otherwise they would not have to constantly compromise with the daimyo for funding. Hundreds of thousands of acres of paddy fields are an astonishing wealth. In other words, the castle tower belongs to Dohei privately. If it belonged to the village, it would have been divided up long ago. Even so, there are still various covetous eyes. These people are well aware of this, so they have never relaxed their vigilance against the village. The team soon entered the territory of the Water Kingdom and they moved forward along the sea. Suddenly, "Sir, a team of mist ninjas has been spotted ahead." A scout ninja came back to report. Please note that the use of the Samsara Eye consumes eye power and cannot be used all the time, so we need to send people to be responsible for reconnaissance, and then use the Samsara Eye for reconnaissance at critical moments. Tang Ping felt a sense of familiarity. Yes, that's what happened with the 3 auspicious treasures incident. We encountered a small team halfway during the raid, and then something went wrong. He also felt a little numb. Let's go and take a look. Dohei had no intention of letting the scout ninjas deal with the mist ninja team. A safe bet is a safe bet. The reconnaissance team is just Chunin, and it would be a big trouble if they were counterattacked. There cannot be any leaks about their mission this time. If they do, the consequences will be too serious. Whoosh, whoosh. The team suddenly sped up and rushed towards the mist ninja team. Soon, they came in front of this lucky mist ninja team. Well, after Tang Ping saw the opponent clearly, he found that he was really lucky and actually stopped the Mist Shadow Genius team. Chapter 202 The Genius Team and Kidnapping. The Mist Ninja team consists of 2 men and 1 woman. The leading boy had short white hair with vertical braids and sharp teeth, and a fluffy bandage wrapped around his neck. As long as you know more about the Mist Ninja, you can tell the other person's identity. The Ghost Lantern Clan. They are also a big family in the Hidden Mist Village. And the ninja sword behind the opponent was extremely strange. It looks like a flounder with a hole on its forehead. One of the 7 ninja swords. This also shows that the other party identity. Tendo, Ghost Lantern Full Moon. This talented young man from the Ghost Lantern clan masters the extremely special ninja sword called Kun Gun. And the opponent also regards all 7 ninja swords as prey. The other party can be said to be the young leader of Mist Ninja Village, and he also has an identity. Gui Deng Shuiyu's brother. If he hadn't died too early, maybe the 5th generation Mizukage would be his in the future. The beautiful girl on the other side's left with green eyes and reddish-brown curly hair was no less imposing than the Tendo named Ghost Man Yu. Terumi Mei. The future 5th generation Mizukage even has 2 blood inheritance limits, and is the kind that is perfect in both strength and ability. The last blue-haired young man has one eye covered by an eye patch and has sealing charms hanging from his ears. He is also the oldest. Green. The future Mizukage bodyguard and Terumi Mei's most trusted subordinate. However, Tang Ping really didn't expect that he would meet him here. This team is not ordinary. Both status and potential are extremely powerful. In the Mist Ninja team. Don't mess around. Ching grabbed Terumi Mei and Kitten Mangetsu, who wanted to attack. It's not like their team has never killed even a Jounin. Therefore, when he saw these Konoha ninjas, not only did he not turn around and run away, but he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take action. Unfortunately, the white eyes of the blue transplant told him how terrifying the enemy was this time. Let alone attack, there is not much chance even if you escape. After hearing the reminder, Terumi Mei glanced at her teammates, whose faces were more serious than ever before, and nodded slowly. She knew the other party's character and abilities very well, so there must be a reason for saying this. Whoosh, whoosh. Silhouettes surrounded the Mist Ninja team. Yi Tangping, on the other hand, walked across the sea and came to stand in front of the 3-man team. Good afternoon. Tangping said hello and glanced at the 3 of them, especially Qing's right eye, which was sealed by the eye patch. If you guessed correctly, that eye was the same eye that the Haiga clan had thrown away before. But Tangping had no intention of standing up for him. On the contrary, he and Haiga Kangya were happy to watch the show, hoping that the Haiga clan would be embarrassed as much as possible. You dare to set foot in the Kingdom of Water, aren't you afraid of death? At the same time as Gui Deng Manyu threatened, he drew out the double swords on his back. The effect of this ninja sword is extremely powerful, even Susanoo can be knocked away. And Mangetsu Kito is known as the prodigy beloved of the ninja sword. He can make the ninja sword exert terrifying power, and his nickname Tendo is also influenced by this. Isn't it enough for you alone? As Tang Ping spoke, he looked at Hinata Kangyu beside him. He didn't believe that such an important team would have no one to protect it. A flash of blue light appeared in Hinata Kangyu's eyes. When the Tensagen is activated, it does not have obvious characteristics like the Byakugan. And the visual range of 5 kilometers is enough for Hinata Kangyu to find all the enemies. Found it. She saw those figures, but they probably hadn't noticed the movement yet and were rushing here. Leave it to me. Koji Yamama took the initiative to take over the task. After hearing the detailed location and information, he rushed out at full speed. Now, the outer metal armor is being customized, so I only wear power armor. With a height of about 2.3 meters, he exerted great pressure, even the 3 members of the Mist Ninja team could not catch their attention. You. Terumi Mei looked at the direction Yamama Koji was heading, and suddenly thought of something, so she asked in panic. At this stage, Mei Terumi's appearance is really top-notch, and the little face in panic is even more heartbreaking. But the first sword to make money is to kill the person you like. It's nothing, I just want to invite you to be my guests. Tang Ping looked at the 3 of them with bright eyes. This is all money. Anyone can start with tens of millions of taels, and no matter how bad it is, they can use it as a trading condition. Simply killing him would be beneficial to Konoha and several other ninja villages, but it would be of no benefit to him. There would be many disadvantages, so he might as well use it to gain benefits. Being guests. Gui Deng Manyu was angry, you don't think you can keep us, do you? While speaking, he held 2 knives in his hands. The swords emitted terrifying waves. I think that's enough. Tang Ping's voice sounded behind Gui Deng Manyu. When? Gui Deng Manyu felt a chill in her heart. If the other party wants to kill himself at this speed, can he do it instantly? Stop. The art of melting escape and melting monsters. 2 different reactions. The former is AO, and the latter is Terumi Mei. Tang Ping, on the other hand, before the opponent's blood succession limit could activate, he used the finger that was about to send out the flame finger to point at the opponent's forehead, stopping the opponent's movement. It wasn't that Mei Terumi was timid, but because she clearly felt the murderous intent coming from the other person's fingers. As long as you dare to really attack, your head will be pierced first. Nice reaction. Tohei gave an evaluation to the future 5th generation Mizukage. Taking action is a test, stopping is a sign of interest. Letting the other party take the position is more effective than letting a madman take the position against you, so he didn't mean to change history. The point is that Konoha is too strong now, and it still needs these forces to bleed and create pressure. If there is no pressure, Konoha's first thought is to make trouble for the castle tower. After all, the hundreds of thousands of acres of paddy fields and ditches are too tempting, and he is rebellious, so it would be strange if he doesn't make trouble for himself. What exactly does Lord Doping want to do? Ching, the oldest team member, asked calmly. He knew that since the other party didn't kill them at the beginning, there must be other purposes. At the same time, he also recognized Doping's identity. Didn't I say it? Please go back and be my guest. Doping repeated it. With them in hand, even if you can't ask for too much money, you can definitely open up a lot of relationships and trade with the other party. Don't look at the poverty of the water country, that's because the other party has resources but no place to digest them. Close the country. It's almost their strategy, so even if there are more resources, they can't be exchanged for money and other things. But Tang Ping is not a native of the ninja world, so he naturally knows how much money can be made from trade. In addition, he chose to place the base on the seashore with the intention of trade. How could he not seize the opportunity? Hokatsuki, Hwyu, Mizuno Tsuki. But the three major ninja clans of the Mist Ninja can even influence the Mizukage. Now the most important descendant of the Hokatsuki family is in front of him, and his value can be imagined. Are you Uchiha Tang Ping? Purifying flame. Is the sewing knife and long needle in your hand? I want to challenge you. However, after knowing Tang Ping's identity, Hokatsuki Mangetsu became excited instantly and didn't even care about escaping. Or rather, they had no chance to escape at all. The summoned spirit beasts were wandering on the seabed but didn't dare to approach at all, which explained the situation. Challenge. It's not impossible, but it's not possible now. Let's talk about it after we complete the task. Tokatsuki looked at the other party for a few times and gave this answer after confirming that the other party's brain was normal. Even if the other party is a mist shadow genius like Tendo, compared with himself, don't bully others. No, what is your purpose in coming to the land of water this time? Mei Terumi suddenly interrupted. She naturally knew what the name Purifying Flame meant. How could she not worry about such a dangerous person coming to the land of water? Endohei had no intention of deceiving his little sister, and said directly. Hunting the third Mizukage. Anyway, he was in his hands, so he was not afraid of the other party leaking the news. It would be fun to tease the future fifth Mizukage, right? People who like to have fun are fearless. Chapter 203 Danzo is really brave, he really goes there when something happens. Wow! A small coral island with a diameter of less than 2 kilometers near the land of water. The Mizukage came here with 4 shadow guards. They came for an important intelligence. The last time they were able to draw out the main forces of the two giants, Uchiha and Hyuga, it was because of the other party's intelligence assistance, otherwise it would not have been successful. The intelligence that was passed on later also proved that the other party was reliable. So this time, the other party said that there was an extremely important information to trade, and the third-generation Mizukage brought the Shadow Guard without any doubt. After all, the other party's information was too important, and he would not hesitate even if he had to take some risks. It's time, Lord Mizukage. A member of the Shadow Guard reminded quietly. Yet. The third-generation Mizukage nodded slightly and looked around, it seems. Before he finished speaking, his eyes looked forward. A figure wearing a black combat uniform and a mask emerged from the sea at the other end of the island and walked towards this side. Be on guard. The 4 members of the Shadow Guard instantly became more vigilant. Let him come over. The third-generation Mizukage waved his hand, indicating to let him approach. This place is not too far from the Mist Shadow Village, and coupled with the sea environment, he doesn't believe that the other party dares to play any tricks. Lord Mizukage, if you don't want this information, you can refuse the deal. The mysterious figure stood more than 10 meters away, with a somewhat unfriendly tone, obviously dissatisfied with the appearance of the 4 Shadow Guards. Since I'm here, I'll show my sincerity. The third-generation Mizukage would not be led by others, and asked directly, where is the information? The 2 of them were completely in a trading relationship, so they skipped the small talk. Please remember your promise, Lord Mizukage, and make sure Konoha tastes the hatred of our Kajiro village. The mysterious figure gritted his teeth and reminded. Kajiro village. It was exactly the identity he said. It was also the force that had made a lot of noise in Konoha before. You should have seen the sincerity of the hidden mist village. The third-generation Mizukage was not moved by his sadness, and coldly pointed out the facts. They broke the defense line, slaughtered the two major families of Konoha, and are now fiercely attacking the second defense line that Konoha has just created. In dealing with Konoha, no one is more concerned than them, the Mist Ninja. Under the suggestion of Madara's illusion, the third Mizukage will not slack off in dealing with Konoha. Here. The mysterious figure threw a scroll over. Snap! The scroll was caught by a member of the Shadow Guard in mid-air. Of course, it is impossible for the Mizukage to touch such an unknown thing. After a careful inspection, the member of the Shadow Guard handed the scroll to the Mizukage after finding that there was indeed no problem with the scroll. The third Mizukage slowly unfolded the scroll. It was a defense map of Konoha. There are even support plans, marching routes, etc. With these, the stalemate on the front line will soon be broken, and the Mist Ninja army will be able to march into Konoha village. Even if they are not actually killed, as long as there is this trend, the remaining major ninja villages will speed up their attacks to prevent the loot from being swallowed up by Kirikage. When it comes to dealing with Konoha, the four major ninja villages have a very high level of understanding. Whoever allows the other party to have unique conditions and does not take advantage of the Ninja World War to weaken the other party will be pushed aside by others. However, the third-generation Mizukage noticed something was wrong from the corner of his eyes. The words and some patterns on the scroll in front of him suddenly came to life and began to wrap around him. Super Beast Fake Painting. Seal. A mysterious figure more than 10 meters away suddenly formed a seal. Damn it! Protect Mizukage-sama. Kill him. 4 members of the Shadow Guard rushed out. They are the weakest and special Jounin, and they are absolutely loyal to the third Mizukage, so they want to interrupt each other immediately. Poof, poof. The bodies of several members of the Shadow Guard who rushed forward were shot into sieves by kunao on both sides. A group of figures wearing masks lifted off their camouflage cloths and climbed up from the ground on both sides of the mysterious figure. It turns out that these people have been lying in wait on the island for a long time. No wonder they were not found during the inspection. The total number is 12 people. The Sandame Mizukage snorted disdainfully. Sister, if you send me a few people like me, you can keep me, right? His whole body was entangled in runes formed by ink, and he was unable to escape for a while, but he was not afraid at all. The signal has been sent, the Mist Ninja Anbu will be killed soon. And with his strength, let alone the few people in front of him, no matter how many there are, he is confident that he can survive until that time. Of course it's not just us. The mysterious figure moved slightly to the side and gave up the C position. Ta, ta. The sound of the cane tapping sounded. A figure with the entire right half of his body wrapped in bandages, a prosthetic leg was installed, and a cold breath slowly walked out. Danzo. He personally planned this drama, how could he not show up? At least you have to get the maximum credit, so that you can have enough confidence when competing for the Hokage. It can only be said that in order to become Hokage and make Konoha great again, he is willing to risk everything. Carrying the roots to carry out the task of luring the enemy in person shows one's sincerity. Several signal flares rose into the air from Danzo's hands. Now that I'm here, Sandame Mizukage, you have no way to escape. Although Danzo was weak in strength, his momentum firmly suppressed the opponent. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that he was the one with the upper hand. Take advantage of it. All I can say is that it is worthy of being called the darkness of tolerance, at least it is not bad in terms of momentum. It turns out that all this is a conspiracy of your wood industry. What a generous act. The Sandame Mizukage seemed to have figured it out, and felt that the information he had deliberately given to him was just to lure him into being deceived. What kind of handwriting? Lazy teasing sounds sounded from the sky above the island. Fierce. The whole body was covered in white flame gauze, exuding a fiery aura, like a sun-like figure falling from the sky. Step, step. After landing, Dohei looked at the Sandame Mizukage in front of him who was entangled in ink. A very familiar secret technique. Super Beast Fake Painting. It is also the root secret technique possessed by Sai, who will be the 7th replacement in the future. Unexpectedly, I saw it first today. Although the sealing ability is just that in my own eyes, the advantage is that it is extremely functional and can not only seal. There's not much time. Danzo reminded in a low voice, interrupting the communication between the two at the same time, for fear that his previous affairs would be exposed. Even if he wanted to stab Tang Ping with a knife, he had to hold back first. This opportunity to assassinate Mizukage will be gone if missed. I know. Tang Ping's aura quickly climbed up, and the flame pattern between his eyebrows was even more dazzling. He entered the immortal mode in advance. Since there was preparation time this time, there was no need to use the hot spring. However, it took a few minutes of standing still to successfully condense enough natural energy. Generally speaking, he has become more and more proficient in the immortal mode now. Although it is still far from being as fast as the first generation, it is definitely far better than Jiraiya. The other party would take more than 5 minutes more than 10 years later, even slower than he does now. Flame Finger. Tang Ping took action without any hesitation. Since he decided to take on the mission to deal with the Sandame Mizukage, he would not hesitate. Phew! In the crisp sound of breaking through the air, the Sandame's body that was hit turned into sea water, and at the same time, he emerged from the water next to him. Uchiha Danhei, today I will let you understand what a shadow is. The Sandame Mizukage didn't want to escape. Because the island has been enveloped by a barrier. Those root ninjas did not participate in the battle at all, but launched a barrier on the edge of the island. 12 series of light arrays. A very unfamiliar barrier to Tang Ping. But he wasn't worried either. Danzo is here too. Maybe the other party also understood that Tang Ping was worried, so he didn't leave the barrier. If he leaves, Tang Ping will follow him. There are too many dangerous things in the ninja world, and he doesn't want to be plotted, so take it as a matter of seconds to be careful. Really? It seems that today we are both superior and inferior, as well as life and death. Tang Ping's eyes boiled with fighting spirit. The opportunity to kill a shadow head-on is indeed exciting. Even if someone helps. Boom! Yamamakoji's tall body wearing power armor fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. As for the others? Of course, he stayed outside the barrier with Hyuga Kangyu as a reserve force. If they don't have enough time, they may even have to block the Kiri Shadow Anbu who are coming for reinforcements. That is to say, in the barrier, there was the Sandame Mizukage on the Mist Ninja side, and there were only Danzo, Dahira, and Yamamakoji on the Konoha side. The Colosseum. The boundary at this time can be called this. At the same time, only one of them can leave alive. Never die, never stop. Chapter 204 I haven't gotten in the car yet. Chapter 204 I haven't gotten in the car yet. JPG. Wind Escape. Vacuum Jade. Danzo used his specialty wind release to contain and block the movement of the third Mizukage. Dohei, on the other hand, kept silent and occasionally used flame fingers or ninjutsu attacks to act as a suppressor and a fatal blow. The one at the front was Yamamakoji, fighting in close combat with his opponent. The reason why he plays like this is because Danhei doesn't trust Danzo as a LYB, and is afraid that the other party, Feng Dun, will bury him as well. If it were like this now, if the other party wanted to be accidentally injured, they would have to consider whether they could withstand their own backlash. And the power armor Yamamakoji wears is enough to ensure that he will be fine even if he takes a few hits. Can take a beating. That's his biggest advantage. Ordinary ninjutsu and attacks can be received with the face. Some forbidden high-level ninjutsu also require the enemy to be able to use them. Is he really a dead person? How could it be possible to give the opponent room to use his ultimate move? So, the Sandame Mizukage situation is precarious. After all, it's 1 versus 3, and the quality is so exaggerated. Not to mention other aspects, Dohei in Sage mode can be taken down one-on-one, without escaping, not to mention the Wrath of the Storm Yamamakoji who is facing the front, and Danzo's wind escape assist. It has to be said that Danzo's wind release is really strong, coupled with his rich combat experience, it made the Sandame Mizukage extremely uncomfortable. But none of the three dared to relax. A shadow, even if it is in a desperate situation, no one will doubt whether the other party has a trump card that can take people away. Defeating and killing are two different concepts. The former is not risky, while the latter is life-threatening. Immortal Method. Tiankanjiun Sword. Tang Ping casts his magic. A sky blue longsword appeared in his hand, looking exquisite and beautiful. But only those who have seen it know how terrifying this sword is. Even if it is powered armor and metal armor, it can be easily penetrated and cut off. At the same time, the consumption is not too large. If it is used by Zhu Rong's real body, it will definitely not last long, there will be consumption when it continues, but not much. If it can be used normally, it can be used for a long time. And with the Tian Kong Yun sword in hand, the third Mizukage had to focus part of his energy on Dohei, otherwise he would not be able to bear being stabbed by the sword. The result was that he was pressed down and beaten by Yamamakoji. Water escape. Water archery. The Sandame Mizukage seized the opportunity and used water escape with one-hand seal. It can only be said that it is indeed a water shadow, indeed a water escape sealing. Not to mention the one-handed seal, the seal has been simplified to the extreme, allowing it to be used in close combat. Whoa, whoa. The water arrows were not shot at Yamamakoji in front of them, but at Danzo and Dohei, forcing them to evade and move out of the way so as to interrupt the offensive. Relief. Just being distracted like this also caused him to receive a punch from Yamamakoji's left hand. His whole body was knocked away and a lot of blood flew out. Even if it's not a full blow like the Cosmic Phantom, with the impact of a casual punch that can last for decades, tons, even a bowl can be exploded with one punch. But chakra is so magical. It can withstand an impact of dozens of tons. At the same time, there is also a contradiction. It can withstand dozens of tons of impact, but even a small kunao cannot withstand it. The difference between a blunt blow and a thrust is so obvious. It's almost impossible to hold down the Newton's coffin board. What? There is no Newton in the ninja world. That's okay. Anyway, the third Mizukage received this punch. Apart from vomiting a lot of blood, there was no sign of death at all. However, the opponent's goal has been achieved and they used this blow to increase the distance. Standing on the edge of the island, he did a backflip and stood on the sea. Water escape. Water formation wall. It is directly a defensive ninjutsu. Wow! Using sea water to perform water escape not only consumes less money, but is also more powerful. This is also where the fog ninja becomes difficult to deal with. The combat effectiveness on land is not very good, but when it is at sea, it is completely I want to fight 10 rhythm. So it was always the mist ninjas who attacked others, and it was impossible for anyone to attack them. Shoot him, sharp gun. No, this is Tian Kongyun. Of course, Tang Ping didn't just show off, he even made a rant when he killed him the first time. The other party made it clear that he wanted to increase the pace, so naturally he couldn't just sit idly by. Yamamakoji swapped roles with him and was responsible for wings provided cover, while Dohei temporarily served as the main attacker. After all, fighting on the sea would be too unfriendly to Yamamakoji, who was wearing a power armor. Swish! Aim Murakumo tore the water array wall apart, allowing Dohei to see the situation inside. Flame Finger. In Sage mode, this extremely powerful instant ninjutsu pierced through the water array wall and pierced the heart of the Sandame Mizukage inside. However, Dohei's face remained normal. Because the opponent did not dodge at all, it meant that this was just a water clone. Water clone. It can be easily distinguished when used on land. But it is really difficult to distinguish on the sea. But Dohei does not have the Byakugan or the Samsara eye, so he can't see through it at a glance. Wow! The sea suddenly shook. The terrifying sea tide roared up, as if it was going to submerge the island. No. Dohei saw the barrier light curtain at the edge of the island. The opponent's target was not them. This kind of large-scale attack can't do anything to them, so they want to use this ultimate move to directly break through the barrier. So he flew back and bit his index finger to seal. Summoning technique. Do Ping did not hesitate to use the ultimate move. Pu. The huge Tei spread his wings and took off. It is not good to let the summoned beast attack in close combat, because it is too easy to accidentally hurt. Now the opponent wants to fight with a big move, so the summoned beast must attack. Sunset. Do Ping let Tei use this ultimate move without any hesitation. This move is Tei's explosion of all the natural energy in his body, and the power is determined by himself. It was used in the Chunin exam before, and its power is comparable to S-level forbidden techniques. Now Tei's strength is more than 10 times stronger than that time. If he uses this move again, the power will definitely be devastating. Nuclear bomb level. So even Do Ping immediately distanced himself and tried to stay away from the target. Yamamakoji even flashed to the other side of the island in advance and punched the ground. He blasted a deep hole directly on the solid coral ground and jumped into it to avoid it immediately. The same thing happened to Do Ping, who arrived later. Only Danzo was a step slower. Because he didn't understand why the two of them retreated suddenly, but when he felt the endless heat from the sky, he suddenly thought of something. Damn it, I haven't gotten on the car yet. JPG. During the joint Chunin exam, he knew about the big move that was comparable to the forbidden technique, but he didn't expect that Doping would use this move that killed 1000 enemies and hurt himself 800 without saying a word. Now that he had reacted, of course he also fled to the direction of Doping and the others immediately. Indiscriminate big move. It was completely aimed at everything in the barrier. It was to compete with the opponent for survival ability. At this time, a dazzling sun slowly set over the island. The terrifying temperature could melt even steel, not to mention flesh and blood. The sea water was evaporated and the earth was melted. The scene seemed like a doomsday scene, which amazed everyone, including the Mist Shadow Anbu who were rushing to the island in the distance. Speed up! The Anbu chief shouted to speed up. He knew that this movement was definitely not caused by his own Mizukage, so it could only be the work of the enemy, so he was extremely anxious. As for the 12 root ninjas who maintained the barrier, the training of the root made them suppress all their emotions. Even in the face of this natural disaster, they maintained the barrier without any fluctuations. Hinata Kangyu took Xiaolinping, Nobi Nobita, and others to distance themselves. She didn't think the barrier could really block the aftermath. It's not that the barrier is not good, but most of these root ninjas are chunin. Altogether, Chara is not as many as a few jonin. No matter how strong the barrier's defense is, it will be weak in the face of such a caster. Just then, the setting sun in the sky fell heavily into the violent and extremely high tide of dozens of meters. Two disaster-level moves collided head-on. Light, endless light drowned everything. Chapter 205 Explosion is Art JPG. Chapter 205 Explosion is Art. JPG. Everything disappeared in the endless light. Explosion is Art. JPG. The small island with a diameter of about 2 kilometers was covered by this attack. Countless seawater was evaporated, allowing people to see everything on the seabed clearly. Countless tons of seawater were forced back by the power of the explosion, creating a godlike power. Really? Hand-rubbed nuclear explosion. The only difference may be the radiation lethality. Pop. The barrier covering the island was torn apart in the explosion, without causing any waves at all. Of course, the 12 root ninjas who maintained the barrier naturally died with the destruction of the barrier without explanation. Boom. At this time, the roar that resounded through the sky appeared. Countless seawater began to spread around, causing huge tsunamis and hurricanes. The coral island was easily torn and melted like a fragile biscuit in the explosion. The terrifying killing effect was devastating. It lasted for dozens of seconds before the explosion stopped spreading and quickly faded. Fortunately, Tei released the spiritual spell and returned to Tanggu at the same time as the sunset, otherwise he might have died in this attack. Of course, even if he didn't die, it would not be pleasant to launch such an attack. Fortunately, there is the Fuzu tree, otherwise it would be difficult to recover. Now all I have to do is it will recover in a few months. It can only be said that even the 3 holy places summoning beasts would not be able to use this trick. Because how could those summoned beasts take the initiative to sacrifice for the contractors? It's just a fart. 1 more minute passed. The aftermath of the explosion completely disappeared, and the island returned to peace. But, the island was completely unrecognizable at this time. The original island with a diameter of about 2 kilometers, now the more than half close to the explosion has completely disappeared, as if it was bitten by an invisible giant beast. The remaining small half is also full of cracks and is in a state of collapse at any time. Change the terrain with 1 blow. Well, it's almost the power of the tailed beast ball. Yes, the tailed beast ball is so terrible. That is, the 5 major ninja villages have never taken it head-on, even Konoha was blocked for various reasons, otherwise if they really got hit, the effect would not be much better than Super Shinra Tensei. At the edge of the ruined island, there was a change in a place. A piece of rubble was pushed away from below, allowing the strong body inside to crawl out. It was Yamamakoji. After crawling out, he reached out and pulled the man out of the hole. Endohei, who had just crawled out of the pit, muttered to himself after seeing the situation clearly. If I had known that sunset was so strong, I would have used Amaterasu. Now I can't use Taiki for several months. He really didn't expect that Sunset's suicide forbidden technique would be so exaggerated. It's simply the ninja version of the nuclear bomb ninjutsu. It's definitely not weaker than the angry sky of the Tsuchigyumo clan. Nuclear bomb ninjutsu is not lacking in the ninja world. The key is whether there is a way to use it and hit the target. For the type with obvious movement and slow casting, such as the tailed beast ball, how many times have you successfully used it and hit the target on the battlefield? But sunset is different. It is launched directly from high altitude, and the probability of being blocked is reduced to the lowest. One strike, the world is destroyed. It's a pity that it can't be used as a regular move. It takes Taiki several months to recover after using it once, and he can only recover from his injuries during this period, and he can't grow at all. The price is too high. Help, help me. Before Dohei finished sighing, he heard a voice coming from the hole under his feet. Yamamakoji's eyes suddenly became extremely dangerous, as if he would take action to solve his mortal enemy Danzo with just one order. But Dohei shook his head to stop him immediately. When he first crossed over, he wished he could become Danzo and make Konoha great again. But later he found that Konoha couldn't be blamed entirely on Danzo for what it is now, but the whole Konoha had problems. Later, he plundered the routes several times and obtained Hashirama cells, ninjutsu, funds, and so on. It can be said that most of the credit for Dohei's strength surge is due to Danzo, the big brother on the list. Now, Yamamakoji wants to attack his own big brother on the list, so it's no wonder that he would stop him. Doping is planning to let the other party reward him later, so how can he cut off the roots? And Danzo is the biggest help for the growth of the castle tower. Without him making trouble in Konoha, how could there be talents to defect to him? The other party is his best ally, and he doesn't even have time to protect him, so how could he do it now? Unless Konoha falls completely that day, the other party cannot die. If he encounters danger, he must find a way to protect the other party. Yamamakoji gave up the plan to attack in confusion. Before, Doping wanted to eat the other party alive, so why is he protecting the other party now? But he didn't think much about it, but walked towards the center of the sunset to see if the third generation Mizukage was alive. Although with this power, let alone flesh and blood, even Iron Man would become scum. But who let this be the ninja world? With something as unreasonable as chakra, it's not surprising that anything happens. Although Dohei didn't want to touch Danzo, he wouldn't really help him, so he followed him. Soon, they found the third Mizukage. He's not dead yet. Daohei's scalp was numb. He really couldn't imagine how the other party survived under such a nuclear bomb-level attack. But even if he didn't die, he was definitely half-burned. Whew! The seawater emptied by the explosion began to flow back here. Be careful! Be careful you! Just as he was about to capture the other party alive, Dohei found that the other party's squinting eyes were unprecedentedly clear, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. This was to break free from the control of the illusion, so... Swoosh! A flash of red light pierced the other party's forehead like lightning. Not only did he kill the other party with the flame finger, but he even burned his brain into paste. I'm kidding, how could he let the other party say that name? Uchiha Dohei. Danzo's distressed voice came from behind. The reputation gained by capturing the Mizukage and killing the Mizukage are two different things. Besides, the other party has countless information that Konoha needs in his head, so it would be a waste to kill him like this. So, it's no wonder why Danzo was even more angry when he saw the Mizukage being killed than when his own ancestral grave was dug up. Elder Danzo, please, are you ready to collude with Mizukage? Tang Ping turned around and aimed his fingers at the opponent intentionally or unintentionally. Although the other party is his top brother, he can't guarantee that he won't give the other party some painful insights if he beeps too much. Why don't you bring people back to Konoha? Danzo was frightened and restrained his attitude slightly, but still issued an accusation. Elder Danzo, do you have this ability? Tang Ping looked at the other party curiously, as if he was not included. Yes. If he was unwilling to take action, it would be impossible for Danzo to take the person away. Therefore, killing the third Mizukage is indeed blameless. After saying something, Tanghei ignored the corpse, turned around and retreated towards the castle tower with his men. Just kidding, Baiju is nearby, how dare he take people away? Destroying the head can be regarded as helping Madara from the side, but he still hopes that the fourth generation Mizukage will continue to be unlucky, and does not want the Kiri ninja to discover the truth that his Mizukage is being manipulated so early. Danzo, on the other hand, took a hateful look at the corpse and the mist that was vaguely visible in the distance. After enduring it, he had no choice but to retreat. What he needs to care about now is how to safely retreat to Konoha, not taking away the body. Humph, it's impossible for me to die on the way. Danzo looked at Dohei, who abandoned him, sneered and touched a flying thunder god Kunao in his arms. Yes, this is his trump card. At critical moments, he can really summon a shadow-level thug. In fact, Danzo was completely overthinking. Tohei didn't mean to trick him at all, he just didn't want to be blocked by the crazy Kirin ninja. As for whether Danzo can retreat safely, he had never doubted this at all. After all, this was a Gaudeo boss who had escaped many crises and even escaped from reincarnation. If it weren't for a plot killing in the future, how could he be killed by Zuzu and even have a bridge sealed and buried with him in a funny way? If it weren't for the influence of fate, Otsutsuki, Ursha couldn't play this LYB at all. However, when the news of Mizuki's assassination spread, it caused huge waves in the ninja world. Especially the major ninja villages reacted extremely fiercely. Chapter 206 An uproar in the ninja world. What? Luo Xia looked at the information in front of her in disbelief, wondering if she had read false news. This is too outrageous. The third Mizukage was killed on a small island near Kirigakure village. Even in his dreams, he wouldn't dare to dream like this, but he did it. Calm down. Granny Cho, who was sitting at the top, reprimanded, and then explained helplessly, the news has been confirmed, and now the Mist Ninja Army has begun to shrink its defense line and retreat. The absence of Ying not only means the loss of a strong man. What's more important is that there will be a power vacuum. At this critical moment, the major ninja clans in the Mist Ninja are naturally busy fighting for power, so how can they have the leisure to continue fighting with Konoha to the end? Even if he kills Konoha by chance, his nest has been stolen, so what's the use of winning? Therefore, it is not difficult to understand that the Mist Ninja Army, which was attacking like a tide, suddenly retreated with the death of the third-generation Mizukage. At least until the fourth Mizukage is selected and secures his position, the Mist Ninja Army will not take the initiative to attack, and may even retreat if the situation is bad. Humph, I should have dealt with that brat at all costs from the beginning. The most beautiful back in the ninja world, Yakang, who was leaning against the door with his arms folded, spoke bitterly. Because at the beginning, she really had the opportunity to kill him in his weak stage before he could grow up. Unfortunately, after missing that opportunity, the opponent skyrocketed. Even the battle at Mount Kikyo directly destroyed the morale of the Sand Ninja, making them never dare to face each other directly again. How terrible! That flame-armored giant completely deprives people of their fighting spirit. Of course, the names of those immortal arts and ninjutsu are no secret. After all, as the top expert in the ninja world, any piece of information about the opponent will be collected by the major ninja villages. Naturally, they know that it is the immortal method, Zhu Rong's true form. There's no need to mention those things again, let's discuss how to deal with it. Granny Cho interrupted Yakang's words. After the battle at Platycodon Mountain, the opponent had become a nightmare for the Suna ninja, just like the original White Fang, who was afraid of mentioning the opponent's name. Sister, do you think Konoha will allow such a non-Hokage strongman to exist in peacetime? Ebizo suddenly asked. Since it can't be solved from the front, let's do it from behind. If it were other ninja villages, this idea would have no chance of success, but if it were Konoha, everything would be possible. Who gave White Fang this example not long ago? If they were sand ninjas, there would be no such situation of stabbing someone in the back. Yakang, who will be betrayed in the future, I advise you to think clearly before speaking. The next strategy for their sand ninjas is to press forward and contain the southwestern ninja army at Mount Kikyo and the castle tower to the south. Forget about real swords and guns, their small bodies can't withstand it. Cloud Ninja front line. Damn the Sandame Mizukage. When Reikage saw the news, he wanted to dig out Mizukage and kill him again. Because during this period, due to the attack of the Mist Ninja Army relieved a lot of their pressure, but it was also about to break through the Konoha defense line in front of them. But the Mist Ninja Army suddenly made such a move, which put them in a dilemma. Is that guy so strong? The son of the third Reikage, namely AI, looked at the information and was somewhat unconvinced. Well, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, and based on the few pieces of information I've got, of course I can do it too. AI, don't underestimate the other party. The third Reikage helplessly reminded that his son was quite powerful, but his character was still a bit arrogant. He just hoped that he could grow up quickly. So what should we do next? AI asked about the next strategy. At this time, the Cloud Ninja Army had been confronting the Konoha Border Ninja Army, so it was impossible for them not to react. You and BB lead a troop to bypass the defense line from the side and head straight for Konoha. I'll hold off Orochimaru. The third Raikage decided to do something ruthless. We can't let Konoha catch its breath. Once the opponent has had time to catch his breath, even if they fight with attrition, their several major ninja villages will not be able to defeat the opponent. This is how they lost the last Ninja World War. Yes. There was a strong desire to fight in AI's eyes. Listening to the battle records of strong men from other ninja villages every day, he had long been eager to make a big scene, and this was the best opportunity. When he walked out of the tent, he saw Kiribi standing on a high platform singing and dancing in front of a group of cloud ninjas. Oh, I am the most shining one, no one can stop me. I am infinitely charming, Bagayalu. Brother is a fool, idiot. The movements combined with the wonderful rhythm attracted quite a few cloud ninjas to watch. AI used the teleportation technique to directly get behind the opponent and smashed Kiribi's head with a hand knife of thunder level Cho dance. Boom. The platform was smashed directly. Brother, what's going on? Kiribi didn't understand why his elder brother suddenly attacked him. Bye, let's go meet the Konoha ninja. AI moved his body, his bones kept crackling, and his momentum was like a tiger choosing its prey. As the new generation of the Abbey group in the hidden cloud village, they need to prove themselves with their battle records, so Konoha is the best choice. Oh, Lord Kiribi is out in battle, yet. Kiribi jumped up. It was obvious that he felt the same as his elder brother. Good at war. This is almost the trend of the hidden cloud village, otherwise it wouldn't have the title of barbarian. The camp of the rock ninja army. That brat has grown up. Konoha is so enviable. Onoki gave up the information with regret. He did not expect that the third Mizukage would be killed like this, but he could only accept it. Send the order. Following his stern voice, the top Iwagakure ninjas in the tent instantly stood up straight without any sign of slackness. No matter in terms of strength or ability, Noki can overwhelm the top leaders of the Iwagakure village. Naturally, his prestige is unmatched by others. That's why he is the shortest in height but has the strongest aura. Notify Han to come over. We will attack together tomorrow. We can't let Konoha catch its breath. Onoki prepared to intensify the offensive. Han is the Five Tails Jinchuriki, and he is also a cage-level strongman, a complete killing weapon on the battlefield. Combined with his shadow, it is enough to break Konoha's defense line. In the past, Onoki didn't dare to play like this, and he needed to use a lot of his strength to guard against the Cloud Ninja army. But now the Mist Ninja is unable to take care of itself, and the Sand Ninja is only trying to protect itself. If their two major ninja villages do not make an effort, they will have no chance of defeating Konoha. All I can say is that although the Raikage and the Tsuchikage are mortal enemies, they have a great understanding of each other at certain times. So, before the Konoha high-ranking officials could use the death of the Mizukage to boost morale, they received news that the Cloud Ninja and the Rock Ninja were launching an all-out attack. The top management was almost vomiting blood. Still coming? They came once when we dealt with the Sand Ninja, and now they came again after we dealt with the Mist Ninja, without giving them even a chance to breathe. The good news is that before there was 1 against 4, but now there are only 2 left. The bad news is that the remaining 2 are the strongest 2. The desk in the Hokage's office was changed that day. Doping naturally had no idea about these things. He was returning to the castle tower with 3 prisoners. This trip will only last a few days at most, so there won't be much change. At most, I feel that there are too many people, too many paddy fields, and too many planted seedlings. It can only be said that with the wooden ox, the work efficiency has been increased by many times. In a few months, the rice will be mature. The climate in the south is very suitable for farming. Here. Impossible. When? The 3 little captives looked at the gravel road under their feet and the endless paddy fields on both sides, and wondered if they were seeing things. If it were near Konoha village, they would naturally not be so surprised. But this place clearly became the enemy's base not long ago. It was just a barren wilderness before. Welcome to the castle tower. Tohei announced to the 3 little ones in the team who had only their chakras sealed but not tied up. These are our future trading partners. Therefore, even though the other party was a prisoner, Tang Ping still regarded him as a client. Chapter 207 Capture the 5th Mizukage. What exactly do you want to do? Mei Terumi was extremely alert when she saw Tang Ping. Among the 3, although Manu is the captain and Qing is the nanny, the brain it was her. I just want to reach a small cooperation of 100 million points with the family behind you. Doping made a gesture of fingertip universe with his fingers. The current 5th Mizukage is really easy to understand, and has no wisdom for the future. Easily controlled. Cooperation. Manzuki Hojiki was confused, not understanding why he could cooperate with Doping. Besides, they were enemies. Yes, the fire country has excess food and supplies, and the water country has excess materials and resources. Isn't it natural to trade with each other? Doping explained. No matter how backward the productivity of the fire country is, it is definitely the most prosperous place in the ninja world. And the water country is closed to the outside world, and you can imagine how much it lacks in supplies. The transaction is just giving them money. So Manzuki Hojiki, who has maxed out her combat talent and is not very good in other aspects, has not reacted yet, but Mei Terumi is surprised, and Ching is also hesitant. No one suspected that Doping lied to them. At least in the ninja world, the reputation of the strong is really trustworthy, and at the same time, they don't need to deceive given their identities and situations. Aren't you afraid? Mei Terumi asked tentatively. This kind of transaction is equivalent to betraying Konoha. I don't know anything about cooperating with the Fruit Chamber of Commerce with the sister wall Huishi Ne. Dohei's words stunned the other party. Because Mei Terumi really didn't expect the other party to say this, so even if something goes wrong, it has nothing to do with the other party. I learned it. And their family can also follow the same method and let the Chamber of Commerce come forward to trade directly. If there are benefits, they will take them, and if there are any problems, they will blame the Chamber of Commerce. Ninja equals mercenary, except for fighting, they are very poor. The Terumi clan also knows many chambers of commerce, and they can trade with the United Fruit Chamber of Commerce. Mei Terumi knew that this was an extremely rare opportunity that could greatly benefit the clan members, and it might not be impossible to catch up with the 3 major ninja clans, so she responded decisively. The Hojiki clan can do it too. Manzuki glanced at Mei Terumi and said the same thing. Because he knew his teammates' minds very well, since the other party agreed so eagerly, it meant that there was a huge benefit in it, and he, as the young master of the Hojiki clan, would not lag behind. Even if there was really a problem, couldn't they still regret it? Only Ching, there was no ninja clan behind him, so he asked carefully. Lord Dohei, when can you let us leave? At this time, they were prisoners, and they had to get out of danger first. Trading is trading, and ransom is ransom. Dohei looked at the 3 people with a smile on his face. He did want to trade with the Hojiki and Terumi clans, but that didn't mean he didn't want the ransom. How could he let go of someone he had tied up with his own strength so easily? By the way, when they were talking, Kobayashi Tera, Nobi Nobita and others had already returned to the castle tower in advance, so they didn't have to worry about their pie trading being heard. Although there were only 3 members of Team 404 left, the 3 members of Team Mist Shadow had no intention of running away. After all, the gap in strength was too big. Soon, they entered the castle tower. After arriving here, they saw those shabby shacks and wooden houses, which made people feel that this was the normal ninja world. Uchiha. Suddenly, Ching spoke subconsciously. Because a group of people in black tight combat uniforms and forehead protectors with the word came over, but the racket pattern on their clothes made people know their identities at a glance. Uchiha. The ninja world recognized the rich family, even the 3 major clans of Mist Ninja had to be inferior to them. No, they are the guard force of the castle tower. Doping explained. The current Nagaka's lineage has become the local force of the castle tower, no longer Uchiha. At least they have to cut off ties with Konoha village. Uchiha Mei came to the front with her clan members quickly, and glanced at Tang Ping before looking away with a cold face. This was because she was worried about whether he was injured when dealing with the 3rd Mizukage. After seeing that he was fine, she naturally returned to her usual cold style. Mei, you protect the United Fruit Caravan to the water country to trade with the Kizuki and Terumi tribes, and bring back 30 million taels of ransom for me. Tang Ping directly gave Uchiha Mei the task. With her current quasi-cage level strength, and with the help of the Uchiha elite, she dare not say that she can sweep the water country, but she can come and go freely. Going to the water country to do business is not about money and vision. If we really talk about money and vision, are the major chambers of commerce in the fire country dead? Everyone knows that as long as they can trade with the water country, they will definitely make a lot of money. The problem is that money is useless. You need strength. The various ninja clans in the land of water are divided, which is equivalent to a collection of countless ninja clans. Even the power of the Mizukage is mostly hollowed out. Trading in such a place is to seek death. So, this kind of business is really not something that ordinary businessmen can do. But it's okay for Dohei to do this kind of business. Because he can let the Quasi-Cage strongmen bring a group of Uchiha elites to protect the caravan, can other chambers of commerce do it? Maybe you can't even find an elite jonin. Yes. Uchiha Mei didn't nodding after much consideration. It can only be said that with her help, Doping can indeed save a lot of trouble. Hinata Kangyu's strength cannot be shown in public. Yamamakoji can kill people, but let's forget about leading a team. Therefore, Uchiha Nagami's eldest son's lineage surrendered to him, giving him a usable and trustworthy force in his hands. After explaining this matter, Doping began to concentrate on research and prepare to complete the things prepared for Hinata Kangyu. As for the money, he naturally would not use the village's funds indiscriminately. Hinata Kangyu used a vest to hunt privately for her super organ, and with the previous harvest, it should be completed. With this super organ, her combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. I dare not say that she can enter the super shadow level, but at least she can compete with Onoki at the level of strong shadow. Don't look down on Onoki. In this period of time when cheaters are not rampant, strong shadow is almost the upper limit of the ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara, without taking back the Wheeling Eye, is almost at this level. In other words, as long as Hyuga Kangyu has this extraordinary organ, even if Uchiha Madara that LYB comes to kill him, he can stop him. It also gives Dohei the capital to be a chess player in secret. As for himself, the strength that is exposed cannot be used casually. Time flies. Just when Dohei was fully engaged in research and didn't know when, Uchiha Mei finally came back. It took more than a month. If it weren't for the belief in her and Uchiha's strength, I might have thought that something went wrong halfway. It took so long because it was difficult to rent and buy ships. If the route is opened, it will definitely be much faster in the future. There is a port in the castle tower. Although it is simple, the area is not small, and a lot of silt and debris have been cleared. If it is replaced by manpower, it may take more than a few years and thousands of people to work continuously to complete it. But because of the construction core, it took less than a day to complete it. By the way, during this period, rumors and legends about Wangliang have begun to spread in the river country, making it a terrifying existence. And it has also begun to spread in the south of the fire country. Ninjas are not only capable of fighting. If used to spread rumors, ordinary people cannot distinguish the transformation technique at all, so it is not too easy to spread various rumors and legends. It is precisely because of the existence of Wangliang that the castle tower has this huge and simple port. Wow! 5 merchant ships slowly docked at the port. There are patches of bright red on the deck of the ship, which looks chilling. This is the trade of the ninja world. It is all stained with blood. If you don't have enough strength, it is completely a death wish to do this business. Because the business war here is really simple. Just kill your competitors. Chapter 208 Harvest and City Changes. Tap. The ship docked, and Uchiha Mei jumped down with a group of Uchiha clan members. There were many people huddled together on the blood-stained deck. Refugees. This time, they did not sell the goods in other ports, but brought them back directly. Although it is free to absorb from the land of fire, it is troublesome and eye-catching, so it is more convenient to buy from the land of water. The key point is that it is cheap and it is a good thing. After all, the probability of death in such a place is really scary. Thank you for your hard work, I will let Mei pay you. Doping praised the Uchiha clan members in the team and made a promise. It sounds a bit unnecessary. The Uchiha clan's eldest branch is its own power, and it does not need to pay extra to use them to do things for itself. Just like Konoha village used active ninjas to fight the Ninja World War, it was free use, only logistics were covered. But as a time traveler, Doping would naturally not play like this. For him who has opened the farming and trade mode, money is just a number. It is a very cost-effective thing to be able to buy people's hearts with money. As expected, after hearing his words, the Uchiha's originally tired faces all showed excitement. Even if they were defending Konoha against the Mist Ninja army, they had no income. Now that they have joined forces with Doping, a family member, they can immediately earn income by performing tasks. How can they not be excited? Money or not, in fact, for the Uchiha who came from a wealthy family, it is not the most important thing. But this attention and care is enough to make them die for him. As expected, money is not everything, but without money, it is absolutely impossible. Duping thought to himself. At the same time, he also thought of a way to bring their family members out during this period. But it is extremely difficult. Because those people are the bargaining chips of the village to control them, how can they be easily let out of the village? So they can only slowly look for opportunities. How did you get? As Doping led the team back, he asked about the harvest. The trade was conducted under the name of United Fruit, but the host was a temporary transfer from Honda Chamber of Commerce, and Mei Uchiha led dozens of Uchiha as guards. It can be called a luxury protection force. Because those sea caravans only hired 1 or 2 mist ninja teams for protection, most of them did not hire any. The guard force of the Tangping faction is indeed overwhelming. So the bloodstains on the deck must be from pirates and other caravans. If a sea caravan encounters sea, it's not impossible for a soft persimmon to play a guest role as a pirate. Yes, the sea is so chaotic. Excluding the cost and these thousands of refugees, the profit is about 100 million taels. The fleet manager stepped forward a few steps to reply. The status of a ninja is not comparable to that of a businessman like him, so he naturally stands at the back. If it weren't for Doping asking, he wouldn't stand up. Does it sound like a big profit? In fact, it's already a big loss. Because a quasi-shadow, several elite jonin, a dozen shunins, and dozens of genins, if hired normally. Let's not talk about whether you are qualified to place such an order, the cost alone is at least tens of millions of taels. S-level tasks start at 1 million taels. If a quasi-shadow strongman really charges, it's not just 1 million taels. And this time is a little too long. More than a month. For someone like Kakuzu, it's enough for him to hunt a few rebel ninjas and get tens of millions of taels. Did you see that hiring ninjas for protection is so expensive? But if you don't hire them, it's totally overthinking to trade safely in the land of water. There are not only pirates there, but also major ninja clans, and the strength of those people is not comparable to that of pirates. It is only because Uchiha Mei and the Uchiha clan are so powerful that they can fight their way to the land of water. I brought back 30 million taels of ransom, and the other party agreed to trade, and said that they will be responsible for protecting the fleet in the future when entering the land of water. Uchiha Mei took over the conversation. In this way, the trade can be profitable. As long as you make a name for yourself in the first few times, the route will be much safer, and then Terumi and Kizuna clans will be responsible for the support, which is enough to maintain a route. At the same time, there are only 5 small ships this time, and the trade volume is really not large, which means that the distance is not too far, otherwise so many refugees cannot be transported back. That's good. Tohei breathed a sigh of relief. With this route, he also has a stable source of income. You can't always cut the leeks of the big brother on the list, right? It takes time for leeks to grow. Hunting rebel ninjas not only takes a long time, but is also extremely troublesome, and is not a stable way to make money. But trade is different. Once it is opened, it can really make money continuously. And the water country is just a channel, and Tangping is also preparing to open the channel of the wind country. Don't look at the sand everywhere, but there are a lot of good things. Let alone those precious minerals, all kinds of poisons, puppets, and plants are good things. As long as it can be opened, it will definitely make a lot of money. At the same time, Tangping also thought of the person in charge of business, but it is a bit troublesome to get this person in charge. Walking Witch, Yakushi no. This person is an extremely rare talent, and Tangping has long been eyeing the target. But he hasn't found the other party yet, so he can only put it aside for the time being, and he will take action as soon as he finds the other party. After talking about the harvest, Tangping disbanded the team and asked the managers who came to greet him to settle the refugees, check the accounts, etc. The boat will rest here for a few days before setting off again. On the way back to the city, you can see the rice seedlings growing rapidly in the paddy fields on both sides. With sufficient irrigation and sufficient manpower, the rice will naturally grow very fast. Especially the hybrid rice, which is much better than the unimproved ones in terms of size and other aspects. However, it is impossible to plant all the rice in this round, and we can only wait until the harvest before planting all the hybrid rice in the next round. The Uchiha ninjas were originally nervous, but they suddenly relaxed after seeing this scene. With such a stable rear, their hearts can naturally settle down. This is why Dohei feels that only by developing these paddy fields can he completely win over the hearts of these people and let them join the castle tower sincerely. It's like a border fortress. No one will regard that place as their home even if they stay there for a long time. Anyway, with the changes in the paddy fields, the refugees who have been absorbed recently have tacitly acknowledged that they belong to the castle tower, not refugees with nothing. In addition, Dohei said that the reclaimed paddy fields will be allocated to them for cultivation starting from next year, and they only need to hand in 50% of the harvest. 50-50. Does it sound too much? But if you look at the subordinates of other noble lords, you will know that he is absolutely generous. The mainstream of the ninja world is 37% or 28%, and occasionally someone who is 46% is a kind and generous lord. Dohei will not make the same mistake as other time travelers. One step to the stomach. How can you win people's hearts in the future if you just give out all the benefits at once? Desire is insatiable. A little gratitude, a little resentment. As a time traveler, he naturally understands these principles. After returning to the castle tower on the top of the mountain, Uchiha found that the original low and dilapidated earth wall had completely disappeared. Neat wooden and stone houses appeared in the field of vision, giving people a brand new illusion. There are even places like houses and grocery stores. It's only been a month. If she hadn't been so clear about time, she might have thought she had been away for several years. House it was built by Dohei, and the izakaya and grocery store were opened by the Honda Chamber of Commerce. After all, this is where the ninja army is stationed. No matter how poor the ninja are, their spending power is not comparable to that of ordinary civilians, so it is not surprising to open a store like this. And various stores are also preparing for it. Anyway, the population here is nearly 10,000, the original Shashin city had a few thousand, which brought thousands of refugees, and it does have the soil for commercial activities. Chapter 209 Extraordinary Organ Hezi. Chapter 209 Extraordinary Organ equals Hezi. How is your right hand? Dohei asked Uchiha Sho, who was following the mission, to know the effects of the regeneration potion on his regrown right hand. Even if it is successful with Hinata Kangyu, it does not mean that there will be no accidents. It's very good, but it takes a long time to exercise to return to the previous state. Uchiha Sho's serious evaluation. The recovery of his right hand made him feel very happy, and at the same time he felt even more grateful to Tang Ping. Without the other party, I might have to retire on the spot. That's good, but you should pay attention to yourself and report to me if there is anything abnormal. Tang Ping reminded. Although it looks normal, you still need to be careful. The rejuvenation medicine is a new drug that has only been born for a short time, so naturally it should be treated with caution. Uchiha Xiang nodded slightly and said nothing. At this time, several figures from the front rushed over. It was the 3 members of the Mist Ninja team. Just as he rushed over, Gui Deng Manyu said angrily. Now that we have the money, can you let us leave? He has been trapped here for almost more than a month, and he can no longer stay any longer. During this period, he continued to challenge Tang Ping, but he was sent to Yamama Hiroji and became the opponent's sandbag. If you look carefully, you can see a lot of bruises on his face. Tragic, too tragic. As a Kirikage genius with the title of Tendu, Ghost Lantern Manyu has been living in dire straits during this period, so now he just wants to leave immediately. On the contrary, it was Ao and Terumi Mei, who walked around every day as if they were extremely curious about everything. Especially the ditch is the target of the most attention. If the Kingdom of Water could build such a ditch, it wouldn't have to depend on the weather to harvest food. Shrouded in heavy fog and floods all year round, the Kingdom of Water is unable to develop its planting industry. Aquatic products are well developed, but there is nowhere to sell them, so it is miserable. If ditches can be built quickly, even if the grain output is small, we can harvest more. Unfortunately, the 2 of them had no idea that the people who could do this were in the country of the river next door, so they were destined to get nothing. Okay, the caravan will leave for the Kingdom of Water in a few days. You can set off together. If you want to leave now, that's fine. Tang Ping agreed to Ghost Lantern's request. For him, a fun-loving person, he would rather see these characters do something. Bored, I want to see Rivers of Blood.jpg. Just like Ching, not only did he not point out the other party, he also wished that the other party could get another Zone family White Eye to form a pair, which would be fun. Humph, we are unlucky this time, but I will get the stitches back sooner or later. Before leaving, Gui Deng Manyu said harsh words. The other party never agreed to his challenge even once, so naturally he was filled with hatred. If fans dare to buy Mao Xi and Yaliang, they can take it away directly. Tang Ping readily gave the transaction conditions. Although someone might be willing to pay 100 million taels for this ninja sword, the process was too troublesome. Now that there is a buyer, he sold it directly. If it were the Thunder God's sword, 6 paths ninja tools, 10 fist swords, etc., he still wanted to collect them, but in his hands, this ninja sword like the long knife sewing needle would only be thrown into the warehouse and eat dust. Okay, but the money has to be paid after I get back. Gui Deng Manyu gave in after hesitating. There is no way, the ninja sword is too fragrant. Getting it will not only increase your strength, but also gain great fame. Can. Tang Ping is not worried that the other party will not pay after receiving the goods. Even wishing for it. That way I would have a reason to get my principal back with interest. The sealed long knife was quickly taken out of the warehouse by a Miko. Give. Tang Ping threw something to the other party and turned around to leave. He still has important things to do next. Operation. Hinata Kangyu's extraordinary organs have been completely cultivated through his overtime work during this period. The official transplantation begins now. The operation went very smoothly. With the experience last time, and the fact that the extraordinary organ this time is not complicated, the most difficult fusion stage can also be solved using the jump potion, blood, so it is natural that it goes smoothly. In fact, Orochimaru can cultivate some extraordinary organs. But it is definitely something he can't do to fuse into the target and have no sequelae. It's like a computer, with a piece of hardware forced into it. Then either the computer crashes or becomes unresponsive, and there will be no other consequences. But if there is a corresponding driver or corresponding interface, it will not be a problem. Tanghei's blood is equivalent to writing a special driver, fusion, for the computer to plug into the hardware, and then continuously running the program slowly fine-tune the driver, evolution, to make the computer better able to drive new hardware. Extraordinary organ implantation is similar to this. By the way, during the implantation process, Hinata Kangya was awake the whole time and only exposed the area below the waist, which made Dohei a little dissatisfied. Isn't there even this little trust between people? After implanting the extraordinary organ, Tang Ping took her away from the castle tower and headed to the sea more than 10 kilometers away. Let's get started. Tang Ping stood on the sea, looking at Hinata Kangya, who had put on her combat uniform and removed her disguise, looking pure and charming, but with a domineering figure and a contradictory aura. Pure desire. She totally has this style ceiling. Sun Xiang Kangyu began to form seals slowly. As she formed the seal, several red fox tails curled up like carrots suddenly grew out of the gap in the clothes left on her waist. Yes, the secret technique obtained from Jiraiya can freely control the length, softness and hardness of hair, so it can also be used to control the tail implanted in the body, right? There's no reason why a tail can't do what hair can do, right? Moreover, the tail contains Hashirama cells and white Zetsu cells, which are much more efficient in carrying and transmitting chakra than hair, and have a larger space for manipulation. In other words, 2 secret techniques are used on the implanted tail, and the effect is completely geometrically improved compared to the hair. Powered armor can also operate in this way. It's just that Yamamakoji's chakra control ability is too poor, and he can't even reach the entry-level level of secret arts now, so he doesn't perform well. I have to say, talent is really speechless. Koji Yamama, who has made extremely fast progress in the 8 gates of armor and taijutsu, is even worse than ordinary genin in this secret technique. I feel that these hezi are like a part of me, but they have not been used for too long, so I cannot control them freely. Hinata Kangyu tried while explaining various aspects to Dohei, who was not far away. Hezi. Tang Ping officially named the extraordinary organ implanted in the human body. Based on their functions, they can be divided into 4 categories: Wei-He, Yu-He, Lin-He and Jia-He. For example, power armor belongs to the Jia-He category. This can be regarded as Tang Ping's bad taste. The name comes from the name of something in the anime that I have seen. Because the effect is somewhat similar, the development creativity can also be used as a reference, so I named it this way. You can't just choose a name that other people will use in the future, right? That would be a bit too disrespectful. Maybe someone would just use the dragon vein to hit someone. The 9 fox tails are still getting bigger and longer. The thinnest root is about the thickness of an egg, and becomes thicker toward the back. The thickest part is as thick as a thigh, almost 3 meters long. And it dances with the wind as if it is weightless. Yes, this is what this extraordinary organ originally looked like. The reason why he disappeared before was just because he was shrunk by the secret technique. 9 tails. It seems extremely difficult to control, but for Hinata Kangyu, it is like having 9 more fingers. As long as given time, it will not be difficult to control at all. Even if I can't control the affiliated organizations too precisely, aren't there 2 secret arts to help? You can completely control this Uchiha. After releasing it, it is time to formally test its power. Chapter 210 The Invincible Uchiha. The Art of Uchiha. Sun Xiang Kangyu displayed a secret technique. Of course, the name cannot continue to be called the Art of Random Lion Hair. Once you call that name, you are completely calling yourself out. After all, Jiraiya only gave this secret technique to Guo Dohei. The name of the ninjutsu is a psychological suggestion. Just like the command turn left or turn right, once the name is mentioned, the body will make corresponding actions without thinking. The same is true for seals. If the body can make the movement during the operation, the direction of chakra, the change of chakra properties, etc. into instinct, it can form seals with one hand and simplify the seals. Whoosh! The 9 red fox tails that were originally 3 meters long began to lengthen, as if they were endless. In the future, Jiraiya used this technique to chop a large psychic beast into pieces. Compared with hair, Kahi's toughness, chakra carrying capacity, etc. are all superior. Therefore, the hair can be extended more than 10 times in length, but it is not a problem for the tail to be extended dozens of times. The same is true for tenacity. Even if it is a tightrope, it may not be stronger than Uchiha. Spectacular! The 9 tails, which are nearly 100 meters long, look like colorful ribbons fluttering in the wind, which is extremely eye-catching. This is the limit. Hinata Kangyu looked a little tired. Performing this kind of secret technique would be extremely difficult even if the talent was as strong as hers. It has to be said that Jiraiya is indeed very talented in some aspects, and he was able to develop this secret technique of changing the nature of yang release. Maybe this is the reason why Uchiha has never been able to get started. Uchiha's yang escape talent is completely understood. Although this secret technique can be performed without yang release, it involves Uchiha energy, so it is extremely difficult to master Uchiha energy. Unless it is fused with Hashirama cells, even white Zetsu cells will not be of much help to it. How is the resilience? Tang Ping asked for specific data. Jiraiya can strangle a large psychic beast into pieces with his hair, there is no reason why Okaku can't do something stronger. Hinata Kangyu closed her eyes and felt it carefully, but did not answer. Just like a person, although the hair is yours but before you test it, can you know how much you can lift? So she quickly opened her eyes, activated her reincarnation eye and looked around, and then her eyes lit up. Boom, boom. 9 thigh-thick, 100-meter-long fox tails seemed to have life and stabbed the sea below, and then quickly retracted. Whirl! The sea water began to shake, as if some huge monster was floating up below. Soon, Dohei saw a huge black shadow in the sea water under his feet, which was rapidly growing. Swish! He used the instant body technique to distance himself and avoid being affected by the sea water. Boom! The sea water exploded. A huge shark nearly 100 meters long, enough to easily smash his ship, broke out of the water. This size is not strange in the ninja world, there are even bigger ones, and was directly thrown into the sky by the 9 fox tails and crushed at the same time. Yes, the ninja world is so unreasonable. This shark weighing hundreds of tons was thrown into the air, while the instigator, Hinata Kangyu, was still standing firmly on the sea surface, with no reaction force at all. That is to say, there is no Newton in the ninja world, otherwise the coffin lid would have been closed long ago. Here we are not talking about science, but only about ninjutsu. Hundreds of tons of power. If a shadow-level strongman uses a secret technique, it is not impossible to burst out. But this kind of burst has always been an instantaneous burst. If it is a continuous burst, it can only be done in the sage mode of Miyaboku Mountain. Horror! Offense and control capabilities are maximized. At the same time, this tail can be large or small under the blessing of the secret technique. When it is large, it can crush large summoned beasts, and when it is small, it can be used against people. Very good. Looking at the girl who was bathed in the blood rain but was not stained at all, Dou Ping was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Suddenly, he pulled out a kunao from the ninja tool bag on his waist and threw it with all his strength under the blessing of chakra. The target is the 9 tails. When he made a move, Hyuga Kangyu was the first to notice it, but she didn't have any intention of dodging, just watching the kunao hit a tail. The power of an ordinary person's throw and the throw after chakra blessing are completely different. Puff! The kunao pierced into the tail, but Hyuga Kangyu's face did not change. Because there was almost no pain, at most it felt painful, but it was not strong. This was intentional by Dohei. The tail is a weapon. It will naturally be attacked in battle, so the pain is not much stronger than nails and hair. But there are pros and cons. On the basis of reducing pain, the controllability will also be reduced. If it weren't for the 2 secret techniques provided by Jiraiya, it would be impossible to control it freely. Seeing the attack effect of the kunao, Dohei also came to a conclusion in his heart. It is extremely tough, but not very resistant to stabbing attacks. Just like a rope that can easily lift tens or hundreds of tons, it has no resistance to knives or electric saws. But this is normal. If it is not so flexible, it can't bend freely. Needle Jizo. Doping reminded him and took out a few kunao and senbon, ready to test the defense. Hinata Kangyu followed his instructions and made a seal. The long tail quickly shortened to 3 meters long, and then completely wrapped itself in it. Note that in the 3-meter state, there is no need to consume chakra at all, which is the length of the tail, and the 100-meter state just now requires continuous consumption. Shat! The tail that surrounded Hinata Kangyu began to become extremely solid, as if it was no longer a tail, but a red metal. Doping threw the kunao and senbon in his hand with all his strength. Dang! Dang! Amid the continuous sound of metal collisions, these ninja tools were all bounced away. Harder than steel. You know, although Doping is not specialized in throwing, his throwing can leave marks even with ordinary armor. But the tail horse in the state of Needle Jizo can easily block it, which is really exaggerated. Thrust attacks are the nemesis of ninjas. No matter how strong the blunt attack is, ninjas will generally only spit blood, but rarely die, but piercing attacks can easily kill ninjas. So the secret technique of Needle Jizo is extremely important. It must be said that the 2 secret techniques created by Jiraiya are completely wasted in his hands. Secret technique and extraordinary organ. It is the best way to open it, and the effect is countless times stronger. And Hinata Kangyu also lifted the secret technique state, allowing the tail horse to restore its flexibility. How is the consumption? Doping asked this key question. The tail horse is indeed extremely powerful and can be called a super weapon, but it consumes chakra whether it is extended or hardened. I have consumed 1/10 of my chakra, which is equivalent to about 2 cards. Hinata Kangyu has a very accurate grasp of his own chakra, so he can give the data without sensing. That's right. Ka. This unit is often mentioned by Doping, so people around him also understand that it represents the total amount of chakra of a jonin. That's right. The future Kakashi is an elite jonin. But due to the drag of the Sharingan, his chakra is only at the jonin level, but this amount of chakra is used to play a flower, and he has achieved the record of an elite jonin. I can only say that if you don't see it with your own eyes, you will never know the chakra of Kakashi Wada genius. So many. Doping frowned. The consumption is a bit too exaggerated. Although the effect of crushing a large shark and blocking a kunao is something that ordinary jonin cannot do, the consumption is indeed unexpected. No, I waste too much myself. If I become more proficient, the consumption can be greatly reduced. Hinata Kangyu came over to explain. She did master the secret technique, but it does not mean that she is at Jiraiya's level. It is not a matter of talent, but a matter of time. It took him decades, and she only learned it in a few months. The difference is too exaggerated. That's good. Doping was relieved. If the consumption is too exaggerated, it will be a bit useless. With so much chakra, other ninjutsu can be used to solve it. How is the chakra reserve? Doping is most concerned about this. Sealing technique. But it is one of his trump cards. Although he has not yet developed the S-level secret technique of Yin Seal. But at his current level, imitation and reference are not a problem at all. For example, the backpack of the power armor can allow Yamamakoji to store several times his own chakra. And the tail is his highest masterpiece at this stage, and the effect will be even stronger. About 5 chakras can be stored, and I haven't noticed the upper limit yet. Hinata Kangyu has been using the tail, so of course he can give data. Perfect. Compared with Yamamakoji's power armor, the storage efficiency has doubled. He can store 1 chakra for every 10 chakras consumed, and the upper limit of the reserve has also increased. Chapter 211 The Real Function of Extraordinary Organs. Start testing natural energy. After testing the basic data, Dohei began to focus on the test. Natural energy. That is his original intention to study extraordinary organs. Power armor is not good. Yamamakoji did not react much. The original experimental subject reacted directly. Okay. Hinata Kangyu nodded solemnly, and then began to adjust the state. Ohei also has hibiscus trees as cultivation materials, so there is no need to worry about not being able to absorb natural energy. Doping carefully pulled out a tube of hot spring, which is liquid natural energy, from his tactical belt. Yes, he wanted Hinata Kangyu to try the experiment of bursting people. It seems to be a death wish. But in fact, there is no risk. Just kidding, what level is the other party, what level is Hinata Kangyu? The difference in the amount of chakra between the two sides is more than 100 times, not to mention the huge gap in control. Not to mention that Hinata Kangyu has alien blood, which makes it far away from normal ninjas. In addition, Doping now has control over the natural energy absorbed by the hibiscus tree, so it is not a problem to clear the corresponding chakra in the other party's body. With multiple safeguards, it is no wonder that he dared to go straight in. Open the bottle and carefully drip a drop onto a foxtail that has returned to normal. This thing cannot be touched directly. Otherwise, the flesh and blood body will instantly be weaned and directly become a vegetable. The liquid natural energy was absorbed by Weha. Then this natural energy was soon felt by Hinata Kangyu. Pay attention, don't resist with all your strength, but use chakra to merge with it, and be careful not to have too much or too little. Doping began to teach. As for the sage mode, he is now a master, so he is naturally qualified to assist. After receiving his reminder, Hinata Kangyu's uneasiness was also reduced a lot, and then he began to concentrate on controlling it. The original experimental subject went up directly, without any hints at all, and the other party was not at the same level as Hinata Kangyu, so the amount was not a problem at all. Doping had never thought that he could let Hinata Kangyu enter the sage mode, but just let her remember this natural energy, so that she could try to perceive it in the future. Natural energy is like a color. If you haven't seen it before, of course you can't find it among countless colors. But with the first touch and perception, you can find it among countless colors in the future. This is also the reason why the 3 holy places sage modes are not moving, because the fusion colors, natural energy, are different, and the sage modes are also different. Learning the sage mode of that holy place will also be restricted by the opponent. Those who understand will understand. Anyway, Tengu's sage mode is confident that he can control it, and he is not afraid of the opponent's explosion. Time has passed for more than 10 minutes. How do you feel? Tang Ping asked Hinata Kangyu, who closed his eyes and concentrated. If there is no qualitative change after such a long time, it also means that he has not entered the sage mode, or he can't bear so much natural energy. It must be said that the extraordinary organ is indeed the best firewall. If there is no, it must be GG in an instant without explanation. After all, even the 6 clones of the Samsara Eye cannot withstand the erosion of natural energy, let alone the flesh and blood body. Very good. Hinata Kangyu felt the changes in himself. Natural energy is of course far inferior to the sage mode. For example, natural energy is equivalent to mild energy, while sage mode is a state of nuclear fission, which damages itself to gain terrifying power. This is also why the creatures in the 3 holy places have long lifespans and strong bodies, but Hashirama and Jiraiya, who have mastered sage mode, have no changes in their bodies and lifespans. The 3 holy places only teach the sage mode, but they won't let you enjoy the natural energy to nourish your body. Natural energy is not infinite. If you have one, the holy place will have one less, so the other party will never share it. Monopoly. Several natural energies are monopolized by the 3 holy places. Now there is a new holy place. Whether it is Mayaboka Mountain or Ryakai Cave, they will be crazy as if they were kicked in the ass, so Doping dare not expose Tangwu. Even now, he doesn't think he will be a match for the holy place. The water in the ninja world is too deep. Yes, you usually let your body adapt to natural energy. Doping handed a bottle of hot spring to the other party. Natural energy can not only improve the quality of the body, but also promote the growth of chakra, and finally lay the foundation for the sage mode. This is the real function of the Kagun, that is, the extraordinary organ. Using it as a weapon in battle is just a byproduct. Only when you are strong can you be truly strong. It's a pity that Yamamakoji can't enjoy this benefit. There are some problems in the communication between the power armor and the body, which needs to be adjusted slowly in the future. After the test is completed, we will naturally go back. However, Du Ping plans to go to the river country first. After being transferred from Wu Yang, he hasn't seen him for a long time, so he has to go and see him. The other party is not a good person. It will be troublesome if he really makes something. It's about a few hundred kilometers from the castle tower to the river country base. It may take a day for ordinary genin, but Jonin can use the instant body technique to travel, and it may take less than a few hours to get there. Go in the morning and come back in the afternoon. It was so close that Du Ping agreed to come to Shashan City to garrison, just to take better care of his real base. With the speed of Du Ping and Hinata Kangyu, it took more than an hour to cross the border and arrived in the south of the river country, dozens of kilometers away from the river island. Du Ping didn't expect to see such an amazing scene. The river country, which was originally divided into islands by countless rivers, actually has neat fields, and a large number of refugees are busy in them, and occasionally there are 1 or 2 wooden cows mixed in. Compared to the conservative side of the castle tower, the river country is completely unscrupulous. Directly divert the river and build fields around the river. The rivers that originally flowed through these areas all merged into other tributaries, so that this area is no longer subjected to the endless river water. To do this, it is naturally not something that ordinary people can accomplish. Wang Liang. The 3-meter-high terracotta warriors under control are not only amazing in strength, but also do not need to rest and maintain, let alone eat, which can create this miraculous scene. Of course, the fear that the other party needs has been slowly absorbed recently. Income and expenditure have not yet reached a balance, but they are slowly approaching. As long as the number of people increases and the territory expands, it is enough to make up for the consumption of fear. What level did the Wuliang used to be in the ghost country? The population is only 1 million, and they are sent back every time they are unsealed, so they don't absorb much fear at all. The river country has much more food than the ghost country, not to mention the fire country next door. Besides the sealing technique, the other party can be persuaded to cooperate obediently because they can see the benefits. Otherwise, the other party would rather die than surrender, which would be troublesome. If it hadn't been beaten by doping, seeing so much food, Wu Yang would have long thought about creating a dark empire and conquering the world. But after being beaten, it let this alien monster know how deep the water in the ninja world is, and it really can't make a splash with its strength. Therefore, cooperating with doping is its only way out. Under threats and inducements, Wu Yang will cooperate obediently and work as a coolie without complaint. See, as long as there is whip and food, even alien monsters can be tamed. A few months. It made it create such an amazing scene. Tens of millions of acres? Anyway, at first glance, Tang Ping saw that they were all silt farmland suitable for farming. Those original islands, after the river water receded, were as conspicuous as mountains. And in the river country, Tang Ping had no scruples and directly absorbed refugees crazily. At least tens of thousands of people worked for him. What restricted him now was food and supplies, otherwise he would not be able to feed the refugees. For their appearance, these refugees did not react much, probably because the security here had become much more peaceful under the crackdown by the ninja army. If it were the past, when these people saw ninjas, their first reaction was to find a place to hide. Soon, they came to the island in the middle of the river, which is where the starting point orphanage is located. Chapter 212 Special Skill, Drawing Cakes. The island is surrounded by water. Countless rivers converge from both sides and then enter the sea in the south. In other words, this place is directly connected to the sea. And at the edge of the island, there is also a prototype of a port that has been excavated, but all kinds of facilities have not been completed. Obviously. In the future, the starting point orphanage can be connected to the castle tower through the sea, and the transportation of materials will be more convenient. Although it takes a lot of detours to transport by sea, it will only take a few days at most. You can easily run back and forth. Moreover, the efficiency of sea transportation is definitely far inferior to that of land transportation. Tang Ping and Hinata Kangyu had just set foot on Jiangxin Island. Sister Kangyu, Lord Tang Ping. A girl with a blue ponytail and beautiful appearance happily rushed out of the building complex. It's Hong Lian. However, compared to the skinny skin she had when she was first picked up, she is completely transformed now. Delicate, white, and tender skin, and the slender figure brought about by long-term training have begun to take shape. And Gurren was not the only one. There were also a large number of boys and girls pouring out of the orphanage. The oldest ones were only in their teens, but they all stayed behind obediently and walked over under the leadership of several Mikos and teachers. And Hong Lian rushed in front of the two of them like a eldest sister, as if she was using this method to show off her favor to others. Haven't seen you for a long time. This made Tang Ping dumbfounded, but he cooperated and touched the other person's head. The Kidian orphanage has an ample supply of food, and there are also secret medicine resource rewards from time to time. People usually take them to see the living environment of the refugees from the river country, so that they can understand who gives them their happiness today. At the same time, they did not rush to cultivate it into a killing machine like the root, but slowly laid the foundation and set up a system for elimination of the last place. Once you are eliminated, you lose the opportunity to become a ninja. Various methods were used to directly make these little guys full of loyalty, and their results were also extremely good. If there is really a naughty child, reality will teach the other person how to be a good person. There are about 200 formal students. It's not that there aren't more candidates. Can't afford it. Only by fully supplying food can they ensure that they are in good health, as well as secret medicine, ninja tools, and other resources. Ninjas are completely gold-eating beasts. Only those who have trained ninjas themselves will know that this sentence is completely wise and clear. Therefore, even if about 500 teenagers were adopted through the task channel of the Southwest Ninja Army, the number of ninja training places would only be 200. The other 300 young people can also use their outstanding performance to edge out the top 200 people. Although Dohei didn't want to be as extreme as Genbu, he also didn't want to learn how to herd sheep like the future Konoha Ninja School. If you don't study hard, you will die, or you can just move bricks. Of course, as resources become sufficient and teachers increase, the number of places to train ninjas will also increase, but there is no rush. The continuous hematopoietic ability will make Tang Ping's power become stronger and stronger. You haven't bullied anyone lately, have you? While Tang Ping asked, he smiled and nodded at the approaching orphans, seeing the genuine excitement on their faces. These people are your own heritage and your own future. From now on, it's up to them to lie down. Of course, no. Gurren puffed up her chest, but immediately bent it down. Beating someone up shouldn't be considered bullying, right? It can only be said that Gurren's character has changed a lot since he did not wander around for several years before being picked up by Orochimaru like in the original historical line. At the same time, early training also makes her potential far beyond the original historical line. This time I want to test your progress. If you fail, you will be punished. Tang Ping didn't mean to blame Gurren and brought up another topic. Don't worry, I'm the first in every test. When it comes to strength, Hong Lian is full of confidence. Because in terms of strength, she is already extremely powerful at only 10 years old. Even if it's not as good as Kakashi's 10-year-old special Jonin level, he's definitely not weak. The limit of blood inheritance. It's just so unreasonable. At this time, her chakra is comparable to that of a Chunin. Coupled with her special crystal escape, ordinary Chunin is no match at all. In the following time, Tang Ping also checked the scores of all students. If not compared with the 5 major ninja villages, it is very outstanding. Stimulated by his elimination at the bottom and moving bricks, the top 200 people worked hard, and at the same time, those at the back also had the motivation to catch up. Even though the ninja talent is far inferior to those of the descendants of the ninja clan, their efforts and hard work are far superior to those of the other people. Coupled with the various resources provided by Tang Ping, they have grown extremely fast. Even those small ninja villages cannot do this. Other teenagers who are not trained as ninjas usually learn basic knowledge such as writing and arithmetic. Even if you can't be a ninja in the future, you can still act as a manager and manage the territory for him. Done. Anyway, after watching Kidian Orphanage, Tang Ping is extremely optimistic about his future. Give the ninja world a little shock, JPG. I believe that after he develops the river country, he will let the 5 major countries know what real farming is. After staying in the orphanage for a long time, Tang Ping set off for the construction site. It is also where the monsters are. Since the terracotta warriors and horses need to be controlled within 10 kilometers of the monsters, when the development area moves dozens of kilometers away from Jiangxin Island, the monsters will naturally move with them. Soon, Tang Ping and Hinata Kangyu arrived at the construction site. Honda Taka and Ashisaki Kiyo were both there, and of course the demon Jinkraki. Underworld. Now the sprite resides in his body, so when the sprite doesn't want to show up, Huang Quan's consciousness controls his body. Those terracotta warriors and horses. They all stayed in the cave to avoid the sun. XXXX. And he is wearing a layer of vest to make him look like a puppet rather than the evil terracotta warrior. Treatment as a boss. At this time, Huang Chuan and the terracotta warriors were not alien monsters at all in the eyes of Ghost Country and Tang Ping, but big treasures. Not to mention sealing them, if anyone wanted to covet them, they would fight to the death with the opponent. Grown-ups. Tang Ping. Two different voices sounded. Honda Takashi and Ashiki Kiyu naturally saw Dohei coming. Even Huang Chuan could only stand up helplessly and strike a posture. The bigger the fist, the truth is. In the Battle of Demon Country, Dohei forcibly persuaded, physically, the monster, so as a human pillar, he could only follow the monster he believed in. I didn't expect the progress to be so fast. Tang Ping glanced at the huge river channel that had been half dug not far away. Once the river is dug through, it can be diverted and a large amount of land can be freed up for planting or other things. For ordinary people, it is impossible to dig in the river. But it is extremely easy for the terracotta warriors. Both its powerful strength and weight allow it to work underwater without worrying about accidents, so it is definitely the chosen worker of the River Kingdom. Don't worry, I will definitely complete your plan ahead of time. Honda Eagle made the assurance with an excited look. For him who aspires to become the biggest businessman in the ninja world, running a guild can help him realize his wish more than running a territory or even a country, so he is full of motivation. Plan. That is, Tang Ping planned to use Jiangxin Island as the starting point to transform the southern area of the River Kingdom and build it into a territory that belongs only to him. The amount of work is simply astronomical. But once it is completed, this area with extremely harsh environment where people cannot survive will be transformed into a fertile and rich territory in an instant, becoming his base. Tang Ping began to check the seal on Huang Quan's body. No matter how honest the ghost behaves, he will not give the other party a chance to cause trouble. The other party is a monster from another world. God knows what the other party is thinking. If he insists on seeking death, then there is nothing he can do. Starting next year, you can go to the southern part of the Fire Country to harvest fear. Tang Ping reinforced and adjusted the seal, and at the same time made some promises. The population of the Fire Nation far exceeds that of the River Nation, and it is definitely a place with the most abundant feasts. Real. A voice sounded from inside Huang Quan's body. It's a monster. Of course it couldn't help itself after hearing Tang Ping's empty promises. Of course it's true, but the prerequisite is that you work hard as agreed. Tang Ping gave a warning. Don't worry, I will definitely ask Huang Chuan to cooperate with me fully. The monster naturally leaves the work to the Jinkraki, and it only needs to provide the power. Just when the two of them completed the Pi transaction, Tang Ping also received a piece of information. After reading it, a smile appeared on his face. It's finally here. He has been waiting for this news. Chapter 213 Golden Flash appears. Konoha can't hold on any longer. The Cloud Ninja army of the Land of Lightning has been on a violent offensive since they killed the Mizukage a few months ago. And a troop led by the Abbey group was separated, bypassing the front line of defense and attacking the Fire Nation from the flank. Although Minato Namikaze led the troops to intercept. But they fought a guerrilla war and refused to engage in a head-on confrontation with Konoha's interception forces. The attacking side holds the initiative, so the difficulty of interception can be imagined. Unless the enemy is stubborn and has a strategic goal, it is really not easy to stop him. There was a fierce battle between the two sides. After this battle, Minato Namikaze finally got his own title. Golden Flash. Because in the fight, he was completely outnumbered too, and blocked the Abbey combination, the strongest combination of the new generation of Cloud Ninja. Just like in the Battle of Mount Kikyo, not only did Dohei turn the tide, he also defeated two cage-level members of the new generation of Sand Shinobi head-on. With the full support of Konoha village, his fame instantly surpassed Dohei's. Nonsense, one is strong but a traitor, and the other is a member of the Hokage family. Does the village need to consider who to support? Any hesitation for one more second would be disrespectful to the will of fire. When the other party's fame exploded like a tsunami, Tang Ping, who had been doing the experiment before, felt a little jealous. Originally he was the most handsome guy in Konoha, but he was surpassed in an instant. But thinking that I am stealing Konoha's talents, it's okay. Just a few days ago, when Orochimaru fought with the third Raikage, Noki suddenly appeared on the battlefield and launched a sneak attack, which directly led to the fact that he could not hold the front battlefield, so he had to recall Minato Namikaze. Thus, the Abbey group was free, and during this period they were rampant and wreaked havoc in the northeastern region of the Fire Nation. The village couldn't stand the pressure and decided to send Tang Ping and Team 404 to the Fire and Thunder battlefield to intercept the Abbey combination, or preferably repel it. However, since his current identity is no longer an ordinary ninja, he naturally has to discuss things with others. That's why Tang Ping said this was an opportunity. An opportunity to bring back the members of the eldest branch of the family and the hundreds of civilian ninjas. They have suppressed me, a cage-level strongman, like this. Not only did they take away half of my power, but they also suppressed my reputation and asked me to deal with the Mizu cage. I have endured all this, but they still want to get something for free from me. Do they really think they are a soft persimmon? By the will of fire are you as White Fang and Fugaku? Tang Ping had every reason to attack, and he didn't care about the overall situation, so it was not impossible for the village to want him to take action, but it had to be beneficial. And this benefit can be exchanged for the other party's release. Once you take Uchiha's family out, you have them completely in your hands. As for the hundreds of civilian ninja family members, they were just to add to their numbers, and the village didn't care much about them at all. Now you know why the village hinted at him to take action before, but he used the excuses of the experiment is important and physical discomfort to delay it, right? Just to negotiate terms with the village. Now, the village was completely unable to withstand it, so it offered to help convince Uchiha to let the Nagafusa lineage migrate out of Konoha in exchange for his help. Also because of the meat rots in the pot, even if you move out of Konoha, you will still be in the land of fire, otherwise there will be no discussion at all. Let's go back. The corners of Tanghei's mouth were so raised that even AK couldn't hold back, and he said something to Hinata Kangyu next to him. Then he said goodbye to a few people, and the key point was to describe to the demon how delicious the cake would be in the future, and then he left quickly. When we returned to the castle tower, it was already evening. However, Dohei couldn't wait any longer and directly called for Yamamakoji and the Uchiha quartet. Mei, Shizuka, Sho, Yashiro. Among the few people, Yashiro squeezed into the core circle by virtue of his strong management ability. The village cannot withstand the harassment of the Cloud Ninja Army and wants my team to take action to help expel the Abbey group. I am ready to agree. Tang Ping made the decision right after they met. The village has suppressed us like this, is there any need to be so concerned? Uchiha Sho looked unhappy. He is a martial arts sect who wishes to use force to overthrow the village's senior officials and put Uchiha in power. What do you think he would think of the village's senior officials? Not to mention that he now regards himself as a person in the castle tower, and is even more dissatisfied with the village. Did I give you any conditions in exchange, sir? Yashiro asked tentatively. Smart man. Uchiha Shizuka is also very smart, but her talent is all about illusions and not about internal affairs. Yes, the higher UPS said they would help us persuade Uchiha to move people from the Nagafusa lineage out of the village. Tang Ping announced the good news. This is indeed good news for Uchiha. Because these remnant soldiers have homes and cannot return, and now they can take their families out to reunite, you can imagine how happy they will be. Really? Very good. Both Xiang and Yashiro couldn't help themselves. But will the village fulfill its promise so easily? Uchiha Shizuka questioned. This is also a reminder to Tang Ping that the village might be doing some tricks. Don't worry, I will get the village's nod before setting off. When the time comes, Mei, you will lead the team and be responsible for picking up the people. We must complete it as soon as possible. Of course Tang Ping understands that when it comes to misbehaving, the village's top management has always been misbehaving, so he has been prepared for this. Get money first, do things later. As long as the matter is not resolved, he will naturally not move. Methods such as moral kidnapping and putting the overall situation first are of no use to him. He is a fun-loving person, and he would like to see blood flowing like a river. Even if Konoha is destroyed, it will be a pity that there is no place to suck blood, and he will never bear it. Leza people are fearless. If people like White Fang, Namikaze Minato, and others, they may think that the village is important, and they must first resolve the danger to the village before anything else. That's why he was plotted to death by the village. That's good. Uchiha Shizuka strongly agreed. As long as the Chongfang clan members are taken out, they will be completely free from now on. The point is that we are still in the land of fire. The village will not take action without a chance, and other ninja villages cannot take action. Incidents like the Whirlpool clan incident in the Kingdom of Whirlpool will not happen to them. After we leave, Nobita, the Yatsushiro sword maker and the sword maker, will be in charge. Tang Ping explained the arrangements after leaving. In short, in one sentence, after they leave, the Southwest Ninja Army will focus on defense. Don't cause anything to yourself, even if it is an order from the village, try to delay it. Yes, he was afraid that after he left, the village would take the opportunity to cause trouble. Uchihame and others also want to go to Konoha with him to pick up people. He was worried that someone would dress up as a thief or another ninja from the ninja village and directly destroy the migration team, then he would definitely cry to death. It's really not a random worry. With Danzo's twitchy character, he felt that the Nagafusa lineage would threaten the village in the future. He was really capable of doing such a terrible thing. He even dares to assassinate the Hokage, what is there that he doesn't dare to do? In terms of courage, Danzo is truly the strongest in Konoha. Several people completed the plan. There is no need to worry that the village chief is unwilling to leave Konoha. The power of the head of the house is so great, and if you continue to stay in the village, you will only be ostracized. With Uchihame and the others in the castle tower, neither the village nor the clan would look down upon the eldest son. The clan ostracizes them out of guilt. The front leg only agreed to sacrifice them, but the back leg discovered that they were still there. It was a complete stain and shame. When you see the eldest brother, you will think of this. Do you think they will have a good face? So, from the beginning to the end, whether it was Dohei or Uchihame, they didn't think that the Nagash would refuse to move. Anyway, the place of life is still the land of fire, and they haven't left the country, so there is no need to worry about acclimatization. After discussion, the news was sent back to the clan first, so that the people of the Nagash could be prepared. The next day, Dohei's 404 team, and nearly 200 private soldiers started to set off. As for the castle tower, it was naturally handed over to the Southwest Ninja Army. As for the trade with the land of water, it was left to Nobita to be responsible for it, and it would be fine according to the normal mission mode. In other words, pay. As a member of the Southwest Ninja Army, this power is still there. After the route is opened, the danger is greatly reduced. As long as a few teams are sent and there is a senior ninja in charge, there is no need to worry about not being able to handle it. Anyway, there will be Terumi and Kizuna clans to meet in the land of water, so there is really not much danger. As for whether it will be seen as a pie transaction, please, the one doing the trade is the United Fruit Chamber of Commerce, which has nothing to do with Tang Ping. If you dare to say anything, I will sue you for defamation, slander me. Chapter 214 Haiga Kangyu, boring, I want to see a river of blood JP. Chapter 214 Haiga Kangyu, boring, I want to see a river of blood. JPG. Konoha Village. Tang Ping looked at the gate in front of him with a complicated look. Once, he really thought that as long as he could not pass the assessment or remain unknown, he would lie down in the village to retire. But it was because of Danzo's calculations that his dream was shattered and he became what he is today. If he doesn't die every day, he will die. His ideal is to lie down. But there is no way. If you don't want to die or be a toy of the Otsutsuki clan, you have to roll. It's all Danzo's fault. Let's go. Tang Ping took the lead and walked into the village. The team consists of 5 people. In addition to the 404 team, there are 2 figures wearing masks and cloaks. They are Uchihame and Uchiha Shizuka. The rest of the team, led by Uchiha Xiang, are on standby more than 10 kilometers away. The village must know those people, but they tacitly pretend not to know. Master Dohei. The 2 gate gods guarding the gate stood up from behind the registration table. You must register when you perform a mission, but some people can naturally break the rules. Do you need to register when you leave the village like the 3 ninjas and high-ranking officials? The current Dohei is much less famous than the 3 ninjas, and is even inferior to the Golden Flash, but his status is not low. At least the 2 of them have to call him master, so registration is naturally unnecessary. But when they saw the two masked figures behind them, one of them seemed to want to say something, but was covered by the other. "You are so timid. Didn't you see who brought it? The village leaders don't care. Do you really want to step forward? The most important thing for the registration job is vision and emotional intelligence. If you are really stubborn, you would have given up long ago." So they naturally know that since Doping dared to bring it into the village openly, there must be no problem. If there is a problem, it is not something that small people like them can deal with. So the two decided to write it in the report, and how the higher UPS deal with it is their business. On the other side, "You are so timid." Hinata Kangyu seemed to have heard the words of the two registration ninjas behind her, and seemed a little dissatisfied. What she wanted was for the other party to jump out and make trouble, so that there would be fun to watch. "Boring, I want to see a river of blood. JPG. Especially slapping Konoha in the face, she doesn't say how much she likes it. After all, it is the village's permission that allows things like caged birds to exist, which not only made her lose her parents, but also made her live in hell. It was only because she was redeemed by Doping that she would definitely die quietly in the grove that day. As for the village, she had shown the greatest restraint by not helping the village, so she only had one thing to say about slapping the village in the face. Make sure to increase your efforts. Now that you see that the opportunity to slap the village in the face has been lost, you will naturally feel unhappy. They are not cowardly, they are just smart." Uchiha Shizuka's voice came from under the mask. "Since they are sacrifices in the village, they must wear masks, otherwise they will slap the faces of the village leaders and the Uchiha clan. However, wearing masks is wearing masks, the village leaders still know that the two have arrived. Not to mention other aspects, do they really think that they have no sense of the telescope technique? Let's get ready to go, let's go to the Hokage building." When they arrived at the core area of the village, Dohei signaled the two to return to the clan first. "Okay." Uchiha Mei nodded and simply took Uchiha Shizuka back to the clan. It's not easy to move the eldest branch. People are easy to talk about, but what about wealth, houses, etc.? And Doping's solution is very simple. Compensation. For example, how much money should be given for 1 square meter of house, or how many square meters of house should be given in exchange. Does it sound familiar? Relocation compensation. Doping got the inspiration from this. Anyway, there are a lot of lands in the castle tower, and at most it will take some time to build houses. Even if it doesn't work, it can be compensated with land. Even if the ninjas don't farm themselves, they can find someone to farm for them in the form of tasks. Anyway, the Nagafusa lineage doesn't have to worry about having a hard life after moving out of the village. Thinking about these, Doping and the others came to the Hokage building. Really good action. Quick, tisk. Looking at the brand new red building and building complex in front of him, as well as the newly rebuilt Shadow Rock, Hinata Kangyu showed a mocking look on his face without any pretense. The Ninja World War has reached this point. Every resource in the village is extremely precious, and it is really frustrating that funds are still allocated to rebuild these. However, after seeing someone looking at her, she immediately entered the little white flower state. His disguised face was full of timidity and harmlessness, making it impossible to tell that he was the brave enough to face Unaki head-on against the fierce woman who fell from the sky. Even if Uchiha Madara crawled out from underground, she could fight, and block him for a while, or at least retreat safely. After all, the opponent has lost his Rinnegan, and due to physical reasons, his fighting power is too low, so the tactic of outlasting the old man can be used to drag him to death. The crowd entering and exiting the Hokage building naturally saw Doping and the others. However, due to his long-term absence and the village blocking the news, no matter how brilliant his achievements were, his reputation in the village continued to decline. The village is still very good at manipulating public opinion. Otherwise, a few years later, there wouldn't be a situation where one of the 3 famous ninjas like Orochimaru would lose to a junior. Who is this? It looks familiar, I seem to have seen it there before. Yes, it's the purifying flame and the fury of the storm. That's right, the opponent's ninja tool is unique, there is no other like it in the village. Many villagers recognized the 3 people who came to the Hokage building. In particular, Koji Yamama, who was known as the Fury of the Storm, was the first to be recognized. Who made him dress up now? He has restored his metal armor and has a terrifying height of almost 2 meters and 5. Ordinary people would be half a head shorter than him when standing in front of him. There were countless curious eyes regarding the ninja tools on him. Powerful ninja tools are sought after in themselves. Just like the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Ninja, it is what all the Mist Ninja yearn for. The effect of the ninja tools on Koji Yamama will only be stronger and attract more attention. Especially Danzo's roots. It's a pity that it is in Shanji Unhauer's hands, otherwise he would have found a way to get it long ago. Step, step. The 3 of them went up to the 2nd floor along the brand new staircase. Fortunately, the power armor has a weight-reducing effect, otherwise the stairs would have broken under the pressure of several tons of armor. Note that it is not difficult to add this effect. Just like after strengthening chakra, a ninja can even stand firmly on the water, carrying several tons of weight usually only requires the consumption of a tiny amount of chakra. Boom, boom. After the leading ninja knocked on the door and got permission to enter, the 3 followed in. The semi-isolated Hokage office is quite large. The huge desk piled with documents is the center, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is wearing a hat with the word fire on it and sitting behind the desk, all explain the nature of this office. By the way, there are 2 small tables on the side, with 2 old biddens sitting behind them. Yutane Koharu, Mito Kato-en. The 2 of them are usually in their own offices and only come here when there is something going on. Finally, there was the man who was missing a leg but still chose to stand by the window, showing his strong figure. Danzo. The other party was also in the office, which was enough to show the importance of this meeting. After all, Konoha is famous for holding big meetings for small matters and small meetings for big matters. As long as the small meeting makes a decision, other people's opinions are not important at all. The door was closed by the leading ninja. Now, there were no outsiders in the office, not even Narashikaku, the Jonin squad leader and Konoha military advisor. In fact, this has already hinted that F4 is preparing to make a pie transaction with Tang Ping. At this time, Tang Ping was already qualified to trade with the village. Now that I'm here, can I start fulfilling the conditions? As soon as the door was closed, Tang Ping got straight to the point. I came here today not to chat, but to ask the village to release the people first. Money first, then goods. Is his goal. The village wanted to pay the money first and then agree to move him after he completed the rescue. Naturally, he would not agree. Therefore, there was a lot of tension in this meeting. Chapter 215 Confrontation in the Hokage's office. Uchiha Tohei, do you admit your guilt? Danzo was the first to attack. You mobilized so many people to come to Konoha without informing us. Are you planning to betray the village? This refers to the people led by Uchiha Xiang. And there is no problem at all with the angle of attack. The arrival of those people was indeed not reported, so if there were any problems, there were indeed some. I don't understand what Elder Danzo said. Those people seem to be Konoha ninjas, or sacrificed heroes, right? Tang Ping responded directly. He doesn't spoil anyone even if he's the top guy on the list. People like Uchiha Fugaku/Shisui and Itaki always gave in when facing Danzo. I don't know if they were born spineless. Fugaku, are you polite? Hey, if they are ninjas from the village, then what's with their forehead protectors? Danzo pointed out the fact with a proud look on his face. That's right, the forehead protectors worn by those people have become the symbol of sky instead of the Konoha forehead protectors. From this point of view, it can indeed be said that he voluntarily gave up his Konoha identity. Shouldn't you ask your sister Qiao Shijun about the reason? Tang Ping glanced at F4 in the office with disdain. How shameless! It was obviously them who forced people to lose their Konoha identity, and now they are accusing them of voluntarily giving up their Konoha identity. This is totally a no-brainer. But if you want to live well, being shameless is indeed the first condition. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed twice unbearably first, interrupted the confrontation between the two, and said, Okay, we don't have much time, let's talk about business first. Like the two people sitting next to them, their faces are not red, their hearts are not beating, they are like 10,000-year-old tortoises, completely shameless. In other words, in Konoha F4, the most shameless person is actually Sarutobi Hiruzen. But this makes sense. If it weren't for the shamelessness, we wouldn't have established a root group to take the blame. Uchiha Danhei, you didn't rush to the front line as ordered, did you want to disobey the order? Danzo took advantage of the situation to attack. The two of them didn't deal with each other at all, so he naturally had to play the role of the black face, while the remaining two elders played the middle role. They would relax when they saw something was not right. All I can say is, don't underestimate the F4 group. They have controlled the Konoha tree for decades, which shows their skill. As a general, I should have the power to make on-the-spot decisions, so it's normal for me to decide to go back to the village to rest for a while, isn't it? Tang Ping is not timid at all when it comes to bickering. As a part-time gangjing and key guest before time travel, he is not weak in this aspect. Then what is the purpose of your coming today? Mito Kadoyan saw that the situation was not right and immediately interrupted the momentum. I think people from the Uchiha Fang family like the southern scenery very much, so they want to go and enjoy it now. Tang Ping expressed his request tactfully. Let people go now. In the letter, they promised to complete the task. Bold. You are too presumptuous. Danzo and Koharu, who was transferred to another dormitory, were rarely on the same battle line. Both of them were extremely dissatisfied with Tang Ping's threat. Yes, in their view, this is a threat to themselves. Obviously they have agreed to the conditions with humiliation, but they still can't believe in themselves. How can they not be upset? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kaiden's expressions were not good looking either, but they did not have attacks. Both of them still have the ability to endure. Do you know how brave I am only today? Tang Ping was indifferent. Because he really didn't care. If the village's senior officials disagreed, he would show it to them on the spot. I'm seriously ill, you can't let me go to support the front line, right? So, you want to refuse the village's order? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in an imposing manner. And following his words, the air in the office seemed to cool down instantly. Anbu appeared everywhere, all targeting Dohei and the others. Yamamakoji and Hinata Kangyo didn't move, as if they didn't notice anything. As for what Dohei said, he had already seen that Hiruzen Sarutobi was prepared to use the general trend to force him to surrender. As long as there is a first time, there will be a second time, countless times. Facing Konoha, the leader of the 5 great ninja villages, this trend is really not something ordinary people can bear. Unfortunately, they miscalculated one thing. Tang Ping is not an ordinary person. The strong shadow level gave him enough confidence to protect himself. Not to mention, one of the 2 teammates around him is a shadow level human shield, and the other is a strong shadow level, and he has the terrifying existence of 3 fetal movements, Tensegan and Wiha. In terms of pure combat effectiveness against people, Tang Ping is not as good as Hinata Kangyu. With this super trump card hidden in the dark, even if Konoha was really prepared, he would have no risk at all. What I'm most afraid of is the sudden silence in the air. A few minutes later. Back off. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly waved his hand. The famous Anbu around them disappeared quickly, as if they had never appeared at all, and the momentum of the few people also calmed down. I can't agree to this condition, please give me another one. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke firmly. Once these Uchiha Fang clan members are allowed to leave, they will really lose control. Since Hokage-sama agreed to let them go to the castle tower, now it's just a little earlier. If you don't agree with this, are you planning to go back on your word? Tang Ping pointed it out directly. Do you really think I am the Hokage and I have to give you face? Uchiha Danhei, when facing the Hokage, as a Konoha ninja, you must remain respectful. A reminder of Zio-kun's dissatisfaction when she goes to bed. Yes, of course I respect Hokage-sama. Tang Ping's little bear spreads his hands. He has restrained himself enough without slapping the other person directly in the face, right? If it were Tsunade, she would only hit him harder than herself. She might just smash the table and beat Danzo. Wouldn't they be able to take advantage of him? Exactly, they are really a group of old immortals who bully the weak and fear the strong. While complaining in his heart, Tang Ping was full of confidence. Choosing to attack at this time was entirely because he knew that if he did not stop the Abi combination from wreaking havoc, the northeastern region of the country of fire might be destroyed. What will be lost then is countless wealth, population, etc., so the Fire Nation will definitely panic and give Konoha death orders. Because Konoha is equivalent to a mercenary from the land of fire, and now the employer's wealth has been destroyed, shouldn't the mercenary you paid him to deal with the destroyer for himself? It was because of this that Tang Ping dared to come directly to Konoha village to show off his cards and force him into the palace. Otherwise, do you think he is really reckless? Obviously, Dohei's no oil and salt look directly made Konoha F4 numb. The strong men in the village that I faced in the past could do anything with the will of fire, but at best they would trick me again. But now? People don't like this at all. So, after a few people looked at each other, Koharu and Mito Kadoyan moved to bed and slightly nodded their heads at Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressing their attitude. We can agree to your request, but there are several conditions. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he could only agree to Dohei's conditions this time, otherwise it would be over if the Kumo ninja army continued to destroy it. The lesser of two evils. He naturally understands this. But you can't agree to it in vain. Some requirements are prerequisites. Hokage-sama, please speak. Tang Ping also pricked up his ears, wondering what the conditions would be. First of all, these people must hide and leave, so that no one can discover the truth. Then after they leave, they are not allowed to reveal their identities, and Konoha village will not admit their existence. At the same time, these people can only live in the castle tower, otherwise even if Konoha will be destroyed, I will destroy them first. Finally, you must expel the Abbey group. Sarutobi Hiruzen made several requests one after another. It's all irrelevant, just to save Konoha's face. How could Tang Ping refuse this? Good. He nodded decisively and turned around to leave, ready to fulfill the agreement. As for the relocation, Uchiha Mei and Uchiha Shizuka are in charge, so there is no need to worry. After getting the reward, the next step is to complete the task. Chapter 216 Confronting the Eight-Tailed Jinhyuriki. Northeastern region of Fire Country. As soon as they entered this area, Tang Ping and the others found that there were people fleeing everywhere, as well as robberies, killings, etc. Out of control. Under the attack of Raikage's separate army, this area of the country of fire was completely out of control. The blood and killing are far away. So, the ninja world is really hell. For those who have no strength. A convoy protected by a large number of samurai and ashiguru appeared in the center. Damn it! Get out of the way, you untouchables! If you block Master King He's convoy, I will skin you. The refugees fled to both sides. But some people were beaten to the ground by whips and scabbards because they were too late. Faced with this situation, the refugees, whose number was countless times that of this convoy, suffered silently and did not dare to resist at all. Including those who robbed, they couldn't help but avoid it. This is the nobility. It is exactly the rhythm of the celestial dragons in the ninja world. No matter how they wreak havoc on the people, they do not dare to resist. Because ordinary people in this world don't have the concept of kings, princes, generals, and xiangning. In their view, it is natural for them to be bullied by nobles. Numb and submissive. This is the biggest impression that people in the ninja world have on Dohei. But these have nothing to do with him. No matter how unhappy he is, he will not jump out to vent his anger unless it violates his own interests. He is not the virgin. The most important thing is, if it were not for the existence of these forces, how could we show the excellence of our own forces? The ninja world is a terrible world. There is no need to do better than the world before time travel, as long as it can be better than other forces. Just like if the village's top officials don't become demons, the castle tower cannot absorb the Uchiha of the Nagafusa lineage and the hundreds of ninjas. From this aspect, Tang Ping not only does not hate these forces, but also thanks them. It all depends on the support of my peers. As for Hinata Kangyu and Shanji Unkoji, they didn't pay much attention to this situation at all, because it was the norm in the ninja world. If you observe carefully, you will find that all ninjas have a habit. The village is most important. Even if you die for the village, you won't hesitate, but outside the village, it doesn't matter even if it is destroyed. For example, a certain filial son. I like to look at my family from the perspective of a village, so naturally I feel unhappy and feel that my family is too narrow-minded. But if he looked at the village with the eyes of the land of fire, he would definitely feel that the village was the cancer. If you look at all countries from the perspective of the ninja world, you will even want to eliminate all nobles and ninjas. Therefore, his phrase narrow Uchiha is actually more suitable for him. The three of them spent a lot of time and finally found the defeated army that was attacking the army. At a simple camp located halfway up the hillside, two Konoha ninjas stopped them. Stop! The other party naturally saw the three people protecting their foreheads, but still stopped them. Transformation. There are a lot of ninjutsu like this, so they must be verified. And Tang Ping has no intention of forcing a breakthrough. We are all just making ends meet, so there is no need to embarrass others. Soon. A pea-eyed, quite old Konoha Jounin walked out. Let them in, this is the famous purifying flame and storm fury. As for Hinata Kangyu, they were ignored directly. I have to say that this camouflage ability is really amazing. Who are you? Tang. Ping looked at the other party. I am the Jiaoninkeim KT, and I am also the Deputy General of this unit. It's just that, my incompetence has led to the current situation. As soon as they met, this elite Jiaonin, who was almost 50 or so, already considered to be an advanced age, started to blame himself. Elite Jonin. Although he is nothing in front of the church, he is already considered a middle and high-level person in the village, and he is already qualified to serve as the Deputy General of the First Army. If it were peacetime, even the ninja army commander would not be ineligible to sit. Mu Mu Gong Dao. Tang Ping thought about it in his mind, but in the end he still couldn't remember it, so he had to give up. But since the other party can be appointed as the Deputy General of this attack force, it means that there must be something special. This is an order from the village. From now on, I will be the commander of the attack force. Tang Ping took out the appointment first. The target of this mission is the ninja army led by the Abbey combination. There are not just 2 people. Of course, it is impossible to kill them as a team. Of course, there is no hope of success, but unless the firepower is fully unleashed, a shadow-level powerhouse can directly clear the ground. After all, the Kumo ninja troops number 500. After receiving the order, Mu Mu Gong Dao confirmed it and then saluted. Yes, Lord Tang He, from now on, my troops and I will obey your orders. Regardless of strength or record, the other party convinced him, so there was no such thing as looking down or provoking. Among ninjas, big fists are the last word. So even though there was a huge age gap between the 2 parties, he didn't feel any resentment at all, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. Following such a strong man, at least the safety aspect is much better than before. Previously, he led the defeated troops to avoid the Cloud Ninja army, for fear of being found by the other party. Now that we have support, we don't have to worry about more than 200 people being found. Previously, there were 1,000 people in the attacking force, but after successive battles, especially after Namikaze Minato was transferred, they were directly crippled by several rounds of raids by the opponent, and they collapsed. After heavy losses, only this few people were left. It can only be said that shadow-level powerhouses play a decisive role in small-scale conflicts. Their presence or absence are completely different things. That's good, let's get out of here first, otherwise we'll be in trouble if the other party comes to visit us. Tang Ping began to give orders. I have been here for a few days, and my whereabouts may have been exposed. It is best to avoid the enemy first, and wait until we regain our strength to fight back. On the contrary, Mu Mu Kung Fu didn't think there would be a problem. He carefully selected this place. No matter how strong the Cloud Ninja Army's reconnaissance capabilities were, they would not be able to find it so quickly, so he said confidently. Don't worry, Mr. Dohei, it's impossible here. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by a strange voice. Hey, I shine infinitely to illuminate you. Following this voice was a tall figure with dark skin, light yellow hair, wearing black sunglasses, carrying 7 knives on his back, with the word iron on his exposed right shoulder, and horn marks on his left cheek, standing on the side slope top. The Konoha ninja who was originally standing there had fallen to the ground softly and turned into a corpse. Kilabi! How is that possible? It's this monster, run away! The Konoha ninjas in the camp were extremely panicked. Because the other party is not a human being. It's the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed Jyashi is still the kind of perfect Jinchuriki who can control the tailed beasts freely without going berserk or losing control. This is terrible. The efficiency of ninjas' use of chakra, coupled with the infinite chakra provided by tailed beasts, is an invincible combination. Namikaze Minato was draggling the 2 of them, not solving them. This must be made clear. After all, the fastest in the ninja world. If the 2 dare to ignore each other and kill other Konoha ninjas, then Minato Namikaze can also do this, and the killing speed will only be faster. In terms of food abuse, Fei Lei Shen is really invincible. Therefore, the strong men on both sides can only delay each other to achieve the other's reputation. If it were a head-on fight to the death, Kirabi would have a greater chance of surviving. In other words, as long as Namikaze Minato is willing, he will be 50-50 with anyone. He dare not say he will win, but he will never lose. Do you understand the value of being the fastest in the ninja world? However, Kirabi suddenly lowered his head and looked down at the handsome young man with short black hair in the camp below the hillside. The overbearing and fiery feeling on the other side even made the devil in the body sound a warning. You know, this is something that has never happened even when fighting Namikaze Minato. Oh, powerful enemy, oh, Kiribi. He pointed to Tang Ping with both hands and introduced himself. Chapter 217. In terms of fancy, I would like to call you the strongest in the ninja world. Uchiha Danhei. Looking up at Kilabi on the top of the slope, Tang Ping introduced himself. From the perspective of the anime, the other party is funny and kind, but from the perspective of the enemy, the other party is a cold-blooded and cruel killer. Just like Namikaze Minato. There are completely two contradictory attitudes toward the Konoha villagers and other people. Facing these people, if you wear filters, you will definitely suffer. Whoosh! A pencil with blue light flew towards him like lightning. Bang! However, it was blocked by Yamamakoji, who broke it. This was a deliberate test to confirm that they were not pretending to be transformation jutsu. It must be said that Kiribi looked careless and funny, but in fact he was careful and cautious. Oh, I won the prize, facing the strong enemy. Kiribi sang and danced, and then not only did he not retreat, but he took the initiative to rush forward. Lord Kiribi. However, his action scared the two scout ninjas who followed him. The original plan was to send the information back after discovering the target, and then wait for the large force to attack. But he didn't expect that his master would take the initiative to jump out, and even kill directly into the Konoha camp. If there were no strong people, there would be no problem with the strength of the perfect Jinchuriki. But now the other side obviously has a strong person, and his master still rushed forward, which would be dangerous. So after the two looked at each other, one of them took out a flare to use. The dazzling red smoke condensed in the sky. This signal means that in case of danger, other cloud ninjas must come to the rescue as quickly as possible. You organize the retreat first, and leave it to us. Doping ignored Kiribi, who rushed from the top of the slope and gave orders directly to Mumu Gongdeo. It's not that he is afraid of the cloud ninjas, but these Konoha ninjas are not only in low morale, but also have many wounded, who are not suitable for fighting at all. If they are really attacked by the cloud ninja army, they will definitely collapse faster. And he doesn't want to play any tricks of 1 against 1,000, so he naturally has to save this unit. Yes, sir. Mumu Gongdeo nodded without hesitation and then gave orders. Although he is not young, his command ability is really good. Hundreds of people in the entire camp quickly assembled and retreated. The wounded were also supported or carried by others, and the ordinary baggage could only be abandoned. Tang Ping and Hinata Kangyu naturally chose to watch the battle, watching the battle between Yamamakoji and Killer B. I am extremely powerful, you bastard, no. Kiribi, who rushed over, rapped a little strangely, but his movements were extremely sharp, which did not match the voice. Wind style. Fierce wind palm. Yamamakoji started with wind style. Although the scene of a metal giant performing ninjutsu was a little weird, it was indeed successfully used. With his current chakra, even if it is only C-level wind style, the power is not weaker than B-level. The most important thing is that ninjas have high attack and low defense. As long as it can hit, a kunao can easily kill a cage-level strongman, so the power is not important, what is important is to hit. Even if it can't hit the target, wind style can force the target to give up the charge. But who knew that Yamamakoji was directly punched away, knocking over a large number of tents, and stopped only when he hit a giant tree. Oh, I am indeed extremely powerful and charming. Kiribi did not chase him, but rapped. At this time, a layer of light red light appeared on his body. It was the tailed beast chakra. Just now, it was because of this layer of chakra protection that he was able to rush forward with the wind escape. As expected, he is the Bai in the AB combination. Yamamakoji climbed up. There was an obvious fist mark on the outer armor. Even heavy metal would not play much role in this kind of shadow-level battle. Dohei, who was watching the battle, suddenly spoke. The opponent's support is coming soon. This is a hint to Yamamakoji that if he wants to compete with the opponent in physical skills, he should do it now, otherwise there will be no time later. 8 gates of ninjutsu. Life gate, open. Hearing the reminder, Yamamakoji shouted. The 3rd gate. He entered his limit state directly. A terrifying momentum spread, blowing the surrounding plants, allowing people to intuitively know how strong Yamamakoji is at this stage. It's almost the rhythm of Super Saiyan. Konoha Cyclone. Yamamakoji disappeared instantly, and directly used a standard Konoha fluid technique. Communication with Might Guy is not without effect. At least he basically knows the opponent's physical skills. Boom! The two sides collided with fists and feet, and the aftermath directly shattered the ground. It's going to be interesting next. Do Ping, who was standing by and watching the battle, reminded Hinata Kangyu. Because next, he would be able to see the opponent's amazing swordsmanship. 7 sword style. A swordsmanship that people dare not even imagine. Anyway, Do Ping was really convinced. In terms of fancy, the opponent was the best. The real best in using a sword was naturally White Fang. With the sword in hand, all enemies would avoid him. That was because he had no chance, otherwise he would have learned it anyway. Not to mention whether he was strong or not, he was really handsome. Oh! Hinata Kangyu also became interested and watched the battle seriously. Both sides have strong physical skills, but Yamamakoji has the upper hand because of the overwhelming advantages in strength and defense. After all, he can take countless punches from the opponent, but Killer Bee will be injured if he takes one punch from him. The muscle bundle built into the power armor is fully utilized in close combat. A punch without chakra is dozens of tons, and hundreds of tons after adding chakra, which is completely unbearable for flesh and blood. Except for the high consumption, there is really no disadvantage. Even Jinkriki has to avoid its edge. The Wrath of the Storm. This title is indeed not wrong. The offensive is like a storm, completely blocking the enemy. Invincible, even Killer Bee can't stand it. After all, his strongest point is not physical skills. Clang, clang. The sound of long swords coming out of their sheaths rang out. Kirabi used his elbows, legs, etc. to assist, and directly danced the 7 long swords, as if he was a hedgehog covered with sharp blades. Arashirufata. Kirabi said the name of his swordsmanship. The smooth control of the 7 ninja swords is his unique talent, which allows him to exert terrible lethality in battle. The 7 ninja swords are constantly thrown up and down, seemingly chaotic, but in fact they are all in order. Smooth. It is obvious that the 7 ninja swords are controlled at the same time. But in Killer Bee's hands, there is no idleness or waste. The future second pillar, just after the divine power is perfected, was stunned by the opponent's swordsmanship, which shows how strong it is. Dang, dang! The dense sound of metal collisions continued to ring. If it were an ordinary flesh and blood body, it would have been cut into pieces by now. But when it fell on the armor, at most there would be scratches. The 7 ninja swords are not magic weapons, so it is naturally impossible to cut through thick metal armor. Supersonic Thunder Blade. Kirabi also noticed this and directly injected the changed lightning into the sword. The blue light wrapped around the weapon, giving it a terrifying cutting ability in an instant. Boom! Kauji Yamama noticed the danger and punched the ground directly, shattering the surrounding earth, forcing Kirabi to keep his distance. Then he quickly retreated to Dohei's side. It was not because he was afraid of the other party. It was because he didn't want the armor on his body to be damaged. You know, such a set of armor would cost millions of taels, and it would be extremely troublesome. He was not willing to spend more money to buy it. Let's go. Dohei turned and left. It's not time to resolve the battle yet. And Kirabi did not pursue. The battle between the two sides was just a greeting. Bye. Soon, a voice sounded from behind. AI, whose whole body was covered in the light of lightning escape, arrived. Seeing the signal flare, he thought something had happened, so he directly left the troops and rushed here in lightning escape mode, which shows how good the relationship between the two brothers is. Brother. Kirabi turned his head and was about to say something with emotion. Bang! The whole person was smashed into the ground by a fist. Didn't I tell you not to mess around? AI shouted angrily. How could he not be angry when he clearly told the other party not to act without authorization, but he encountered such a thing? Brother, I met Team 404. Kirabi got up from the ground and told everything just now with a serious face. After listening to this, AI was not worried, but said excitedly. Great, I have long wanted to compete with this kid. At this time, he was full of fighting spirit. Oh, a combination, crazy powerful, yet. Kirabi had the same idea. In his heart, the combination of himself and his elder brother is absolutely invincible in the ninja world. Chapter 218 The Missing Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki. On the other side, Team 404 of Tang Ping and his team were the last to cover the team's retreat. The two sides met dozens of kilometers away. For ordinary people, this distance takes at least 1 or 2 days to reach. But for ninjas, even genin can easily reach it within 1 or 2 hours. My lord. The welcoming Mumu Gongdeo looked a little ashamed and scared. The shame was because he was slapped in the face before, and the fear was because if Tang Ping and his team were not there, it would be over. Continue to retreat, I believe the other party will come again soon. Tang Ping explained. He actually didn't care much about the battle. If it were any other time traveler, they would have hoped that the war would end as soon as possible so that Konoha's casualties would be minimized. They directly regarded Konoha as their ancestors. But when it came to Dohei, he didn't have much affection for the village except for the people around him. At most, he wanted to have fun and enjoy the environment. Originally, he was indifferent to this mission. But when he received a piece of information about the main army of the Thunder and Fire battlefield, his face instantly darkened. The cold and terrifying killing intent even made Mumu Gongdeo beside him dare not breathe. What are those bastards thinking? Dao Erhei forced himself to restrain his anger and didn't vent it directly. The information contained a lot of content, but the most important one was only one. That is, the Nine Tails ran wild in the main battlefield, directly damaging the Cloud Ninja and the Konoha army, and the Jinzuran was missing. This is definitely a plot that Dohei had never thought of. It must be said that the real ninja world has completely become a darker and more brutal version without the halo of bonds and passion compared to the anime. For example, Uzumaki Kushina has been on the battlefield several times. Just think about it, this is also reasonable. The tailed beasts themselves are weapons. It is normal to use them at critical moments such as the Ninja World War. It is abnormal not to use them. Didn't you see that the Jinkriki of several major ninja villages have gone to the battlefield? Do you really think that Konoha is a saint who is unwilling to use its combat power? How naive! In the past, it was just because it was not needed to use it. Now that the Ninja World War is going on, it is natural to choose to dispatch Jinkriki. No wonder Dohei did not meet Uzumaki Kushina when he returned to the village before. It turned out that she had been hiding beside Minato Namikaze for a long time, ready to act as a surprise soldier at the critical moment and kill the main force of the Cloud Ninja by surprise. What was unexpected was that the Nine Tails was too terrifying and went out of control directly on the battlefield. The current Nine Tails is in a complete state, not the half-state in the future Prince Naruto's body. Its strength is extremely terrifying, and it is normal for it to lose control. What made Dohei angry was that the village did not inform him. If he knew in advance, he would definitely pay attention to it and would definitely help at the first time. Uzumaki Kushina. Although the two of them did not spend too much time together, the other party really regarded him as a younger brother. Now you know why he reacted like this. The most important thing now is to find the person, right? Hinata Kangyu also saw the information on the note and understood why Dohei was so angry, so he reminded him in a low voice. After hearing this, Dohei barely managed to control his emotions. It must be said that it was only because Minato Namikaze was not in front of him, otherwise he would definitely scold the other party. Because when the Nine Tails went berserk, the other party chose to save Uzumaki Koyuki or more Konoha ninjas, and directly chose the latter. Perfect Hokage thinking. Even though he knew that the other party's choice was correct and he had known the other party's character for a long time, Dohei was still very unhappy. That's your fiancé? How cold-blooded! If it were me, I would definitely help my relatives and not help others. As a strong man, if you don't even have the right to be willful, what's the use of strength? Let's go and join the main force. Dohei changed the order instantly. But Kyum Koto wanted to remind Dohei that the mission of their intercepting troops was not to defeat the Cloud Ninja army, but to expel the Cloud Ninja army that had entered the Land of Fire, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking. Don't worry, they will follow us, and if we defeat the main force of the Cloud Ninja, won't our problem be solved? Tang Ping's eyes flashed with unquestionable arrogance. Knowing the character of the OB combination, he was not worried that they would not follow. And it would be better if they didn't follow. It is entirely possible to beat up the Third Reikage first, and once the Cloud Ninja army is defeated, the Cloud Ninja army led by the other party must retreat as soon as possible to avoid being surrounded. Attack the enemy where they must be rescued. Tang Ping's move was a stroke of genius, and he was not afraid that the other party would not follow. Originally, he planned to defeat the OB combination and the army under his command, and leave the main force to the village. But he didn't expect this to happen, so he naturally couldn't sit still and was ready to solve the incident in one fell swoop. And this way, he would have an excuse to rush over immediately. Yes, sir. Kyum Gongdeo nodded very tactfully. As an old elite jonin, his biggest characteristic is that he knows how to do things. Otherwise, he would not have been transferred to Minato Namikaze as his deputy, just to help him get promoted. Now that there is a new commander, he is naturally willing to obey orders. So the team quickly changed direction and began to move towards the main force. Koji, you take command of the team, we will go first. Doping threw the task to the other party. Yes. Yamama Koji nodded slightly, as long as it was Doping's order, he would not refuse. At the same time, although he looks like a heaven-falling tough guy, he is actually meticulous and ruthless, but he has no chance to show this for the time being. But don't worry, the opportunity will come soon. Soon. People will recognize the other side of him, the Storm Fury. In fact, this is true. In the process of being chased by the Cloud Ninjas led by the Ob combination, he used traps, baits, and counterattacks to teach the chasing Cloud Ninjas a lesson. On the other side, after leaving the troops behind and advancing alone, Dohei and Hinata Sogetsuo immediately advanced at the fastest speed. The two battlefields were less than 1,000 kilometers apart, which was just a matter of a few hours for them. Blinking body technique. If you use it to travel quickly, although it consumes a lot of energy, the speed can be increased to several hundred kilometers per hour, which is not much different from flying. Since they were traveling at full speed, they soon left the territory of the Land of Fire and arrived in the territory of the Land of Hot Springs. Yes, the main forces of Konoha and Kumagakure were confronting each other at the border between the Land of Hot Springs and the Land of Moon. Only the Ob combination led the detachment to bypass the main force of Konoha and enter the Land of Fire, burning the war to the interior, otherwise they would definitely fight to the death in these small buffer countries. And the ninja armies of both sides fully understood how strong the surrounding destruction was. The small countries in the ninja world are like this, they are completely the buffer and battlefield of the big countries, and also the plundering land. In the past, there was a demigod from the Rain country who dared to stand up and resist, but he was beaten to a pulp by several big countries. Now, even if the Rain country has become a battlefield, the other side will just watch silently. Now you understand why Dohei thinks that the three views of the ninja world are not right, right? No matter how miserable the small country is, it is just as it should be for the 5 major ninja villages. But once you are retaliated against, that's unfair, that's a crime, that's destroying the peace of the ninja world. Tisk tisk. Anyway, it's scary to think about it carefully. After arriving at the frontline battlefield, Dohei and Hyuga Kangetsu did not go to the ninja army camp, but directly searched near the battlefield. The battlefield at this time was directly destroyed by ninjutsu and tailed beast bombs, turning it into a deserted land. Especially the huge pits are scary just looking at them. A natural disaster attack. The attacks of tailed beasts are not comparable to those of human beings. No wonder it has become the trump card of major ninja villages. With the reincarnation eye present, the search efficiency was naturally unmatched by others, so they soon discovered the clues. A discovery that makes the hall as flat as an ice cellar. Black Jew. Uzumaki Kyokina actually fell into the opponent's hands. Chapter 219 Black Conspiracy. Black Jew. He is completely the LYB of the ninja world, the super backstab king. At the same time, he is also a true filial son. The false filial son, Itaki. The real filial son, Heiju. Compared with the filial son who killed his relatives and slaughtered his clan, he worked hard for thousands of years just to save his mother. The ninja world's version of Agarwood saves her mother. Although the opponent said he didn't show much fighting ability other than backstabbing and saving lives, Tang Ping wouldn't believe this kind of supervillain if he didn't have some special abilities. Just like this time. If it weren't for the terrifying insight of the reincarnated eye, there would be no way to detect it hiding hundreds of meters underground. Ordinary white eyes cannot see through layers that are too thick. Yes, too thick a layer of ground can block the Byakugan. The Sun Xiang clan, which was originally able to see through 3 kilometers at a straight level, can see through tens of meters if it looks underground, and a few meters if it is separated, and the interference is extremely serious. Second setting. Now you understand why most of Konoha's hidden bases are underground, right? It's just that the reincarnated eye can clearly see hundreds of meters underground, and the interference it receives is not too strong, so it can clearly distinguish various situations. Therefore, this is not to blame for Heiju's carelessness. It is entirely because the other party did not expect to encounter the Tsenjikan, even if it was just the monkey version. It's okay if it's just the reincarnation eye. But who let Heizetsu have the 9 tails Jinhyuriki next to him? The opponent was like a super light bulb, and it was impossible to ignore it as long as he glanced at it. What is the other party doing? After Tang Ping knew that Heize had appeared, he asked Hinata Kangyu in a low voice. The latter keeps the reincarnation eye open status report. The other party seems to be doing something to Kyuyuki Na's belly. Even if it was a small movement, she said it without reservation. To be honest, there is no way to see each other unless there is Uzumaki Kyuyuna as a positioning point. Just like in the Dark Knight, can you find an Asin? Tang Ping's expression gradually became solemn as he listened to the report. Of course he would not suspect that Heiju was playing with colors. Heiju did not have this function at all. And what is there about Yukina Uzumaki's belly worth caring about? Others must have thought of Kyuubi immediately. But only Tang Ping knew that no matter what the other party said, he would not touch Kyuubi. At least not at this stage. Because if you want to unblock Kagaya Otsutsuki, the basic condition is the resurrection of the 10 tails. Just capturing the 9 tails is useless, but will make people vigilant. Then if it's not Kyuubi, there's only one possibility. Prince Ming. That is the reincarnation of Ashura. I see. Tang Ping suddenly figured out a lot of things. That's why Prince Ming is mentally ill. I won't talk about the various saints, and some places are extremely contradictory. For example, when facing Obito, Itaki, Nagato and others like Wolf Slayer, he would clear his name if he wanted to, but when facing Kakuzu, the enemy who killed Asuma, he would be as ruthless as possible. To be fair, Kakuzu is just a bounty hunter who gets paid to do things, and the number of people he kills and the damage he causes are far less than those of the others, right? Really, you can't do double standards. With such a brain-dead character, it's impossible not to make people suspect that he has been manipulated. As for Urshu, his personality is extremely normal. Unfortunately, he was directly beaten into his own shape by Ming Tae's personality modification punch, and in the end he became mentally retarded. If it is said that Prince Ming, the reincarnation of Ashura, was manipulated by Heiju in advance, then everything makes sense. If you wait until you are born to do anything, it is definitely impossible. Do you really think that the 6 Paths Immortals in the Pure Land are just decorations? If you do something in advance, there will be no problem. As for why the other party was able to lock Ashura's reincarnated mother body, it should be related to bloodline and Uchiha Madara. There are only a few Otsutsuki bloodlines. In terms of time, Madara will die. Once these 2 conditions are eliminated, it is indeed possible to lock the reincarnation mother body. After thinking about this clearly, Tang Ping's eyes became extremely deep. If it were anyone else, he would definitely pretend he didn't know, but if this person was Uzumaki Kyuyuna, then he would definitely have to find a way to solve it. He is not prepared to destroy Ashura's reincarnation. After all, the plot is his biggest advantage. If it is too damaging, it will be suicide, so it is completely possible to do something without spoiling it. For example, let Prince Nara be born, but at the same time, let Kuyukina's child be born secretly without being affected. So he began to think of various plans in his mind. Half an hour later, the other party is starting to send people back to the ground. Hinata Kangyu's tired voice interrupted Tanghei's thoughts. Using the Tensagen will consume your eye power and chakra, and the deeper you use it, the more it will consume. Large, if you want to observe the stratigraphic conditions of hundreds of meters, the consumption must be staggering. If the target is on the surface, it will not be too burdensome even if it is used for several hours. Let's move further away. Tang Ping was ready to retreat immediately. After all, he didn't want Heiju to notice. Now he is in the dark and the other party is in the light. He is not willing to reverse roles. The 2 quickly retreated to the limit of the reincarnation eye. 5 kilometers. On the surface, the consumption is not large at this distance, so there is no need to worry about not being able to hold on. The other party has left. Sun reported to Kangyu. And Tang Ping is not in a hurry to go there. Since Black Zetsu wants to manipulate the future reincarnation of Ashura, he must be more worried about Uzumaki Kyuyuna's safety than himself, so there is definitely no danger. Tens of minutes later, Tohei took the initiative to move towards the place where Uzumaki Kyuyuna was unconscious. But his behavior was to pretend to be searching and moving forward, as if he didn't know anything about it. And Hinata Kangyu naturally understood what this meant, so she also pretended to know nothing, with veins popping out of the corners of her eyes, as if she was searching with her white eyes open as she moved forward. When she accidentally entered the 500-meter area, she seemed to have discovered something, and she excitedly rushed towards the place where Uzumaki Kyuyuna lay with Dohei. And on the tree behind the two of them, a black shadow slowly disappeared. Obviously, Black Zetsu has been monitoring the surroundings and must ensure the safety of Uzumaki Kyuyuna. Soon, Dohei saw Uzumaki Yukina in a patch of grass, who was in an extremely embarrassed state and had many injuries on her body. Kyuyukina's sister. He hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Looking at the injuries on the opponent's body, an ordinary person would have kneeled down long ago. But for the Uzumaki clan, things are getting better and better, which is simply amazing. And when he woke up, Tang Ping checked in secret, but found nothing. He couldn't help but admire Heiju, a filial son, for his really high methods. Not long after, Uzumaki Yukina woke up. Previously, she was knocked into a coma due to Heiju's methods. Now that the other party has lifted her, it is no problem to wake up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Tang Ping. What am I, little Tang Tang? She was still a little confused about the situation at this time. She only remembered the scene of herself on the battlefield, but she didn't know what happened next. Kyuyukina's sister, Kyubai went berserk before, and I came to you immediately after receiving the news. Tang Ping recounted the incident. But he also added some ingredients into it. That is to focus on the choice of Namikaze Minato at the critical moment. First in the village, second in fiancé. After listening, a hint of sadness flashed in Uzumaki Kyuyuna's eyes, but it quickly disappeared because she also felt that the village was more important than herself. Okay, let's go back quickly, otherwise Minato will be worried. She urged. And Tang Ping didn't expect that a small report would change her mind, so he curled his lips and nodded. All right. Then take her away. With their strength, they are not afraid of encountering search troops halfway. At this time, both Kumagakure and Konoha, although the main armies were injured and retreated, they sent out a large number of search troops at the same time, completely plowing the battlefield to find people. Therefore, before returning to the Konoha camp, I had already encountered several reconnaissance teams on the way. After seeing Tang Ping, the Kumo ninjas all chose to retreat. Purifying flames. It's not like they can touch porcelain. As for Konoha's search team, they sent the news back while escorting them back. Even if you know you don't need them to escort you, you still have to show off. Chapter 220. None of the donkeys in the production team are used like this, right? The main camp of the Northeast Ninja Army. It is almost hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield. Previously, the camp could not be reused after the war, so a new camp could only be built. Of course, materials and supplies must be replenished. No matter how rich Konoha is, this kind of loss will be extremely painful. The good news is that what he lost was money, not much personnel losses, and Yun Ninja's losses were even bigger. More than 5,000 Cloud Ninjas came to attack, and the number of losses exceeded 1,000. Don't feel less. Except for Iwa Ninja, the other 5 major ninja villages all follow the elite route. Even in Konoha, there are only about 10,000 active ninjas. On the premise that the population and resources of Iwa Ninja village are far inferior to those of Konoha, the number of ninjas is not inferior to Konoha. Simply heartless. However, the vast majority of Iwa ninjas are genin, and there are very few Chunin and Jounin. Quantity is completely traded for quality. For Yun Ninja, losing more than 1,000 is already a heavy loss. Therefore, the Nine Tails Rampage is good news for Konoha, provided that Uzumaki Kyuyuna can come back. Kyuyukina. Before they could enter the camp, Minato Namikaze rushed out with worry written on his face. And behind him, Akimichi, Abarame, and other Konoha elite Jounin followed. Minato. Uzumaki Kyuyuna excitedly broke away from Hinata Sogetsuo and threw herself into Namikaze Minato's arms, directly giving them a bloody drama. Only Tang Ping's eyes had some unclear meaning. I have to say that Namikaze Minato is true love for Uzumaki Kyuyuna, but this love is undoubtedly ranked behind the village. The Will of Fire is indeed the most powerful genjutsu in the ninja world, comparable to the future Prince Neru's mouth release. This is indeed not bad. But Tang Ping was a little unhappy. Because such a person would be a good Hokage and a good superior, but he would definitely not be a good husband. And the original historical line also proves this point. Well, this is the same as the Hokage system. Tang Ping-kun, I'm so lucky to have you take action this time. Namikaze Minato thanked him with great gratitude. Although he has sent out several reconnaissance teams to search as the commander-in-chief, he has been unable to go out in person due to various matters and worries, so he has been extremely worried, and now he is relieved. These are what I should do. Tang Ping did not take credit. Yes, given our relationship, isn't it right for Xiao Tang Tang to save me? Kushina patted Dohei's shoulder with her palm, her tone extremely proud. Tang Ping, on the other hand, was so embarrassed that he almost dug out the 3 rooms and 1 living room from the ground with his toes. Little Tang Tang. When the Konoha ninjas around heard this call, they could hardly hold back their laughter. Okay, let's go in first and talk about it. Minato Namikaze held back his smile to save himself. The group of people then entered the new Konoha camp. The number of Konoha ninja army here is nearly 3,000, far exceeding the Southeast Ninja Army. However, the strength of Union Village is not comparable to that of Sand Hidden Village, so it is normal for the numbers to be so different. The morale is also very good. Along the way, when I saw them, they caused a lot of noise. Especially Dohei. Although his reputation is suppressed by the village and is not very popular among the villagers, it is not low among these frontline ninjas. After all, I can fight. For a profession like ninja that pursues strength, being able to fight is everything. And Namikaze Minato led them forward slowly, and it was possible that he was using him to boost morale. It was just Tang Ping's gaze that passed over those short figures. Ninja student. These teenagers, who were about 10 years old, also entered the battlefield at this time. After all, ordinary genin can only throw kunao, detonating charms and the like on the battlefield, so the difference in combat effectiveness between genin and ninja school students is really not that big. The will of fire, ha. Tang Ping sneered in his heart. Because if he remembered correctly, the will of fire refers to where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow, right? That's really nice to say. It is precisely because of this concept that Konoha was formed. But now, it is the village's future that is burning itself and illuminating the village's past. It is completely contrary to the rhythm of Tian Gang. When we returned to the main camp, the number of people had been reduced by more than half. Those who can come in are almost all jonins who started out, or they are government ninjas who hold important positions. Obviously, this is preparation for a combat meeting. Good guy, Tang Ping calls him good guy. Uzumaki Kyokina and himself had just returned to the camp, so they were brought here for a meeting? The donkeys of the production team are not driven like this, right? Unfortunately, no one heard Dohei's inner complaints, not even Uzumaki Kyokina felt there was anything wrong with it. As Hinata Kangyu said, she huddled silently in the corner, completely acting like a little transparent, and no one chased her away. As for Tang Ping, of course he is sitting first on the left-hand side of the conference table. Status is here. After all, he is also the commander of the Southeast Ninja Army, and also the commander of the attack force part-time, so he has a lot of cards. Okay, let's discuss how we can take advantage of this opportunity to deal with the main force of the Cloud Ninjas, right? Namikaze Minato directly opened the issue. After the Nine Tails went berserk before, which caused the greatest damage to the Kumo ninja, now Konoha has a slight advantage, and with the arrival of Iridoe, they can just take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. I think. The Jounin of the Nara clan revealed a plan. Tang Ping did not listen to these discussions. He looked at several people with his eyes. 3 people. Akimichi Choza, Abaramashio, Inyazuka-ja, and others are all at the elite Jounin level. Zhongchu Dao Dingzao also came to help, which actually represented the advance bet made by the 3 clans of the Ing, Deer, and Butterfly. As for the other 2, it was also considered an investment by the family. It has to be said that these ninjas have indeed a keen sense of smell. In other words, all the major ninja clans are diversified investments, some work for Orochimaru, and some work for Namikaze Minato. Directly bind the 2 most promising potential stocks to ascend to the position of Hokage. Anyway, Tang Ping really admires these ninjas for actually knowing the tricks of those aristocratic families before time travel. But seeing through but not telling, these have nothing to do with him, so he kept his eyes closed and meditated. It was not until he was glared at by Uzumaki Kyokina next to him that he became a little more serious. I don't know, Mr. Tang Ping, do you have anything to add to this counterattack plan? Namikaze Minato's gentle voice sounded. I have to say that he is not only handsome, has a sunny temperament, and has a gentle temper, Konoha limited edition, but also has a high emotional intelligence. He deserves to be Hokage. However, Tang Ping didn't care about tactics and said bluntly. The outcome of the counterattack plan depends on the shadow-level powerhouse, or in other words, the outcome of the tailed beasts. As long as this point is resolved, we will win. On a large-scale battlefield, the role of tailed beasts with unlimited chakra can be regarded as strategic. Although our side has the 9 tailed beasts, it is possible for them to go berserk, not to mention whether they can fight again is uncertain, but the opponent has 2 tailed beasts. Yes, Dohei has never forgotten that Kumo Shinobi has 2 tails. Beast. I won't talk about the 8-tailed killer bee. The 2-tailed Yukato, if he remembered correctly, became a Jinkraki at the age of 2 and had a very good relationship with the tailed beasts, but he didn't know if it was the same as what he knew. There is still a big gap between anime and the real ninja world, so we can't jump to conclusions. That's right. Namikaze Minato looked at Dohei with appreciation and continued, so in the afternoon raid, if we can end the battle before the combination arrives. The key to this battle is speed is the essence of war. If we can end the battle before the combination arrives, it will be useless even if the other party can arrive. Afternoon. What kind of tiger-wolf words are these? Dohei's scalp tingled. He used the instant body technique to rush here, and consumed a lot of chakra and physical strength, but you didn't even give me a chance to breathe, and directly let me go to the battlefield? Listen to what nonsense this is. If he is really a loyal minister of Konoha, he will definitely go up without saying a word. But that's not the case with Tang Ping. He just wanted to complete this mission easily, he didn't want to play the whole game, and even wanted to slack off. In the end, slacking off became the main force, which was really hard for him to accept. Although he wanted to remind the other party that his mission was to expel the combination, not to deal with the Cloud Ninja army. But the atmosphere was so heated up that he could only nod his head in the end. After repelling the Cloud Ninja army, the detachment led by the combination will also retreat, right? At this time, Tang Ping could only comfort himself in this way. After the meeting, he spent several hours recovering his chakra with all his strength, and it was time to attack directly. Chapter 221 2 Cheese Sandwiches. Tang Ping. Uzumaki Koyukina opened the tent and walked in. At this time, she was wearing a green vest and a red high ponytail, and she was rejuvenated. If he hadn't brought her back personally before, he might not have believed that she could recover so quickly. The physique of the Uzumaki clan is almost a degraded version of the sage body. Injuries can indeed recover quickly, but the price is. There is a very obvious example. Keirin's mother. She died because too much blood was sucked out, causing a great loss of vitality. By the way, Dohei also sent people to find the other party, but there was no news at all, which made him feel that some things really depend on fate. After leaving the tent, I saw Konoha ninjas gathering one by one. Then several teams set off first. These are the teams responsible for clearing out the Kumo ninja reconnaissance spies. It's just that, when the team just gathered, Dohei suddenly felt a lingering fear and subconsciously looked to the south. That is, the direction of the land of fire. Countless thoughts emerged in his mind, and Dohei shouted. Be careful, get out of the way. The only ultra-long-range attack that can make him feel life-threatening is that one. And the first person to react was not someone else, but Uzumaki Kushina. It's the tailed beast ball, quickly disperse. She has the 9 tails in her body, and is extremely sensitive to the existence of the tailed beasts. With Dohei's reminder, she confirmed this almost immediately. Quickly disperse. Retreat. Think of a way quickly. Unfortunately, it is too late to think of a way to disperse now. It is not a problem for them to escape. But the rest of the ninja army that has just assembled, once the tailed beast ball falls, they can directly get a box lunch and leave. So, they have no choice. Boom. Uzumaki Kushina immediately entered the explosion state. Red and black light enveloped her body, and 5 tails emerged from her back. She has a complete 9 tails in her body, not a cut 9 tails. Although there are only 5 tails, it is not a problem to beat the quasi-shadow. The key point is that the chakra is almost infinite. As long as she can bear it, she can completely sweep the ground with ninjutsu. And Dohei immediately looked at Namikaze Minato. Because in terms of defense, there is a ninjutsu that is the most powerful. 5-layer Rashomon, 5th uncle comes to repair the gate. That is a defensive ninjutsu that can even deflect the tailed beast ball fired in the powerful 9-tail state. Unfortunately, Dohei did not see the intention of Minato Namikaze to perform the summoning technique, which means that he does not know this ninjutsu. I just don't know if he can use the flying thunder god to guide the lightning now? But looking at his nervous expression, he should not have studied this ninjutsu yet. Ga. Tohei looked at Uzumaki Kushina, who was eager to try and almost wanted to block the knife directly, and he was simply beeping a dog. There are too many accidents, right? First, Minato Namikaze dragged him into the water and joined the counterattack plan. Then the surprise attack plan just started, and the other party's surprise attack had already arrived first. Thinking of this, his right hand touched the hot spring of the tactical belt on his waist. Hard-to-hand combat with the tailed beast bullet. It's not that he can't do this, but the prerequisite is that he is in the Sage mode. It's impossible in normal state. The tailed beast ball is a super killer move that ordinary ninjas cannot avoid. When facing it, they can only pray for good luck and keep their bodies intact. So the threat of the tailed beast ball on the battlefield is far greater than that of other places. Of course, if Hinata Sogitsuda takes action, he can also use Shinra Tensei to bounce the tailed beast ball away, but that will directly expose his identity. Just as Doping's right hand touched the hot spring, a heroic voice interrupted his action. Summoning technique. The technique of the collapse of the roof. Southern sky. Whoosh. A huge toad fell from a height of 100 meters at high speed, hitting the huge monster with a bull's head, an octopus body, and 8 tails below. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the earth was shattered in the collision of such a huge monster. Although the size and strength of the 8 tails were overwhelming. But facing the huge toad that fell from the sky, not only was the launch of the tailed beast ball interrupted, but it was also stepped into the ground. Jiraiya! How could you be here? Damn Onoki! Ai, who was standing not far to the side, shouted angrily. He naturally recognized who was using the summoning technique at the first time. Kuki, Jiraiya. He is also one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha's top group. It's just that the other party should be resisting the Rock Ninja Army. Why are they here? And this question is not only Ai's, but also Duping's. Minato teacher. He looked at Minato Namikaze, who looked relaxed. Isn't it too much to keep it a secret? Doping, this is the counterattack plan formulated by the village. The details will be explained later, but please believe me, I didn't know that the teacher would come so coincidentally. Minato Namikaze's tone was sincere. The village's plan is to let Danzo and Orochimaru go to the Northwest Ninja Army to replace the teacher to resist the Rock Ninja Army. During this period, the teacher will come to support this side half a day in advance, which perfectly creates a surprise opportunity for him. There is no reason why Onoki can use this tactic, so they can't use it in Konoha, right? And not only that, there is another troop that also joined Jiraiya halfway. It's not the welcoming troop. Since there were wounded soldiers in the team, and they had to fight with the pursuing Cloud Ninja Army, the attacking troops still had about a day to reach the battlefield. So Jiraiya joined a reinforcement army composed of 1,000 private ninja soldiers. It can only be said that for this battle, the village leaders went all in. They directly took out their last bit of resources to launch this counterattack. Prepare to give the Cloud Ninja Army a hard time. Of course, the most important reason is that the arrival of Team 404 has added 2 more cage-level strongmen to the northeast battlefield, so the village urgently formulated this counterattack plan. It can only be said that doping was calculated by the village leaders once. However, this is not a pitfall for him, at most it is using him, and it is indeed not crossing the line. What should we do next? Doping did not mean to get to the bottom of it, and directly asked about the next plan. Now Minato Namikaze is the main general, and he is at most a thug, so naturally he does not need to consider these. Help Jiraiya teacher first. Before he finished speaking, he found a huge movement in the north, that is, the direction of the Moon Country. The Cloud Ninja Army is coming. Obviously, they have been trapped in a cheese sandwich. But because Jiraiya led the reinforcements to arrive in time, he formed a double team on the AB combination in the south, and the 2 sides were mixed together. It's so annoying. At this time, Minato Namikaze was really annoyed. I will stop the main force of the Cloud Ninja Army. You and Jiraiya teacher first deal with the enemies behind, and then come to support. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. This assignment is completely a gamble that Tang Ping and his teacher can defeat the AB combination and then support him. Okay. Tang Ping looked at the other party's ugly face and naturally understood the reason. The battle between the other party and the third Raikage can only be described in 2 words. Of course it was not an instant kill, but a scraping. Yes, it was a scraping. The speed of Flying Thunder God is indeed far beyond the third Reikage. But he cut off a corner of the eight-tailed Uchiha in a hand-to-hand fight and exhausted the opponent's long mi. The terrifying defense is enough to fight the tailed beasts in close combat. Therefore, the opponent has the title of the strongest shield, and of course, the opponent also has the title of the strongest spear. May I ask, how can Minato Namikaze break the defense against such an opponent? Let him stab with a kunao, there may be no chance to break the defense. On the contrary, if he is attacked, he may be injured or retired on the spot. So it is not surprising that he is uncomfortable. He is completely using his life to delay the opponent. The third Reikage can't ignore him, otherwise, with the killing speed of Flying Thunder God, it is definitely much faster than him, which can be regarded as mutual restraint. It can only be said that with Flying Thunder God in hand, Minato Namikaze will not lose at all as long as he doesn't want to. As for Uzumaki Kushina, she naturally has to stay on the front battlefield to prevent the appearance of the two-tailed beast, and at the same time be responsible for keeping an eye on some dangerous people. So, this decisive battle between the Cloud Ninja and Konoha began. Chapter 222 Dohei Jiraiya vs Abi Combination. Chapter 222, Duping and Jiraiya vs Abi. Duping quickly came to the battlefield behind the camp. It was already a fight here. Jiraiya was fighting against the Ab team and was being beaten. He didn't have his own disciples Flying Thunder God, who would never lose to anyone, and he didn't have the chance to enter the Sage mode, so he was beaten. Kirabi was still in the tailed beast form and had not recovered his human form. Reinforcements from various ninja clans in Konoha are constantly using kunao, ninjutsu, detonating charms, and other long-range attacks to hit the eight-tailed Jyaki one after another. The dozens of meters tall Nihogui is like a mountain of flesh. Just looking at it is full of pressure, let alone close combat. Not everyone is the third Reikage and dares to fight this kind of monster in close combat. As the tailed beast second only to the nine tails, the eight tails' strength is extremely exaggerated, and it can easily withstand all these attacks. Boom! The long tentacles, which were several meters thick and as thick as trains, smashed down heavily, directly smashing the entire land into pieces, and also whipped several Konoha ninjas into pulp. Yes, the battle of tailed beasts is so simple and crude. Except for the one-tailed Shikaku who likes to play a little bit and can use some ninjutsu, the battles of other tailed beasts are the same. The most you can do is use the tailed beast jade to spray each other. Anyway, the point is to be straight. For the eight tails, it was completely playing a game of whack-a-mole at this time, not a battle at all. From time to time, he would use his tentacles to help AI next to him, and beat Jiraiya, who had not entered Sage mode, into a panic. If it weren't for Togahiro carrying two giant swords, maybe the eight tails transformed by Kirabi would have washed the ground with tailed beast jade. Clang clang! The tentacles of the eight tails can be soft or hard. When they are soft, they are as soft as water, and when they are hard, they are as hard as steel. Now they are constantly clashing head-on with two giant swords that are more than 10 meters long. Tang Ping, who rushed to the battlefield, also took everything into account. What puzzled him was that Yun Ren, the opponent's subordinate, was there, so why was there only the Ab combination? Of course, he didn't know at this time. It was precisely because the Kumo ninja side army was defeated by Yamamakoji that the Ab group chose to get rid of the remaining side army and came alone to launch a surprise attack at the same time as the third Reikage. The result was that both sides were making surprise attacks, and they finally collided. Tang Ping, who didn't know this, could only suppress his doubts and join the battle. Since Tei suffered a lot of damage when he used the setting sun when he assassinated the third Mizukage, and he has not fully recovered yet, it is completely impossible to summon the opponent to fight. As for Chubaimaru, it is naturally impossible to use his apparent identity, so he can only do it himself. As for the sun facing the moon? Still acting as a little transparent person, he followed behind him calmly. I have to say that she has mastered a special skill. Although people are obviously around, they will be subconsciously ignored. Coupled with its ability to attack people in special attacks, it is completely like a super assassin. With her secretly coordinating the situation, no matter what kind of accident he encounters, Tang Ping can deal with it confidently, which is considered an insurance. Fierce. A layer of flames covered Tang Ping's body, and he rushed towards Kirabi. The reason why he and Jiraiya didn't besiege Ai, the future fourth Reikage, was because it was inappropriate. People are too fast. Neither Jiraiya nor he are speed experts, and they are not compatible with each other. So the effect of their cooperation is not great. Namikaze Minato would have been able to defeat him, but it was a pity that he had to deal with the strong shadow-level boss of the third Raikage. Therefore, it is normal for Dohei to choose to attack the 8 tails. Although there is a big gap between him and Senju Hashirama, who can pick up the 9 tails with one hand at the peak level of the Super Shadow, it is not a problem to solve a 8 tails. Fire Escape. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. As soon as he got close, he used a B-level Fire Escape. Note that the fire escape he performed is completely different from the fire escape performed by others. Fierce. The extremely terrifying fire dragon pounced towards the 8 tails, which was dozens of meters ahead. And Kirabi, who was using his tentacles to fly away the toad, also heard the reminder from the cow ghost in his heart. Be careful. After being reminded, Kirabi, who transformed into a tailed beast, wrapped himself up with tentacles in time. Countless golden-orange flames burned the 8-tailed body. Zira. The meat is fragrant. You know, Konoha ninjas have never used this ninjutsu before. After all, there are more than a dozen jounin in the ninja army who came to help, and naturally some of them can use fire escape. It's just that those fire escapes have little effect on Niugui, and they can't be blocked by others. But after switching to Tenghei, the terrifying chakra, coupled with the temperature of qualitative change, instantly caused damage to Niugui. At least the defense was broken. Facing a terrifying existence like a tailed beast, single-target attacks are completely useless. For example, Raise Nan, Chidori, etc., no matter how many they are hit, they will not be fatal, and the tailed beast may even recover faster than you can inflict damage. Now I understand why Namikaze Minato is so exaggerated towards people. He won't lose to anyone he meets, but there is nothing he can do when he encounters tailed beasts and large psychic beasts, right? A matter of style. As for Dohei, he belongs to the ninjutsu type route. He is best at dealing with large targets and is not weak against people. He has no shortcomings except illusions. Gulu. Many Konoha ninjas around them swallowed their saliva involuntarily. Because the aroma of barbecue is really tempting. Whoosh. An octopus tentacle swept towards Dohei, who had just finished performing the ninjutsu. The stones, plants, etc. along the road were all wiped out in one fell swoop. The power was completely devastating, no weaker than a large ninjutsu. It's just. Tang Ping jumped up with great ease, and then stepped firmly on the tentacles without any shaking at all. The basic skills of ninja. Normally treading water and climbing trees, if you are skilled enough, you can do this. Therefore, this kind of brutal attack by the tailed beast is a shocking threat to ordinary ninjas, but for a shadow-level powerhouse, there is not much threat at all. Phew! Countless rays of light began to gather around Niugui's mouth. It's the tailed beast Jade. It seems that the other party is preparing to use this attack to deal with him. It's just that. Tang Ping looked directly at Ushiki's empty pupils, as if he was looking at Kirabi inside. This kind of attack that takes time, how can I give you a chance to use it if I am around? Stretch your right index finger forward. Flame finger. A dazzling golden-orange light shot out of the air, directly hitting the gathered chakra balls and interrupting the tailed beast Jade's display. Are you kidding me, releasing the tailed beast Jade at such a close distance? Do you think I am dead? Tang Ping had no intention of attacking with his flame fingers. Too shallow. The power of the flame finger is really not good for the thick-skinned 8 tails, so it is okay to use it to interrupt the opponent, but it is really not enough to attack. Fortunately, what Tang Ping was counting on was not the flame finger, but another secret technique. Fierce. The flame clothing on his body kept shaking and burning. The air seemed to be ignited, and the terrifying temperature spread, causing the surrounding Konoha ninjas to retreat in an instant. After all, they themselves couldn't be of much help, and they would be accidentally injured, so they naturally chose to form an encirclement and stand by. To be honest, when dealing with tailed beasts, the most convenient methods are sealing techniques and illusion techniques. If Tang Ping didn't hide, he could easily use the sealing technique to defeat the opponent. After all, the 9 tails can be trained like a well-behaved dog by the sealing technique, so there's no reason why the 8 tails can't. But this is his trump card. Just like medical and biotechnology, it cannot be leaked at all, so he can only use troublesome tactics. In a one-on-one fight, the disadvantage of the tailed beast's huge size appears. Faced with Tang Ping's extremely flexible figure, there was no way his attacks could hit him. As for the tailed beast Jade? There is no chance to use it at all. Once you find out that you need to use it, it will be interrupted directly by the flame finger. Suddenly, a huge voice sounded on the battlefield. Kirabi, okay. It sounded from within the eight-tailed body. And the octopus tentacles, which were originally cooked, were all wrapped around itself, forming a snail shell-like appearance. Tang Ping looked confused. Since he was skipping while watching anime, he really didn't know what the other party was doing. Only Jiraiya, who was not far away, seemed to notice something and shouted an order. Everyone retreat and leave this area. While speaking, he quickly left. And Tang Ping was not stupid. He naturally understood that he was not timid, but wanted to use his ultimate move, so he immediately took off into the air. Fierce. Flames erupted violently under his feet, and his hands continued to spurt out flames, turning him into an Iron Man in an instant. He had the ability to fly for a short period of time and directly distanced himself. And in the air, he also saw the astonishing moves of the eight-tailed sword. Chapter 223, 8 Volumes of Tailed Beasts and Natural Disasters. Chapter 223 The Eight-Tailed Beasts equals Natural Disaster. Boom! The rolled-up body suddenly accelerated and spun on the spot, and its 8 tentacles stretched out. It was as if a terrifying storm appeared out of thin air, and the scope of the storm was getting bigger and bigger. Exaggerate. As Dohei flew away in mid-air, he truly realized the terror of the tailed beast. As destructive as a natural disaster. No wonder it can become the thing that balances the 5 great ninja villages among Senju Hashirama. It is precisely by relying on the tailed beast Jinchuriki that the 5 major nations have always been at the top. Say something unpleasant. No matter how good your small country is at fighting, you can kill even the ninja village with a single hit of the tailed beast jade. What's the use of your ability to fight at all? Dozens, hundreds, thousands of meters. Howling, successive storms destroyed everything in this area. Even Tang He, who was mid-air, felt the terrifying gravity, and was frantically dragging himself into the storm, so he output chakra with all his strength, causing more flames to spray from his hands and legs, providing more propulsion power to escape the influence. Even he was in such a mess, let alone the Konoha ninjas on the ground. Careful! Quickly retreat! A slow Konoha ninja was involved. This was already reminded by Jiraiya in time. Without his order, the casualties would definitely be more exaggerated. Nearly a minute later, the terrifying storm that swept everything finally stopped. And the nearly 10 square kilometers of land also changed its appearance. The gravel hilly area that was originally sparsely grown with some vegetation has now turned into a flat spiral terrain. Everything was flattened by the 8 tails move. Oh, yeah, Tailed Beast Volume 8 is a great success. Kirabi's weird voice sounded, and people knew the name of this super move. 8-tailed beast volumes. It is simply a super clearing ninjutsu. With one move, not to mention the people, even the mountains were flattened. This is the tailed beast. Tang Ping, who had just landed, muttered to himself. If you have never seen a tailed beast attack with all its strength, you will never know why humans are so afraid of it. Shadow-level warriors can indeed suppress tailed beasts, but their destructive power will never be as good as theirs, with the exception of some perverts. Hashirama, Madara, I doubt they are flattering us. And those standing next to you are the faces of the Konoha ninjas were filled with shock and fear. With just this attack, the support troops lost hundreds of people. And this was because the ninjas retreated quickly and were scattered. If they were all gathered in one place, they might be wiped out with this move. The killing power of the Jinchuriki is so unreasonable. Step. Jiraiya jumped to Dohei's side. And the future 4th Raikage, AI, also returned to the side of Bai, who had recovered his human form. Obviously, this was going to be a group fight. The opponent was a combination that could fully exert the combat power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. But on their side, Dohei had no confidence in cooperating with Jiraiya. Kid, can you buy me some time? Jiraiya asked solemnly, and it seemed that he wanted to enter the sage mode. Forget it. Do you think the opponent will give you this time? Dohei gestured to the opponent to look at the center of the battlefield. Over there. The momentum of the AB combination has locked onto them, and they will kill them if they make any unusual movements. Jiraiya muttered to himself. This is troublesome. He knew very well that the other party would not give him time to enter the sage mode. At this moment, he regretted not working hard in the sage mode. Even though he had learned a lot of skills from Dohei before, he did not spend much time practicing. After all, hard work does not necessarily lead to success, but not working hard is really too easy. Plus, he was busy resisting the rock ninja and busy with prophecy, so he had no time to practice those skills. Let others go to help Minato teacher first, staying here will only increase casualties. Dohei reminded him. He could not command these reinforcements. After all, he was a member of Konoha, and this blood bag could not really fall down before Konoha's blood was sucked clean, so he was ready to help. Okay. Jiraiya turned around and ordered the Konoha ninjas who were ready to join the battle, you go help Minato resist the Kumo ninja army, leave this to us, us. He added the word us at the end, obviously treating Dohei as a strong man of the same level as himself. Yes, Master Jiraiya. These Konoha ninjas are not stupid, of course they can read the air. But without orders, they cannot act on their own, so they dare to kill to the other side of the battlefield only after receiving orders. Whoosh, whoosh. One ninja after another rushed to the Konoha camp a few kilometers away, where the noise was getting louder and louder. You can even see a huge cat-like monster over there. Two-tail. It really appeared. Although I don't know why it appeared at this time, it has indeed arrived. Even if the opponent is not as good as Killer Bee, it is definitely not weak, and it is still a fresh force. Minato Namikaze, who was already struggling to hold back the third Raikage, must be sweating profusely. Anyway, Dohei was a little worried about it. If he hadn't remembered that Uzumaki Kushina was there, the tailed beasts were nothing in front of her diamond chain, and he would have wanted to run away. How to play this? The other side's Cloud Ninja army is fully prepared to fight to the death, and his side has only this little strength. How can we win? We can't win, we don't have the strength, you know. It's just that. Konoha really can't lose this battle. Even if we really have to lose, we can't lose today. Because, he, Uchiha Dohei, is also here. He really wants to be a fun person and doesn't care about Konoha, but he doesn't want to be charged with desertion, and with Uzumaki Kushina there, how can he lose? Why, can't you let me lie down in peace? While he muttered to himself, his right hand quietly took out a bottle of hot spring from his tactical belt and crushed it. A large amount of natural energy quickly spread in his body, but was quickly fused by chakra. Jiraiya was extremely sensitive to the changes in Dohei beside him, but pretended to know nothing. It's a pity. The UB team naturally remembered Doping's information and understood what his breath change meant, so they all started to act. Toad mouth binding technique. Jiraiya bit his index finger immediately, made a seal and slapped it on the ground, summoning the stomach wall of the Iwajoko toad from Myaboko mountain to swallow the two of them. This was naturally not an attack, but to protect Doping from entering the Sage mode. Even if the speed of entry was faster, it would take some time after all, and this was the role of this summoning technique. It must be said that Jiraiya had rich combat experience and made the best response at the first time. You know, the attack of the UB team had already arrived outside the stomach wall. Boom, boom. Two places on the stomach wall bulged directly, showing the strength of the attack. It's a close call, fortunately this sage moved faster. Kid, it's up to you next. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the figure whose momentum had become domineering and fiery with the flame pattern emerging between his eyebrows. Release. He immediately released the summoning technique. Since he has successfully entered the Sage mode, he doesn't need protection. Let the flame purify everything. When Dohei switched to the emotional mode, a golden red color appeared in his eyes, as if a sage had come to the world. Jiraiya also has the Sage mode, but he knows that his progress is far inferior to that of the other party. The gap is too big. The other party's body has not changed too much, proving that he has a very high control over the Sage mode. After the stomach wall disappeared, a blue figure rushed from behind like lightning. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. AI attacked with terrifying power and momentum. Hit. It is equivalent to the Cosmic Phantom type of ninjutsu, which is extremely powerful. The key is fast. Even a Jonin may not be able to react. But facing Dohei in Sage mode, that's another story. The perception of this state is greatly improved. Even if he is not specialized in this aspect, he is extremely sensitive. He immediately noticed the attack from behind and quickly ducked to avoid it. Chapter 224 Experienced Jiraiya. Swish. As if in slow motion, Dohei clearly saw AI's right fist swing into the air. Flame Finger. The white light on his right index finger broke through the air. Swish. The light rushed straight into the sky, but there was no result. The reason is that the opponent is too fast. Not only did he avoid it at the first time, but he also had a layer of lightning armor on his body. The flame finger did not cause any damage and he pulled away. Yet, bastard! A figure whose movements were faster than the sound came and dispelled Dohei's counterattack. Fuck! Where is Jiraiya? At least cooperate with him. As he dodged, Dohei complained in his heart. He said he would leave it to me, and he really did. Swish, swish. Ninja swords swept over one after another. The seven-sword style is really hard to deal with, and his body is covered with swords. That is, in the state of Sage Mode, Dohei's all attributes were greatly improved, otherwise he would have been chopped down in close combat with the opponent. Fortunately, he has a special close combat method. Rain. The temperature control of the flame robe on his body was released. In just a moment, the surrounding temperature rose wildly. The terrifying temperature, if there were plants, they would be dried up in an instant and ignited quickly. After all, he is now in Sage Mode, and the temperature of the flame robe can be imagined. Gurgle. The red-tailed beast coat instantly appeared on Killer Bee's body. Without the protection of this tailed beast coat, he might end up in tragedy if he got close to Dohei. That's why Dohei said it was difficult to cooperate with Jiraiya. Many of his techniques are of the type that have a large range and do not distinguish between enemies and friends. After unfolding the full state of the flame robe, Dohei directly used a flame finger to force Kirabi back a step, and then quickly formed a seal. Senjutsu. Aim no Musakumo sword. A large amount of sky blue flames emerged from the palm of his hand, and then condensed into a single-edged long sword. It looks similar, but it is composed of sky blue flames. See, this is called handsome. In the ninja world, the Kusanagi sword, not to mention the sharpness, is already at a disadvantage in terms of appearance. Appearance is combat power. With the long sword in hand, Dohei slashed out horizontally and confronted Kirabi's ninja sword. There was no sound of metal collision. Crack! But the ninja sword and the Aim no Musakumo sword were directly cut off at the point of contact. Just kidding. The Aim no Musakumo sword is a fairy technique that compresses a large amount of flames into a line shape. Its power is extremely terrifying. How could it not even cut a ninja sword? Of course, it is not accurate to say that it was cut off, it is better to say that it was melted off. Asshole, damn guy. Kirabi naturally realized that facing the Aim Kurokyubo sword in Dohei's hand, his ninja sword was useless, so he gave up the weapon confrontation at the first time. Turning the tables. Dohei not only released the full power of the flame robe, but also held the Aim Kurokyubo sword in his hand, instantly becoming a super close combat expert. But before he could fully counterattack, he found that Kirabi and AI appeared in front and behind him at the same time, and their movements were almost synchronized. Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The two launched this super combination skill. The AB combination of each generation is selected in this way. One hit can easily knock the target's head off. But, when the two approached him, something unexpected happened. Turbulent. A large number of extremely violent fire pillars suddenly erupted from the ground, directly rushing the two approaching people away. Just kidding, Dohei knows a lot about these two. Although he missed the 8th volume of the Tailed Beast, he naturally would not forget this skill, so he had set a trap long ago. Fire Pillar Formation. In Sage Mode, it can be instantly cast without the need for hand seals. The impact force that can lift the earth away, and the accompanying terrible high temperature, are enough to make people suffer. That is to say, one of them has the tailed beast coat and the other has the lightning armor to protect his body, otherwise they would have turned into ashes long ago. The white flame can quickly melt even steel, let alone flesh and blood. Sure enough. The two figures were rushed into the sky by the fire pillar, and they seemed to be fine. But just when they were about to land. Earth escape. Yellow Spring Swamp. A voice suddenly sounded, and then the bottom of the two people quickly turned into a swamp. It was Jiraiya. He had been holding back before, and now he took the opportunity to attack. And he seized the two people's shortcomings as soon as he attacked. Speed. This is the advantage of the two. Especially AI, his lightning chakra mode is more speed-oriented than the third generation's attack and defense. But once he falls into the swamp, his speed advantage will disappear instantly. Once he loses his speed advantage, do you believe that Dopey can chop him up with the Aim no Kurosakumo sword in a minute? Stupid brother, Smart killer bee, yet. Just as he was about to fall into the swamp, an octopus tentacle grew out of Killer Bee's back, and immediately wrapped AI and threw him out of the swamp. And he himself turned into a tailed beast and fell into the swamp. Boom! A huge crash sound directly caused a lot of mud to fly away from the Yellow Spring swamp, but it also successfully trapped the 8 tails. Countless rays of light gathered at the mouth of the 8 tails. The tailed beast ball. It seems that Killer Bee is ready to use this big move to smash the swamp. Random lion hair technique. How could Jiraiya give the opponent this opportunity? He directly used this secret technique to wrap his hair around the opponent like a steel cable, preventing the 8 tails from releasing the tailed beast ball. And that's not all. After controlling the 8 tails with his hair, Jiraiya immediately began to make hand seals. Summoning technique. He slapped his hands on the ground, and a large number of black runes spread out. The huge white mist dispersed, revealing a giant toad carrying a short knife, almost 10 meters tall. Bunta. This is Jiraiya's summoned beast. Jiraiya, what kind of opponent did you find for me? As soon as he was summoned, Bunta began to complain, but at the same time he drew his knife and rushed towards the 8 tails in the swamp. It can only be said that summoned beasts also look at people. Like facing the future Prince Naruto, Bunta was all kinds of explosives, but facing Jiraiya, although he would be verbally stubborn, his body was very honest. Jiraiya's plan was very simple. Defeat them one by one. The opponent's combination is indeed strong, and our team's cooperation is indeed not as good as it. But wouldn't it be enough to separate the enemy? I don't need to defeat the 8 tails, as long as I can hold the opponent back and let it and I play bad together. Well done. On the other side, Dohei admired in his heart. As expected of Jiraiya, he is experienced and instantly made up for his team's disadvantage in coordination. In a one-on-one fight, he can completely beat AI in Sage mode. Rain. The flames erupted from his body, greatly increasing his speed, and he chased AI and chopped him directly. No matter how fast the opponent is, he can't fly slower than you in Sage mode, right? At the same time, due to the previous Tailed Beast Volume 8, the terrain has become extremely flat, which is not suitable for taking advantage of agility, but conducive to flying advantage. Heavy flow. AI appeared behind Tang Ping like lightning. Swish. The sky blue sword of Aim no Kyum swept backwards, forcing AI to retreat. The perception in the Sage mode was enough for Tang Ping to deal with attacks from behind without looking back. Can't we fight with physical skills? But he also found that continuing to fight with the opponent in physical skills was completely using his own weaknesses to attack the opponent's strengths. The high temperature brought by the flame robe is indeed unsolvable, but only for those who have no means of defense. The opponent's lightning armor is enough to protect them from the high temperature. Sage method. Zhu Rong's true body. Do Ping gave up the idea of fighting slowly and went all out. The situation on the main battlefield was not good, and Hinata Kangyu had already secretly sent a signal, so he had to hurry up. Raging. Countless flames formed a huge flame giant, and at the same time, the flame clothes on Do Ping's body also expanded rapidly, covering the flame giant layer by layer, forming a red armor. The tens of meters high Zhu Rong's real body appeared on the battlefield, instantly shocking the combination. Even if they already knew Zhu Rong's real body from the intelligence, it was completely different to see it in person. No wonder Uchiha likes Susanoo. Do Ping, who stood high in Zhu Rong's real body, looked down and sighed. Because this feeling is really cool. Anyway, driving Gundam is much more powerful than all kinds of calculations and ninjutsu. And he did not hesitate to launch the second fairy method. Fairy method. Sky Cloud Sword. The difference from before is that this time it is Zhu Rong's real body that uses it. Rain. The sky blue sword several dozen meters long looks gorgeous and dazzling, but it contains terrifying power that is enough to split mountains and shatter peaks. And Do Ping would certainly not be stupid enough to use the Gundam to deal with AI, the future fourth Raikage. If he could hit him, he could easily dodge. So his target is naturally the one in the swamp more than 300 meters away from him. The sky cloud sword points directly at the opponent, and then a smile flashes across the corner of his mouth. Next, it's his performance. Chapter 225 400 meter sword. Chapter 225 400 meter sword. Shoot him, God Gun. The blade of the Tenkuro Kyumo sword in Do Ping's hand instantly extended forward. Just kidding, this sword in your hand may look like a sword, but it is actually just a fairy technique, and it is not impossible to change its form. Chakra form change technique. Just like the Chidori sharp spear. There is no reason why the fairy chakra can't do what the chakra can do, right? As long as the basic conditions, that is, the control of the fairy chakra, are up to standard, it is not difficult to develop this trick. Chi. The sky blue blade instantly pierced through the belly of the 8 tails, and its originally thick skin and flesh were as fragile as cardboard. You know, the 8 tails could easily withstand the long-range attacks of thousands of Konoha ninjas before. But now it was instantly pierced by the Tenkuro Kyumo sword. AI, who was not far away, happened to see the scene. Due to anger and worry, blood almost dripped from the corners of his eyes. The other party grew up with him, and the relationship is closer than that of brothers. And doping in Zhu Rong's real body, of course, heard AIS. The voice filled with various emotions said disdainfully. Tisk, you make me look like an evil villain, you are not good people either. He knew very well that the future 4th Raikage was not a good person. He was domineering and reckless, and would rob anything he saw, and would massacre the whole village if he disobeyed. Facing such a guy, he would not have any reluctance. Swish! While complaining, his right hand suddenly exerted force. And Zhurong's real body copied doping's action and fiercely lifted the 400-meter-long aim no Kyume sword. Tear! The upper half of the body of the huge 8 tails, which was as huge as a meat mountain, was directly cut in half. Although the tailed beast was not a real flesh and blood body, it would definitely be disabled if it did not die. Gundam is still good for dealing with large targets. If it was Jiraiya, Bunta's more than 10-meter-long short sword would bend the blade, and he could not do anything to him. Now you understand the value of Gundam, right? Heavy flow explosion. AI Hanu hit Zhu Rong's real body from behind with all his strength. Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision made Zhu Rong's real body shake involuntarily. Sure enough, even if it is a fairy technique, its defense is still far inferior to Susanoo. Doping turned his head to look at AI, whose outer armor had been shattered and was only one layer away from him. He knew that if the opponent was a little stronger, he could break the defense. Even the opponent was like this. Not to mention the 3rd Raikage, whose strength was far superior to the opponent. The opponent's hell thrust and four-handed penetration would definitely be able to easily break Zhu Rong's real body. He also knew the reason why Zhu Rong's real body's defense was poor. Flames are not suitable for defense. This is determined by the chakra attribute. If it is earth escape, the defense will be countless times stronger. This is also one of the reasons why his 2nd development attribute is earth escape. Now his earth escape has made considerable progress due to the reward from the roots, and I believe it will be fruitful soon. Fire pillar formation. A few words came out of Doping's mouth. If it were before, once Zhu Rong's real body was used, he would have to race against time to end the battle, because he couldn't afford to consume the fairy chakra. Now that the chakra has grown a lot, there is room for control. Boom! White fire pillars more than 10 meters thick broke out of the ground and flooded the area around Zhu Rong's real body. Such a large-scale attack did not give AI any chance to dodge. So was the power. This time, the opponent had no chance to escape easily. The process seemed long, but from Doping using the sword of Aim no Murakumo to seriously injure the tailed beast Killer Bee, to luring AI to come and using the fire pillar formation to severely injure the opponent, the process took less than 10 seconds. After Doping severely injure Killer Bee, Jiraiya jumped on Bunta as soon as possible. Prepared to take the opponent's life while he was sick. Ninjas do not have the attribute of mercy to their enemies. Prince Naruto, I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Fire style, Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Uwenta performed oil, Jiraiya performed fire style combined ninjutsu. Oil and fire. It was exactly the rhythm of an incendiary bomb. The terrifyingly high temperature and adsorption directly increased the lethality by an unknown number of times, instantly submerging the cut Killer Bee. And Dohei immediately released Zhurong's true body. This thing consumes Senjutsu chakra like a pump, and he doesn't want to keep it running. Next. Dohei stared at AI, who was already unconscious and falling in the sky after being rushed into the sky by the fire column formation, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Although he was unwilling to change the plot, he thought that the Cloud Ninja would be able to quickly select another one if one Raikage candidate was missing. But before he could make a move, Big Brother Kirara B appeared below the landing point, rolled up the opponent with his octopus tentacles and fled at an astonishing speed. How is it possible? Not far away, Jiraiya, who was still standing on top of Buntao, was stunned. Because he knew very well that his toad oil flame bomb really burned the target, but the body was still in the swamp. Only Doping reacted quickly. Octopus leg clone technique. He just remembered that Killer Bee did have this trick. Even the future second Pilla's Mangeki could be hidden, not to mention Jiraiya. But this trick should be countered by the Tensagen. If it was Haiga Sogetsu, he might just add a divine air strike to make the opponent fall to the street. Since the target has been rescued, Doping has no intention of chasing. Because the two of them can't affect the battle situation. Not to mention the unconscious AI, even Killer Bee has a wound that is bleeding continuously. It should be the damage caused by the previous 400-meter sword. In this way, the goal has been achieved. He only needs to ensure that Konoha does not lose. As for helping the opponent to annihilate the Cloud Ninja army, I'm afraid he hasn't woken up yet. Anyway, I've used Sage Mode and Gundam before, so no one can accuse me of not doing my best. Even if he's in good shape now. But who knows if he doesn't say it. After seeing a signal from the corner of his eye, Doping suddenly made a move. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became visibly dejected. Jiraiya, who was about to release the summoning technique to join the group, asked with a worried look. Were you injured in the battle just now? It's normal to get injured in a battle with cage-level powerhouses like the AB combination. I'm fine. I'm fine, go and support Teacher Kokona and the others. Doping spoke with forced support. It was like completely disregarding his own safety and doing everything for the victory of the village. The will of fire buff is full. Anyway, when Jiraiya saw this scene, he felt that the teacher's letter of complaint was a bit too much. He may be a little angry, but what flows in his body is the will of fire, which looks ambitious and rebellious. Okay, I'll go there first, be careful. Jiraiya quickly rushed towards the main battlefield. He did not consume much in the battle just now, so with him as a new force joining, plus those Konoha reinforcements from before, unless the Sandome Reikage is prepared to die with Konoha, he will have no choice but to retreat. After Jiraiya left, Dohei did not remove his disguise. Instead, he was weak and slowly advanced towards the battlefield, supported by Hinata Kangya who walked over. Baiju. It's nearby at this time. This was just discovered by Haiga Kangetsu, so Dohei's disguise was not only for Jiraiya to see, but also for Baizetsu. You cannot let the other party or Madara behind you know your true strength. By the way, he can also show weakness to the ninja world, showing that his strength has also fallen into a stagnant period, and the threat is not as exaggerated as imagined, allowing them to focus less on themselves. Achieving multiple goals with one stone is a total win. By the time they arrived at the original camp, which was the main battlefield, the attacking Cloud Ninja army had been repulsed. What I have to say is that the third Reikage is exactly like the humanoid Gundam. Facing Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, they joined forces and rescued the two-tailed Jinchuriki who were blocked by King Kong, and even cut off the rear alone. The combat power is off the charts. If it weren't for the worry about the Kumo Ninja army, it wouldn't be surprising if they didn't retreat. At this point, the war started due to the plans of both sides has come to an end. Chapter 226 The Despised Chain and Grass Ninja Village in the Ninja World. After this battle, the offensive of the Cloud Ninja army in the Kingdom of Thunder is no longer as aggressive as before. And the third Reikage blamed Onoki for the failure. After all, Jiraiya disappeared from the front line without any notice from the other party. It was indeed suspected of cheating his teammates. The other party had this motive. And Tang Ping's mission was naturally completed successfully. Only when Koji Yamama arrived with the attacking troops to join them did he know why the AB team arrived alone. Good guy, he called him good guy. I really didn't expect that Yamama Koji, who looked thick-browed and big-eyed, would be so sinister, taking advantage of a weak force to directly play him to death. Even Jiraiya extended an invitation to him, wanting him to stay on the front line and serve, but he was rejected. Although Yamama Koji is a serving ninja, he has made it clear that Dohei is the main priority in everything, so it is normal for him to refuse, and it is not easy for the village to force him. Do you really think everyone is White Fang and Uchiha? White Fang, Uchiha, isn't this breaking of the ninja world over yet? Shadow-level experts are already qualified to express their wishes. Just like the future elite Jonin, the Hokage will ask them what they mean when they are given a task, and will not forcefully assign tasks. Outside the camp. Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, let's leave first. Dohei was preparing to leave after meeting Koji Yamama. He was unwilling to interfere too much in the ninja world war. There are too many LYBs who are secretly paying attention to them. This time it was also because of the transaction. Now that the task was completed, it was natural to get out as soon as possible. As for Jiraiya, he had already been sent back by Namikaze Minato using the Flying Thunder God. If he had returned more slowly, Onoki might have been able to defeat the Northwest Ninja Army. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kyuna bid farewell to their 404 team. Let's go, let's prepare to retreat. After they lost sight of Dohei and the others, Namikaze Minato also reminded them softly. Although the Kyumo Ninja Army was successfully defeated, Konoha has reached its limit. Coupled with the loss of supplies, it is preparing to withdraw its defense line back to the Land of Fire. Shrinking the defense line is also a last resort. Although it will bring the flames of war into the Kingdom of Fire, it will make our own supplies and support much more convenient. Kushina nodded and recalled in her mind that Dohei had asked her for blood and hair before. Although she didn't know the reason, she still gave them to her out of trust. The other side. Tanghei and the others were on their way at full speed, but their target was not the Land of Fire. Go there. Hinata Kangyu was a little curious. It wasn't that she had any objections, but she wanted to find a topic to chat with Tang Ping. The country of grass, the country of rain. Tang Ping told the target without concealing it. There should be a Uzumaki tribesman in the country of grass, but I don't know if they have arrived. In the country of rain, he wanted to see the three little ones of the Akatsuki organization from a distance. With his current strength, although he is still far from being able to compete with the one who lives in the Pure Land, he should be qualified to watch the layout. Prophecy and Destiny. From the mouth of Maitreya from the Kingdom of Ghosts, he knew a lot of details, so he was naturally not as fearful as he was at first. The next step is to drive at full speed. This is also a rare free time, and they usually receive countless eyes. Soon, they entered the Kingdom of Sound, the Kingdom of Iron, the Kingdom of Taki, and finally the Kingdom of Grass from the Kingdom of Tang. It took them several days, which was enough to cover the vastness of the shinobi world. Therefore the intention to circle around the border of the country of fire was also done by Tang Ping on purpose. He wanted to see the small country in the ninja world. All I can say is that after reading it, he only had 4 words in his mind. People are worse than dogs. I originally thought that the civilians of the fire country were miserable enough, but I didn't expect that there would be even worse things. At least they look like people in the Land of Fire, but in these small countries where bandits, ninjas, and nobles are rampant, ordinary civilians don't even look like humans. All I can say is that the description of the future white-eyed wolf is really accurate. This is hell. It is indeed the most appropriate word to describe tolerance. It seems that it is not unreasonable for the 5 major countries to be desirable. It all depends on the support of peers. If these small countries did not exist, no one might think there was anything good about it. But with the existence of these small countries, the 5 major countries have become a pure land rhythm. Sure enough, the ninja world is a worse world. There is no worst, only worse. The 3 of them entered the grass ninja village, which was surrounded by weeds and had very little cultivated land. It didn't look like a settlement at all. This is the grass ninja village. Sun Xiang Kengyu was shocked by 100 million points. Because this place is called a ninja village, it might as well be called a slum. You can see dilapidated houses and skinny villagers everywhere. Occasionally, 1 or 2 grass ninjas wearing ninja forehead protectors walked by with dignity. Get away! Dirty guys, I don't know why the adults don't drive these guys out of the village. Stop it, without these people, would it be up to you to do the chores? The ninjas' voices were completely unconcealed, and they simply did not regard these villagers as human beings. This is the norm in the ninja world. The 5 major ninja villages regard their villagers as extremely important, not because they have this attitude towards ordinary people, but because all the villagers have ninja blood. Did you see that the truth is so cold? That's why Dohei said that the real ninja world is completely the Black Deep Zan version. The 3 of them all wear Konoha ninja forehead protectors, so naturally no one dares to mess with them. Even the grass ninja couldn't help but shrink ahead when he saw them. There is a chain of contempt in the ninja world. The 5 great ninja villages are at the top, followed by first-line ninja villages such as Taki Ninja Village, Amame Ninja Village, and so on. At the bottom are second and third-tier ninja villages such as Grass Ninja and Sound Ninja. In the sewers are wild ninjas and so on. As for professions such as samurai and warriors, they are not even qualified to enter the contempt chain. Now that the 404 team is here, it is basically the rhythm of the celestial dragons. It is no wonder that these grass ninjas are afraid of themselves. Let's go get something to eat first. Tang Ping saw an izakaya next to him and took the lead in walking in. I came to Kusanagi village for the sake of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan. The natural monkey version of the immortal human body is enough to cultivate a strong man. And this refers to one's own potential. With his help, the strength will only be even more exaggerated. It is precisely for this reason that Tang Ping came here specially to make this trip. Ninja masters, what would you like to eat? As soon as I entered the izakaya, the boss with a Philistine look on his face began to ask questions in person. This izakaya cannot be compared with Konoha in terms of scale or environment, but it is cleaner and has curtains to separate the tables, so it looks pretty good. Those who can come to such a place to spend money are either ninjas or businessmen. This is why the boss is not afraid of them because of their ninja status. Soon, several set meals were delivered. But there is no wine. An embarrassing fact is that they can kill and massacre at will, but none of them are of drinking age. What kind of hell joke is this? In fact, Tang Ping came here to eat not only because he was hungry, but also because this kind of place was the easiest to find information. Although it was easier to find information in places like Flower Street, he was not interested. After all, I had never seen any big scenes on the internet before time travel, not to mention that the ninja girls around me were really good looking. He didn't dare to get close to those courtesans who wore heavy makeup and made themselves unrecognizable even to their mothers. This aesthetic was really weird. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to go forward and hear the opponent being destroyed by a terrorist attack on the back foot. What a sin! Suddenly, he slowed down his eating movements and his ears perked up. Have you heard that a medical ninja came to the village some time ago, and he can treat me by spending some contribution? Great, I was injured last time, but I never recovered. Let's go, then what are you waiting for? The conversation between several grass ninjas made Tang Ping immediately feel that something was wrong. Medical ninja. Almost only the 5 major ninja villages have them, even Konoha and Suna ninja, and almost none of the other 3 major ninja villages. You can imagine how precious it is. Nowadays, there are also third-tier small ninja villages like Grass Ninja Village. How can it not make people feel wrong? If my guess is correct, I might have bumped into the right owner this time. Pay the bill. Although it is not a gold standard, the currency of the Fire Country can also be used in Kusanagi village. Hinata Kangyu and Yamamakoji stood up and followed in a tacit understanding, without any nonsense, because they knew there was something going on at this glance. Soon, they followed several grass ninjas and came to a wooden house with 2 grass ninjas guarding outside. With their strength, how could the other party detect and follow them, even if Koji Yamama's body shape was different? When Tang Ping saw the internal situation clearly through the gap in the wall, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Chapter 227 SSR card, obtained by Uzumaki Kosovo's mother. Chapter 227 SSR card, obtained from the mother of Uzumaki Phosphorus. Vampire? No. It was several grass ninjas who were biting a pregnant woman with grey hair and a swollen belly. What makes Tang Ping confused is that the other party is not a red hair. If he wasn't that person, he wouldn't take action. After all, there are many tragedies in the ninja world. If he had to take care of everything he encountered, he would have become a holy mother. Hey, the injury is really good. Great, now we can take on the mission again. I don't know where the village leaders found the treasure. Now we grass ninjas are no longer afraid of getting hurt. The 3 Kusanagi, who recovered quickly from their injuries, excitedly left the dying woman behind. Tang Ping, on the other hand, quickly got in through the hole-like window on the side. After entering this 10-square-meter house with mud walls and thatch roof, Tang Ping immediately slapped his hands on the ground. A large number of runes spread, which directly blocked the sound in the house that didn't even have a door, only a curtain. Sealing technique. As time passed, his achievements became more and more powerful. Even though he doesn't have the Uzumaki bloodline, he has a magical learning artifact like the Qingming potion, which makes his accumulation in this area deeper and deeper. At this time, he thought he could catch up with Uzumaki Kyuyuna slightly. Don't think this achievement is simple. He is now the master of sealing skills. If he catches up with him, it means that Tang Ping has also entered this level. You can imagine how difficult it will be. You, who are you? The old woman whose arms and neck were covered with countless teeth marks asked in a hoarse voice. Konoha Ninja, Uchiha Dohei. Tang Ping reported his identity directly. When the other party heard the word Konoha, his empty eyes clearly showed hatred. Right, everything is right. Because it is normal for the Uzumaki clan to have hatred for Konoha. The Uzumaki clan is the most loyal ally of Konoha. You can see how good the relationship is by seeing that Konoha's symbol is the Uzumaki clan's symbol. Not to mention, Uzumaki Mito is still the wife of Senju Hashirama. It is no exaggeration to say that the two parties are as close as one family. But what did Konoha do when the Uzumaki clan was destroyed? Just pretend that you don't know and let the major ninja villages massacre the country of Whirlpool. For the Uzumaki clan members who were lucky enough to escape, they hated Konoha more than other ninja villages. Are you a member of the Uzumaki clan? Tang Ping asked again without waiting for the other party to answer. Although it was an inquiry, he had already thoroughly confirmed the identity of the other party. The Uzumaki tribe. After all, there is no mistaking the combination of several conditions. If the hair is not red, it should be a disguise, otherwise it will be too conspicuous. And what's in the opponent's stomach should be fragrant phosphorus, right? In the future, the other party will only dare to give his name as Xiang Phosphorus and will not dare to add the surname Uzumaki at all. This shows how bad the living environment of the Uzumaki clan is. The woman seemed not to have heard what Tang Ping said. Now that you are in charge, are you still afraid of exposing your identity as a Uzumaki clan? Besides, do you want your future children to be like you, letting grass ninjas use them as medical blood packs? Tang Ping pointed this out. Yes, it has already become like this. Even if you reveal your true identity, what else can you do? Konoha Ninja, sooner or later the countless undead souls of our Uzumaki clan will take revenge on you. You'd better kill me right away, otherwise I will definitely avenge my clan members as long as I have the chance. The words full of resentment were slowly spoken by the other party in a hoarse voice, which seemed to make the surrounding temperature a bit colder. Tisk tisk. It has to be said that Konoha really made the Uzumaki clan miserable, even though they were so close, they just watched their demise. In other words, Uzumaki Mito takes the overall situation into account, otherwise the top management of Konoha would have been purged long ago. But I heard that since then, the Senju clan's Konoha F4 has not entered at all. If you want to take action, please inform me in advance. I can also bring peanuts and melon seeds to watch from the front row. After hearing what the other party said, Tang Ping not only did not get angry, but instead made a request. Have fun. He really wants to see someone go to Konoha village to carry rice, and he will definitely have a front row VIP seat to complain. Are you not a Konoha ninja? Faced with Tang Ping's strange reaction, the woman from the Uzumaki clan lying on the bed was completely in disbelief. If it were a Konoha ninja, he would definitely kill her with a kunao and not expect. No, I am a Konoha ninja. Dohei pointed to the forehead protector on his head and asked again, do you want to leave here? He goes straight to the point without beating around the bush. I would rather die than go to Konoha. The woman's tone was extremely firm, which showed how deep her hatred for Konoha was. You misunderstood. I am taking you back to the castle tower. And you don't need to think of me as a Konoha ninja. After all, my relationship with the village, you will know it later. Tang Ping shook his head and explained that he directly made it clear that there was a problem with his relationship with Konoha. Listen to the tune but not the propaganda. A rebellious person. Arrogant and unruly. These are the views of the village's senior leaders on themselves. That is to say, it is now the time of the Ninja World War. At other times, he would have already started targeting himself. Wrong, Danzo's roots have never stopped targeting himself. The woman believed this instantly and was not worried that Tang Ping would lie to her. Because in her situation, there is nothing to lie to. She was still a little hesitant at first, but looking at her bulging belly, her eyes condensed and she said, okay, I'll go with you. She has no nostalgia for the grass ninja village. Instead, she has endless hatred. If it weren't for the fact that other places were not as good, she would have found a way to escape. Everyone has said that the ninja world is a worse world. Although she has to serve as a blood pack in Kayan village, outside, she not only serves as a blood pack, but may even serve as food. She has seen many of these while wandering in the ninja world. Don't make a sound. Tang Ping wrapped his body with only bones in a rag-like quilt, and then jumped out of the window with him and left. Even if the Kusanagi disappeared and were attributed to the 404 team who came to Kusanagi village today, Dohei would not believe that they would dare to cause trouble. Is it true that the dominance of Konoha's ninja world is fake? What's more, using the Uzumaki clan as a blood pack is a shameful thing. Once exposed, it will only make them worse. After handing the person in his hand to Yamamakoji, Dohei finally got rid of Hinata Kangyu's chilling gaze. How difficult would it be for 3 shadow-level experts to take someone away from the grass ninja village? Asking is to lie down. Let alone leading people, even if you want to destroy the grass ninja village, it won't take long. So it was very smooth when I left. Koji, take her back to the castle tower first, and keep her hair the same color. After leaving the grass ninja village, Tang Ping immediately made arrangements. After all, the next step is to go to the Rain Ninja village to see the 3 little ones. It is a bit inconvenient to carry them with them, so it is best to bring them back to the castle tower first. The other party's body, which was almost exhausted, could not bear the bumps on the road. Tang Ping didn't want everyone to be rescued, only to die in his own hands in the end. That would be a bit too grassy. Yes. Yamamakoji directly carried the people away. With his physique, this weight is not burdensome at all. On the other hand, Dohei and Hyaga Kangetsu went straight to the ninja world, a small country with an extremely special status. The Land of Rain. The reason why this small country is special is that Hanzo, the demigod, was born first, and then the Xiao Tian Tuan, both of which were extremely extraordinary. The former defeated the 3 ninjas and gave them the title of 3 ninjas. Not to mention the latter, the Akatsuki group is a super rebel organization that almost destroyed the world. With these 2, it naturally gives this small country special significance. And Tanhei and Hinata Kangetsu used the transformation surgery to mix among the refugees and came to this small country where it rains all year round. And what they didn't expect was that they met their target not long after entering the Kingdom of Rain. Chapter 228 Zionin, you don't want to see it either. Chapter 228 Zionin, you don't want to see it either. Go this way. Don't crowd, there is a resting place in front. If you work hard, you can get food. A gentle male voice comforted the surrounding refugees. Wearing a beige poncho and a black robe with a stand-up collar, a young man with short yellow hair appeared in view. Even if there are some ninjas in the same clothes around him, no matter who they are, they will focus on him immediately. Yahiko. Tang Ping, who was mixed in the crowd, immediately confirmed the identity of the other party. Even though the other party's appearance has changed a lot from that in the anime, this kind of unrivaled affinity is indeed very rare. Well, if there is a charm attribute in the ninja world, the other party must be one with full charm. What a pity it's a virgin. Tang Ping sighed secretly in his heart. The original intention of the other party in creating Xiao was good, but it was a pity that he couldn't grasp people's hearts, which ultimately led to tragedy. After confirming the identity of the other party, Tang Ping looked around. Soon, he found 2 other targets. It's not that there is any identification system, but because there are only 3 people with extremely eye-catching hair colors. Red, blue, and yellow. They are exactly the 3 primary colors. Others are either grey or black, so it is difficult to find them quickly. Nagato's dark red lid even covered his eyes completely, and he didn't know how he could see his surroundings clearly. As for Zionin? Come on, apart from the short blue hair and the paper flowers on it, more importantly, the amazing appearance is too conspicuous. Really awesome. Anyway, except for special circumstances, the appearance of female ninjas in the ninja world never disappoints. In some aspects, chakra is completely better than any skincare and maintenance products. No wonder countless women want to become ninjas. The improvement in appearance alone is enough to make people flock to it. From the first moment he saw the other party, Tang Ping had a bold idea in his mind. Zionin, you don't want to either. Of course, this is a joke, because Tang Ping knows that now is not the time to contact the other party. Not to mention the 6 paths immortals in the Pure Land, just the Madara, huddled underground was enough to make him stay away from the 3 people at this stage. This time I came here just for a distance view and layout. He glanced at Hinata Kangyu next to him and thought affirmative answer. White Zetsu is nearby. It can only be said that the 3 little ones were controlled by Madara like chess pieces from beginning to end. Next, the 2 of them acted honestly like ordinary refugees, following the instructions of the people of the Akatsuki organization. The other party guided the refugees to avoid the battle areas of the ninjas of several major countries, and prepared a place for them to rest, provide them with job opportunities and food. It must be said that the things done by the Akatsuki organization have indeed gained it a huge reputation. But the more this is the case, the more Hanzo and Rain Ninja can't tolerate it. I haven't died yet, and you dare to do this. I dare not think about what I will do when I die. No wonder the Akatsuki organization will be pitted in the future. From the perspective of anime viewers, it is natural to think that Hanzo and Rain Ninja deserve to die, but from another perspective, there is another view. Because the Akatsuki organization is an illegal organization, but now it wants to replace the official responsibilities of the Rain country, and even snatch the work of the Rain Ninja, who else should I punish? It can only be said that it is not wrong to stand from their own perspectives. It is this world that is wrong. Anyway, Dohei still has a good impression of Akatsuki, both now and in the future. The current purpose is to change the country and build a bridge of hope to world peace through communication between people. The Akatsuki in the future. The purpose is to use the tailed beasts to deter countries and achieve the wish for peace. Does it sound familiar? Nonsense. In the world before Dohei traveled through time, wasn't peace achieved because the big countries had the ability to destroy each other? At most, they fought proxy wars. The other party's actions were actually not wrong, but the waters in the ninja world were too deep. There is also the Otsutsuki family behind them, stirring up trouble. They are willing to do it. While thinking about these, Dohei continued to observe Akatsuki. Of course, it was also to find an opportunity. An opportunity to avoid the surveillance of White Zetsu. A few days later. It was also a rare cloudy day without rain. Hinata Sogitsu and Dohei both stood up at the same time and walked in the same direction. Today, Nagato went to another place to collect food, so White Zetsu also left with him. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Usually, the trio were inseparable. Doping said it was a transformation technique, but in fact, it was not much different from his real appearance. It was more dependent on the disguise skills of Hinata Sogitsu. After all, he had to face White Zetsu and the Samsara Eye. It was just a simple transformation technique, and it was not impossible for others to see through it at a glance. Now he is a skinny boy. Soon, Doping came to a small grave, and Hinata Sogitsu was naturally on guard and covering the periphery to prevent anyone from coming to affect Doping's plan. Who? Konan, who was standing in front of the grave, seemed to have noticed something and turned her head. It's me, Sister Konan. Doping walked out. He was a few years younger than the other party, so it was natural for him to call her sister. It was definitely not because of her appearance. He was face-blind and could not tell whether she was beautiful or not. He just wanted to make friends with her. It's you, Nobunaga. When Zionin saw that the person who came was Doping, a refugee who had just arrived in the Land of Rain a few days ago, she also relaxed. Oda Nobunaga. Of course it was Doping's pseudonym. Of course he couldn't use his real name, as it might be discovered if he used it. After all, he was too famous, so it was better to use a pseudonym. Why was it called this? Of course it was because he was too lazy to think of a name. Sister Zionin, is your friend buried here? Doping did not get straight to the point, but asked about the owner of the tomb. Yes, it's called Little Bit. Maybe Zionin had accumulated a lot of desire to talk, but it was not easy to tell Yahiko and Nagato, so she chose to tell Doping the story of the owner of the tomb. It was a dog. But it occupied a lot of weight in her heart. After a long time, Zionin said with some embarrassment. Sorry for making you listen to all this. It must be said that the biggest difference between the Akatsuki organization and other ninjas is that they treat ordinary people as human beings. When it comes to the Kyuzagakuren and Odokuren, the attitude towards ordinary people is not the same. It's okay, if Sister Zionin wants to talk, I'm willing to listen at any time, but I have an agreement to make with you. Doping's tone was gentle. Swoosh. But in response to his words, a paper shuriken was thrown. Obviously, Zionin is not a naive person, and naturally noticed that something was wrong with him. Ordinary refugees would not think of making an agreement with a ninja they had met a few times, which clearly showed that there was something wrong. After cleverly avoiding the attack, Doping explained. Sister Zionin, I have no ill intentions, why don't you listen to my agreement first? Sowing some seeds now will yield results in the future. The future Akatsuki group. But there is no better tool man. Who are you? Konan quietly reached for the ninja bag behind him with his right hand. There was a flare inside that could warn others. My identity is not important, but what I say next is very important to you. Tohei naturally saw the other party's small movements, but he did not mean to stop him, but continued to talk. If one day, you encounter a desperate thing, open this thing. He threw an iron box sealed with a sealing technique to the other party. It cannot be opened by force, but when the other party sees Yahiko's death and is in despair, it will vibrate and remind him to open it, so that the other party can see the prophecy on the note inside. Prophecy. He wrote down the plot he knew in advance. As long as he can prove to him that he has the ability to predict, it will be easy to control him. The key point is that there is a way to resurrect in it. In this way, he can control Xionin and use her for his own purposes. Because Xionin cared not about the Akatsuki organization from beginning to end, but to keep the three alive. As long as he knew this, it would be easy to win over the other party. At least he could reach a cooperation. Chapter 229 A Chance to Change Fate. Humph, how can I believe you who dare not even show your face? Xionin snorted. It's hard to say my identity, but it's true that I have no ill will towards you and the Akatsuki organization. Doping emphasized again. Yes, he has no ill will towards Akatsuki, but it's normal to have ill will towards some members. For example, a certain ungrateful person. At the same time, Akatsuki's pursuit is very similar to his. They all hope for peace in the ninja world, but the means are different. Compared to Yahiko's naivety and Nagato's extremeness, his own Tanada style is the kingly way. The most important thing is to have your own leader, so that you will not be played around by the masterminds behind the scenes like nesting dolls. If you don't want to reveal your identity, please leave immediately. Akatsuki does not welcome you. Pieces of paper appeared on Konan's body, indicating that the secret technique was activated. As long as she heard a rejection, she would not hesitate to take action. I can leave, but the box is not brought with me, and no one can tell anyone about our meeting this time, including Yahiko and Nagato, if you don't want to regret it for the rest of your life in the future. Tohei warned solemnly. Although he has some good feelings for Konan, his help is limited to this. If the other party does not listen to advice and wants to die, then he is also happy to watch the show. You. Konan heard the seriousness in Tang Ping's tone, so she hesitated. Because the other party did not seem to have any malicious intent. Goodbye, Sister Xionin, seize this only chance to change your fate. Tang Ping turned around and waved to leave. If the other party believes in him, he will seize this opportunity to change his fate, but if the other party does not believe in him, it doesn't matter. It's not a loss anyway. How can I contact you in the future? Looking at the figure who had already reunited with Hinata Kangyu and was about to leave, Xionin suddenly asked this question for some reason. You will know after the box is opened. Tang Ping said without looking back, and then left with the instant body technique. If the other party wants to forcefully open the box, the sealing technique will destroy the paper note inside. At the same time, if you don't carry it with you, you can't feel the change of the other party's chakra, and you can't open it. Cannot be destroyed and carried with you. These are the two basic conditions for opening the box. If the other party complies, you will be given a chance to change your fate. If you don't comply, you deserve to die. Who are you? Konan muttered to herself as she looked at the small iron box in her hand. Finally, she put it in her arms and left. For some reason, when facing those Sister Konan, she always felt that the other party had no ill intentions. On the other side, Hinata Kangyu spoke at this time. Is there anything special about those guys? Both she and Yamamakoji had a vague feeling that Doping had the ability to predict. Just like Might Die before, he was obviously an inconspicuous genin, but he took him very seriously and said that his son had the strongest physical skill. What else could it be if not a prophecy? However, the two of them also tacitly buried this secret in their hearts and did not reveal it at all. Now that Doping suddenly came here to observe the three people, how could she not be curious? Unfortunately, after observing for a few days, she felt that the other party did not have much special, except that he was too naive. Naive. That was her evaluation of the Akatsuki organization. It is naive to think that through communication, several warring powers can stop fighting. Don't underestimate them. Doping could naturally hear some disdain in Hinata Kangyu's tone. Maybe they can bring about changes in the ninja world in the future. He was referring to the future Akatsuki group, not the current Akatsuki organization. Only when the naive Akatsuki organization falls, the organization that scares the ninja world will be born. Of course, there are some things he really can't say. After all, God knows whether the Six Paths Sage, that LYB, is watching. Anyway, things related to Otsutsuki can't be said casually. The ninja world has the ability of prophecy, and the more people who know the information, the more likely it is to be exposed. Akatsuki Organization. Hinata Kangya frowned slightly, obviously feeling that there was a problem, but couldn't figure out where the problem was. After all, who would have thought that an inconspicuous small organization would actually become the Akatsuki group that caused the Fourth Ninja World War? As for the time period of the birth of the Akatsuki group, it should be soon. After all, Madara is going to die soon, and before he dies, he will definitely guide Nagato to the correct path before closing his eyes. That is to say, at this moment over the years. This is also the most dangerous time for Tang Ping. Once the other party feels that he is an obstacle to the infinite Tsukuyomi, he will definitely find a way to remove it. So before the other party closed his eyes, Tang Ping was not prepared to stimulate the other party's sensitive nerves. But, when Dohei and Hyaga Kangetsu restored their true bodies and entered the land of fire, rushing towards Konoha, they discovered an unpleasant fact. Baiju. They were targeted. It seemed that as he continued to take action, Madara also focused his attention on him. Tang Ping had already expected this. With the strength and potential he has shown now, he will not be afraid of the other party. After all, he doesn't have the bloodline of Uchiha, Senju or Uzumaki. As for how the other party finds them? Baiju Network. The other party has Baiju in many places in the country of fire to act as spies. It is not difficult to find them without disguise. Under the watching of the other party, Dohei and the others returned to Konoha village. After several years of ninja wars, it still had a lot of impact on the most prosperous ninja village in the ninja world. Most of the fleet is missing. Even the surrounding fields are starting to become barren. You know, in the past, villagers could issue tasks and find some ninja students or genin to help with planting, and the village would also provide a lot of subsidies. But now there is a shortage of manpower, and the village cannot afford subsidies, which has resulted in this situation. In other words, now Konoha has changed from conquer them and get more benefits at the beginning of the Ninja World War to no matter what, end this damn war as soon as possible. Mentality change. Too long. Before the Great Ninja War began, no one could have imagined that the war would last for such a long time. Even if it is as strong as Konoha, it cannot withstand this kind of consumption. This is also the reason why they had to withdraw their troops from the country of Tang despite repelling the Kumo ninja army. Grown-ups. Amidst the respectful greetings from the two registered ninjas, Dohei stepped into the village with Hinata Kangetsu. It looks like Konoha can't hold on much longer. Looking at the cold atmosphere around him, Tang Ping sighed in a low voice. At this time, he finally understood why the next 3 generations of Hokage would sign those treaties that were degrading and humiliating the country, so that Konoha was clearly the victor, but could not get any benefits from the victor. Because Konoha really can't be defeated. If we continue to fight, no one knows whether we can bring down the other 4 major ninja villages, but Konoha will definitely be doomed. By the way, do you think the Sarutobi clan has 3,000 troops? Tang Ping joked casually. But who knew? Hinata Kangya gave him a horrifying answer. Probably only a little over 1,000. She has the reincarnation eye and can see through the barriers and obstacles that can shield the Byakugan, so she has mastered this key information. What? Tang Ping reacted in shock. Is the ape family army really there? In the past, he thought it was just a joke, used to describe the greed of the Sarutobi clan. I didn't expect people to play it for real. No wonder Sarutobi Shinashuk wants to turn the position of Hokage into a family world. He really has the confidence to do so. I just don't know if Sarutobi Hiruzen knows about this. I think I should know something, but not much. If he really knew that the Sarutobi clan had swallowed up so many resources in the village, he would definitely take action to stop it. I have to say that Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, is really bad at acting. In terms of war, the 4 major ninja villages were bombarded, and in terms of domestic affairs, it was even more difficult. If it weren't for the excellent natural environment and the legacy of the first 2 generations of Hokage, Konoha would have been pulled down long ago. With all kinds of complaints in their hearts, the 2 came to the Hokage's office. Chapter 230 Danzo's Allies. Hokage-sama. *2. Tang Ping and Hinata Kangya spoke at the same time. At this time, only the other party was present in the Hokage's office. Presumably, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood that Dohei would pinch Danzo when they met, so he simply met them alone. Thank you for your hard work on this mission. He completely ignored the fact that the team was missing Koji Yamama and the return trip was nearly a week late. This is what we should do, and the Mei people are grateful to the Hokage for their care. Tang Ping expressed his dissatisfaction. Yes, something happened to the migration team. A group of wild ninjas attacked the team, and they were the ones with detonating charms. When will wild ninjas be able to afford high-end goods like detonating charms? Do they really think their IQs are at the level of sewers? There is only one truth. Rude. Although he didn't take action openly, he was using the help of bandits to cause trouble. If it weren't for Uchiha Sho and 200 ninja troops, it would be completely impossible to protect so many people. Therefore, it is reasonable for Tang Ping to take the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction. Haha. Hiruzen Sarutobi said awkwardly, due to the Ninja World War, the Land of Fire has become more and more chaotic recently, and there are indeed a lot of bandits. He directly threw the blame on the Great Ninja War without even mentioning the root cause. It was clear that he wanted to fool him. Okay, if you protect your old lover like this, don't blame me for having fun when something goes wrong in Konoha in the future. Tang Ping felt furious, say goodbye and leave. Of course, go back to the castle tower. He is the commander of the Southwest Ninja Army. This time he left because of a temporary mission. Now that the mission is completed, he naturally has to go back. After the office door was closed, a figure with half of his body wrapped in bandages walked out from the side wall. It's Danzo. It's not strange that the Hokage's office has such a design. Hiruzen, why didn't you ask them where Yamama Koji was, and where they went this week? If they collude with other ninja villages, it will be troublesome. Danzo asked angrily. It's too weak not to ask such a big doubt. Even if the other party is a cage-level strongman, what does it matter? Konoha is not short of cage-level strongmen. Not to mention the old strongmen in the past, there is also Minato Namikaze, the Golden Flash, so what is there to be afraid of? It must be said that Danzo always has an ability. He will regard the power of Konoha as his own power, so it's not surprising that he is so bold and suicidal. It is equivalent to the mentality of I have Konoha in my hand, can you kill me in 1 second? Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also angry when he heard the other party's questioning, and he interrupted directly. Just now, I lost my face for the sake of the treatment of the appearance of the saying, and you actually questioned me, you have no heart. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo slammed the door and left angrily. He was not going to join forces with the weak Sarutobi Hiruzen, but to use his roots to solve the big problem of Uchiha Dohei. But before that, he had to do a favor for his ally. Hanzo. The two of them have already made a private alliance. One is greedy for the other's power, and the other is greedy for the other to help him become a Kage after becoming Hokage, so they naturally became allies. The two are completely in a mess. No, they are helping each other. As for whether Danzo will fully support the other to become the 6th Kage as promised after he ascends to the position of Hokage, that is another matter. But I didn't expect that the other party is in trouble now. Akatsuki Organization. An organization that is growing rapidly in the Rain Country. Because many people have a good impression of it, it is not easy to use the power of Rain Ninja to deal with the other party, so Hanzo wrote to Danzo to borrow troops. Danzo is ready to lead the route to help the allies. I can't deal with Team 404, can't I deal with you, a small Akatsuki organization? At this time, he didn't know what kind of monster the route was facing this time. If he knew, he would definitely not participate. On the other side, after leaving the Hokage building, the two did not leave the village immediately, but returned to the clan separately. At this time, Dohei really wanted to know what expression Uchiha Fugaku had after being tricked by the village leaders and forced to admit that the Longhouse lineage had separated from Uchiha. Of course, they also discussed the handling of those real estates. That was a lot of wealth, and there was no reason to let the village get away with it. As soon as they arrived near the Uchiha clan, they heard several familiar voices. Obito, we are going to meet up with Minato today. If we don't hurry up, it will be too late. Idiot. Kakashi, do you want to fight? From the sound, we can tell that the three people are Nohara Rin, Kakashi, and Obito. It seems that they are going to the front line to meet up with Minato Namikaze. And this means that the most bloody plot in the ninja world is about to begin. It's the season of the White Album again. Dohei-kun. Nohara-rin naturally saw Dohei and came over to say hello. Long time no see, Kakashi. And Dohei immediately passed him and said hello to his teammates, avoiding the big trouble of Nohara-rin. Without a woman in mind, the sword is naturally drawn by God. The other party is completely the center of the vortex at this time, and he doesn't want to be involved. You have become stronger again. Kakashi's eyes are a little weird, as if he is looking at a monster. No, I only grew by 100 million points. Doping denied. He didn't think he was that strong now. Even if we don't talk about the Otsutsuki who traveled through the void with their physical bodies and hunted planets, he couldn't compete with the LYB in the Pure Land, so it was reasonable to think that his strength didn't grow much, right? You. Obito seemed to want to ask something, but he didn't say anything in the end. The disappearance of the first line of the Uchiha clan was a taboo in the clan. If anyone dared to discuss it, they would be punished by the clan rules. Let's go. Kakashi pulled Obito. He was not as slow as the other party. He had a vague sense of what happened in the Uchiha clan recently, so he took him away. Kakashi. Doping thought for a while, and finally threw a scroll to the other party who was about to leave. The shadow mirror body turning technique. This is a good thing. Learn it, you will use it in the future. He said seriously. If I use Obito's information to turn him into a woman when he is desperate, and then let him deal with the ungrateful person, wouldn't it be twice as happy? Same-sex love is true love, opposite-sex love is only for reproduction. After having Kakashi, Obito will definitely forget about Nohara-rin. It will definitely be Nohara-rin, we are not familiar with each other, I am afraid Kakashi will misunderstand. Anyway, Kakashi has always been a single dog in the original plot, so why not become a girl to benefit his brothers? I really have great merits. Of course, to display a secret technique, you need to have a goal and materials. Now you just want the other party to learn it, and then let Kakashi use the secret technique when he is desperate. How wonderful! Tang Ping all praised his imagination. This fun was enough to keep him laughing for several years, and he could even catch a chess piece, which was a huge profit. Tang Ping entered the tribe with a feeling of expectation. Plain clothes. As soon as I entered this place, I discovered that many people were wearing the kind of clothing that would only be worn after a relative died. Too miserable. Uchiha had suffered a lot of losses in the war of attrition before, and then he was ambushed by the third Mizukage, losing hundreds of clan members at once. You must know that the number of ninjas in the entire Uchiha, excluding the Nagafusa lineage, is only about 1,000. With hundreds of Uchiha dead, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire clan was in uniform. One general is incompetent and the 3 armies are exhausted. He has never experienced this sentence so deeply. After time travel, he was favored by Uchiha, so he had this kind of anger. If it were a Naruto-type ninja clan, let alone suffering heavy losses, he would still laugh and have fun even if his clan was exterminated. And these Uchiha looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. Maybe it's because he feels guilty about the eldest brother, but also hates the eldest brother for splitting the Uchiha. Tang Ping resisted these gazes and came to the Patriarch's house. Chapter 231 Get the Uchiha Treasure. The Patriarch's house. Uchiha Fugaku and his family bowed at the door to welcome Dohei. He is no longer what he used to be. Commander of the Southwest Ninja Army. This is a position that Uchiha has never touched before. Even with so much investment in the previous Mist Ninja front, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, could only get the title of Deputy General. Not even mentioning his identity, he is also a shadow-level strongman in terms of strength, so it is normal for Fugaku, the clan leader, to greet him so solemnly. Excuse me. Even after receiving such a grand welcome, Tang Ping's tone remained cold. Please. Uchiha Fugaku took the lead into the mansion. Regardless of the area or environment, this place is far inferior to the mansion owned by Mei Yi. The group of people walked slowly to the reception room and knelt down to drink tea. Of course, Tang Ping sat down cross-legged. He is not used to these rules. In the past, he had to comply only because he had no strength. Now that I have become a big boss, if I still abide by these things, wouldn't it be in vain? In this regard, neither Uchiha Fugaku nor Uchiha Mikoto seemed to have seen it. As adults, they know very well that the code is used to restrain the weak, and the strong are naturally not restrained. Only Itaki, the dutiful son, had a flash of displeasure in the depths of his pupils. He himself was very dissatisfied with the rebellious Tang Ping. He felt that he was extremely narrow-minded and had no will of fire at all. Now he was even more dissatisfied. At this time, Tang Ping did not know that he was actually judged as being narrow-minded by the big filial son. But even if you know it, it's still the same sentence. Who cares? Do you think that those guys who praised you before time travel will really become the weasel god? It's not that Dohei is arrogant, but that the opponent is proud of his illusions. Facing the power armor's immunity to illusions, he will definitely die in a rhythmic manner. Soon, Uchiha Mikoto brought hot tea and placed it in front of the two of them, then knelt down next to Uchiha Fugaku. This is a bit disrespectful. Because in this formal setting where things are discussed, irrelevant people will leave. And when the other party did this, it was clear that she wanted to face it with her husband. At the same time, she was not an ordinary person. Not only is she an Uchiha Jounin, but she is also the elder's daughter, so she is qualified to participate regardless of her status or strength. As for the dutiful son sitting on his knees, it was Uchiha Fugaku who deliberately left him behind. In order to cultivate each other. It has to be said that Uchiha Fugaku did not hesitate to cultivate a filial son. It's a pity that this seedling has been cultivated crookedly for a long time. The better it is cultivated, the more harmful it will be to Uchiha. In the end, it will even fill in the entire clan. Tang Ping, Jun, what is your purpose for coming back this time? Uchiha Fugaku hesitated for a moment, and finally added the word Jun. Two things. One is for those real estate transactions. The other thing is to see where our wise Uchiha clan leader will lead the Uchiha. Tang Ping raised two fingers and explained his intention. He only plays with reality. To put it bluntly, he was just here to laugh at Uchiha Fugaku. I know, Mr. Tanghei, you have objections to me taking over as the clan leader instead of Mei, and I can understand this. Uchiha Fugaku explained calmly. She didn't seem to care, but her right hand holding the teacup was tense, which showed that her mood was not as calm as she appeared. No, I don't think Mei Yi must be qualified to be the leader of the clan. Tang Ping shook his head and denied this. Then who can do it? Uchiha Fugaku was very confused. He didn't think that the other party who even the village's top leaders dared to confront would deliberately lie to him. It doesn't matter who is qualified, but you certainly can't. Tang Ping is blunt. Because he really thinks so. Uchiha Fugaku is a centrist and a loser. Due to his will of fire, his personality makes him extremely weak to the village's senior officials, and he is simply easy to bully. It's obviously from a pride of lions Uchiha, under his leadership, were as docile as a sheep. Even if he was finally forced into a corner and wanted to fight back, he was still hesitant. In the end, he was solved by the village's senior officials with a filial son. So when Tang Ping said that he was not qualified for the position of clan leader, he really had no selfish motives at all. What I fear most is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. Uchiha Fugaku really didn't expect Dohei to say this. This was almost like pointing at his nose and humiliating him. It was his greatest restraint not to fall out on the spot. You can hear needle drops in the reception room, as if there is a smell of gunpowder brewing. Please. Uchiha Mikoto stepped forward to add tea, breaking the solemn atmosphere. It seems that Donping-kun has many misunderstandings about me. Uchiha Fugaku, who controlled his emotions, laughed at himself and changed the subject. Tang Ping's eyes darkened. Originally, he was going to give him some hints, but seeing the other person like this, he let it go. No matter how good the advice is, it is useless to pig teammates. Anyway, after the Uchiha of the eldest family migrated, even if something like that happened in the future, it would not be called annihilation. It could be regarded as repaying the Uchiha's kindness to him. Except for the 2 hibiscus trees, I can give all the real estate to the clan, but I must give a copy of Uchiha's knowledge, including potion formulas, training methods, etc., and ninjutsu to Mei. Tang Ping entered another topic. This is the point of this visit. Knowledge, ninjutsu, etc. are the real foundation for a force. As for money, as long as you have the strength to get it, don't take it easy. Of course, Chongfang Yuline real estate is also priceless. After all, the house is in the core area of Konoha, and various shops, workshops, fields, etc. Konoha assets are also coveted by countless people. That is to say, Tang Ping is here, otherwise these would have been swallowed up by the village's senior officials. No. Uchiha Fugaku almost jumped up, these things must not be handed over to my sister. Regardless of knowledge or ninjutsu, they are the most important treasures of the Uchiha clan and cannot be leaked. In order to keep secrets, the ninja world will do even cruel things, which shows how precious knowledge is. Our Nagafusa lineage is also Uchiha, so these things also have a share, right? Tang Ping talked about the long room. The eldest brother of yours was stabbed in the back by you, and he is bleeding the same way. Isn't it too much to take a copy of these things? In fact, Dohei also thinks about Uchiha. After the clan is exterminated in the future, these things will be kept by the two pillars of the village gang, and then the Sarutobi clan will suddenly become the strongest fire escape clan. Anyway, no one dares to say the reason, and no one dares to ask. Now, if you make a copy in advance and give it to the elder, it can be regarded as being kept for Uchiha. No. Although Uchiha Fugaku felt guilty towards Nagafusa, he finally shook his head. These things were too important and even related to the authority of the patriarch. He really couldn't agree to it. It's not about money. I'll use the healing potion technology in exchange. Dohei was not disappointed because of Uchiha Fugaku's rejection, but instead increased his bargaining chip. Healing potion. This thing is very famous now. It is equivalent to carrying a medical ninja with you. The effect is completely self-evident, reducing the death probability of Konoha ninjas by less than half. It can be regarded as the foundation of the ninja clan. This. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to refuse, but couldn't say it. I hope Chief Fugaku can make a decision before I leave Konoha tomorrow. Tang Ping stood up. He is not worried at all that the other party will refuse. This kind of thing is exactly what Uchiha needs urgently now. The opponent is determined. After Tanghei left the clan leader's house, he returned to the Nagafusa mansion where he had emptied the instruments to rest. That night, the Uchiha clan held an all-night meeting at Nanga Shrine, which even made the top brass of Konoha nervous. At last, before the second paradise left the village, the Uchiha clan agreed to the deal. Because mastering healing potions can not only bring huge amounts of income, but also gain some say. If they hand over a copy of knowledge and ninjutsu, they will not suffer any substantial loss. The transaction can indeed be done. And Tang Ping is not at a loss either. Not to mention that the healing potion is actually still under his control, you need to keep investing in the jump potion. Konoha's constant focus on potion technology made him extremely unhappy. Now it was time to throw the blame away and let them bite each other. What a win! All kinds of books and knowledge are naturally worthy of being carried in precious seal scrolls. So no one knows that a share of Uchiha knowledge and ninjutsu has been taken away, the dutiful son is not a spy yet. The things were copied from before. After all, the ninja clan also has to consider the unexpected situation, so they can take it out immediately. From then on, even though the lineage of the castle chief was driven out of Konoha, his background was not inferior to that of Konoha Uchiha. It was in the autumn of a few months after Dohei returned to the castle tower. The Country of Rain. A major event affecting the ninja world is happening. Chapter 232 Akatsuki Spy, Zionin. The Country of Rain. Wow! The drizzle fell like an endless stream, washing away the blood-stained valley. Corpse. One by one bodies littered the valley. And in a cave in the center of the valley, there were two people and one corpse. The corpse has short yellow hair, which gives people a gentle feeling even if it is dead. Of the two people alive, the unconscious red-haired man had a body as thin as a stick, with dozens of metal rods inserted into his body behind his back, which made him look intimidating. The sober female ninja has short blue hair and light orange eyes that are slightly red and swollen, making her look beautiful and intimidating. Yes, these two corpses are none other than Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Because Hanzo said he wanted to borrow their Akatsuki power, he proposed a peaceful negotiation proposal to the three major powers of fire, wind, and earth. By the time Yahiko and Nagato arrived at the meeting place, Konan had been caught first by the other party, and was then used by Hanzo to threaten Yahiko to commit suicide. At the same time, several people from the roots of Konoha and Hanzo's confidants were surrounded. In order to save Konan, Yahiko actively chose to die at the hands of Nagato. Then Nagato, who went berserk with the Rinnegan, killed the rain ninja and the roots that surrounded them, and only Hanzo and Danzo escaped alone. But Nagato also paid a price. His legs were permanently damaged, and the black rod on his back could not be removed. After repelling the enemy, Nagato fainted and fell to the ground. Zionin spent a lot of effort to bring one person and one corpse into the cave. Pain. It hurts so much. This lesson made her heart broken, and she felt desperate and scared. What's despairing is that your ideals are shattered, and what's scary is that Hanzo will come back to kill you. Therefore, Zionin's mood fluctuated violently at this time. Snap! A soft sound came from her arms. Hearing this voice, the tears in her eyes stopped, and then she carefully took out the palm-sized iron box. The things inside were left behind by the mysterious guy who called herself Sister Zionin. For some reason, Zionin felt that this thing was extremely important to her, so she always carried it with her. Unexpectedly, the box that had been impossible to open before would open automatically. Opening the box, there was a letter inside. Sister Zionin, please don't be sad in a hurry, if you want to resurrect Yahiko in the future. The letter not only predicted her current situation, but also gave her information that made her extremely excited. Resurrection. Without this experience, she would definitely not believe it. But after seeing such an accurate prediction, she was instantly convinced. In fact, it was also the perfect timing of this letter that made her in despair believe it as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. Normally, or if you had not experienced this incident, it would not have been so powerful. Now you understand why the condition for opening the sealing technique is huge mood swings, right? After reading the letter, Zionin, who was already desperate, seemed to see a ray of light and began to calmly think about what to do next. The letter also included a contact channel, indicating that she could make pen pals through this channel if something happened in the future, which made her feel more at ease. Does resurrection require an intact corpse? Zionin looked at Yahiko's body and carefully put it away. Anyway, when Nagato wakes up, she will say that the body was destroyed in the battle. At the same time, she also made a decision in her heart. That means believing what the other person says. Judging from the results, the other party did not have any malice towards her, and at the same time, she also gave hope of resurrecting Yahiko. If she didn't believe the other party, who would she believe? Yes, from this moment on, Zionin became Tanhei's spy lurking in the Akatsuki organization. And in his letter, he even said something about Nagato Mirai. At the same time, remind Zionin not to stop him, because if Nagato doesn't turn black, a certain LYB will not die without worry. A few hours later, Nagato woke up from his coma. From today on, I will become the god of the new world. He firmly expressed his ideals. It's just that Nagato didn't notice that Zionin's eyes were extremely complicated. It was a mixture of shock and excitement. The shock is naturally because the prediction is too accurate, and the excitement is because the more accurate the prediction is, the more likely it is that the promise will be fulfilled. Yes, we want to realize Yahiko's ideal. Xiaonan also seemed to be stimulated and became cold. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Since the prophecy said that Nagato was always under surveillance, she would naturally not be careless. The other side. At this time, Tang Ping did not know that his layout had gained him a chess piece. And this chess piece is the kind that will never be suspected. No matter how suspicious Nagato is, he can never doubt Konan. Through Zionin, Tanghei can influence and even control the Akatsuki group. How wonderful! Many things that are inconvenient for him to do can be done by the other party. After all, before being exposed, the Xiaotian group was completely a rebel ninja mercenary organization. It was only natural to pay others to do things for them. Today, Tang Ping rarely left the laboratory and led people to inspect the surroundings of the castle tower. And not only him, but also a large number of castle tower ninjas and family members followed. It's not that something big happened, but because today is an extremely important day. Harvest. Autumn is the harvest season. The rice planted before has also come to harvest. All you see are heavy golden wheat ears, and you can tell at a glance that there will be a good harvest. I saw only one refugee who was sallow and thin a few months or even half a year ago, but now he was working in the fields in good health. With the continuous purchase of old grain from the nobles, everyone can let go. It's definitely not enough to fill your stomach, but it's not a problem to feed the tens of thousands of people in the castle tower. Note that because of the constant trade with the water country, a lot of refugees are brought back every time. So even if the castle tower did not absorb refugees from the fire country, the population still skyrocketed to tens of thousands. Population is extremely important to the castle tower. Because there are a lot of jobs that need people to do, they will absorb the population like crazy. People are not valuable in the ninja world, but transportation costs and food are valuable. Let alone absorbing tens of thousands of people, even if it is millions, the water country doesn't care at all. After all, this is the ninja world, as long as they don't absorb ninjas, they don't care. That's right. The consumption of tens of thousands of people is indeed not much, but the consumption of hundreds of thousands of people is a terrifying data. The food consumption of the river country is also provided by Dohei. If it weren't for the huge profits brought by the trade with the water country, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. These tens of thousands of people made the castle tower more prosperous, and now there are caravans coming here to trade. In the rice field, wooden cows were moving slowly under the trampling of 2 refugees on their backs, and a harvesting roller made of a lot of blades and wooden boards was pushed in front. The rice can be harvested as long as it rolls over. That's right here. In other places, harvesting is done entirely by hand, stone knives, etc., and the efficiency and waste are completely different. It has to be said that these wooden cows are definitely farming artifacts. Although it is more labor-intensive. But in the ninja world, hard work is nothing at all, and there are many people who are willing to work in exchange for food. With the help of wooden cows, there is no need to worry about not harvesting in time. Cultivate carefully. This is how the cultivation of the castle tower can be described. Bags of grain were loaded and then transported to the castle tower for storage by wooden cows, wheelbarrows, etc. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes showed a light of relief and expectation. If it only had combat power, it would be impossible for people to regard the castle tower as their home. Now, the Uchiha Nagami clan who moved to the castle tower, as well as the families of more than 100 civilian ninjas, are all relieved. Let's go, I'll take you to see something good. Doping said to the people around him, and then accelerated to an area. Others also followed with great anticipation. Soon, they arrived at the place where Doping said. Chapter 233 Give the ninja world a little shock of productivity. Golden rice fields. However, the rice ears here are more and fuller than other places, and even bend the rice plants. Many people thought of something and their breathing became more rapid. The ninjas of the great ninja village are not just reckless men who can only fight, they also have to learn to read and other knowledge, so they naturally understand what this situation means. Soon, a large area of rice fields were harvested by more than 100 wooden cows, and then packed and counted and transported away. No way. Could it be? How is it possible? Various unbelievable voices rang out from the team. Because they were standing on a high place, they could see the harvesting scene and could roughly estimate the yield. Not long. A shrine maiden holding a statistics book came over to report. Sir, we have harvested 100 mu now, with a maximum of 260 kilograms per mu, a minimum of 160 kilograms, and an average of about 200 kilograms. This is only the first year after reclamation, and the yield in the future will surely be higher. The other party said one cold but exciting data after another. It's terrible. You know, the average yield of rice in the ninja world is more than 100 jin per mu, which is about 50 kilograms. Yes, you heard it right, that's the yield. After all, those who understand the productivity of the ninja world know that planting relies on sticks and stone hoes, and harvesting relies on hands and stone sickles. It's normal. Most places adopt the strategy of wide planting and thin harvest. That is, sow a lot of seeds and then rely on the weather for food, so it's normal to harvest less than 100 jin per mu. The yield around Konoha is because of the sufficient labor force, which allows intensive farming. The yield is about 200 to 300 kilograms per mu, which is about 100 kilograms. But that is fertile land that has been cultivated for many years. What is this place? More than half a year ago, it was still a barren wilderness, completely worthless. How can it not be shocking that it can crush the fertile land of Konoha in terms of yield? There are several reasons for this yield. First of all, fertilizer. Doping has been collecting kelp, shells, etc. for compost, which is also what he sprinkled into the paddy fields from time to time before. Then there is sufficient water source. Those huge ditches that cannot be completed by human power are not dug in vain, at least the paddy fields have never lacked water. Finally, seeds. Although Doping is far from being comparable to a certain god-level boss in hybrid rice. But he knows more than the people in the ninja world, and the hot springs quickly ripen generations of seeds, which allows him to cultivate this hybrid rice that crushes ordinary rice in terms of yield. Tenshao number 1. It was Tang Ping who named this batch of seeds. If they were planted in fertile fields, the yield would be even more exaggerated. But the current yield is enough. This Zundu fake. Is the statistics wrong? Statistics can be wrong, but we won't be wrong, right? A miracle, simply a miracle. Hinata Sogitsu, Uchihame, Yamamakoji, Honda Masaru, and others were also a little unable to calm down at this time. The newly cultivated paddy fields can overwhelm the fertile fields of Konoha in terms of yield per acre. What kind of hell joke is this? Looking at everyone's reaction, Tang Ping felt extremely proud. Sample, let you have a little experience of the farming talent of the people from the rabbit country. Only these 50,000 acres are Tianshao number 1. Only in the next round can all these hundreds of thousands of acres be planted with Tianshao no 1. Tang Ping reminded them not to get excited. This time it was not all Tianshao number 1. But this is already an exaggeration. 50,000 acres of Tianshao number 1 means that there will be a harvest of about 10,000 tons. If the harvest of other hundreds of thousands of acres is added, the total amount of grain will be at least tens of thousands of tons. Tens of thousands of tons of rice. The amount of money spent to buy it is absolutely astronomical. Money is a trivial matter, but the important thing is that transportation is extremely troublesome. It's better now. In the future, the castle tower will be completely self-sufficient, and it won't be a problem to feed hundreds of thousands of people. No matter how good the ninjas were, they would never be able to destroy the castle tower. This is a miracle. A miracle that only Tang Ping can accomplish. Because only he can produce the cultivated paddy fields, ditches, wooden cows, and seeds. It would be impossible for anyone else to do it. Now, even Konoha village is short of food. One can imagine the value of this batch of food. In the shinobi world, where productivity is extremely backward, the value of food is both high and low. High because there is a shortage of food everywhere. Low means that most of the nobles have food in their warehouses, but they would rather let it rot than use it to help the poor people who starve to death. It is not impossible for the 5 major ninja villages to buy it. They must first establish relationships and then offer a high price. Otherwise, do you really think that the 5 ninja villages like farming? It was completely forced. If a ninja wants to maintain a healthy state of refining chakra, his food intake will be at least several times that of ordinary people. If he fights and trains frequently, his food intake will increase. This is how the 5 major countries control the ninja village. Through funding or logistics. But this is completely useless to the castle tower. Because they broke this restriction. Let's go, don't miss today's harvest festival. After looking at it for a while, Tang Ping was satisfied and prepared to return to the castle tower. The harvest festival is an annual festival in the ninja world to celebrate the harvest. Now is the time to hold it to dilute the tense atmosphere in the castle tower. In the team returning, Honda Sheng's body was trembling a little. Not because of illness, but because of excitement. Because he just realized something. United Fruit Merchants Association. What a terrifying force it will be. After all, there are tens of thousands of tons of food here in the castle tower, not to mention the amount of food in the River Kingdom, which will only be more terrifying. With such a quantity of food in hand, one can even control the price of food in a country. For example, food in the Kingdom of Water has always been in short supply. Once so much grain is transported, massive profits can be harvested in an instant, and it can also squeeze the market share of other grain merchants. If you monopolize the grain trade, you can imagine the right to speak. If it were any other chamber of commerce, they wouldn't dare to do this if they had so much food. Because the business war in the ninja world is too cruel. You can unite with the Fruit Merchants Association, and there is a castle tower behind it. Although the castle tower is no match for the 5 great ninja villages, the problem is that even the 5 great ninja villages cannot deal with the United Fruit Merchants Guild. A chamber of commerce with such potential is managed by his son Honda Ying. How could Honda not be excited? Soon, the team returned to the newly renovated castle tower. The traces of the former Shashan city have completely disappeared, and there is no trace of it anymore. Once they had enough manpower, they directly bulldozed the dilapidated city wall. With the Southwest Ninja Army stationed there, plus the Uchiha house lineage, nearly 100 ninjas in the security department also migrated with them, and the castle tower defense department composed of those civilian ninjas. What kind of city wall is needed? It's a good thing that they don't cause trouble for others. A series of wooden houses, earth houses, and tents were built on the ground, and they were all in order, not at all like the chaos before. There is no stone or wood around the city, only weeds and the like at most. That's why we say this is a barren land. If it weren't for holding a heaven-defying monster, it would be impossible to develop. If Konoha had known about Dohei's ability, he would never have agreed to him choosing this place to be stationed. It's a little too far from the village. Nearly the border area of the Fire Country is where the village's influence is weakest. Originally, the castle tower was more than 2 kilometers away from the port. Now, with the expansion of the city, it has been reduced by nearly half, making it appear to be closer. There are more than a dozen large ships docked at the port, and many people are working hard to load and unload cargo. There are many things among them that need to be transported from here to the Jiangxin Island on the other side of the river country. The port routes between the two places have been completely opened, and those orphans from the starting point will come here for internships from time to time. At the same time, part of the garrison was also stationed on the river countryside. Things like national borders that can restrict Konoha are of no use to Dohei. Just when he returned to the city, he saw Uzumaki Kazumi, the one he had brought back from Kyuzagakuer village before, holding a child to greet him. "Sir, you have something to send." She looked at Tang Ping with strange eyes. It means there is something wrong with the things. Chapter 234 Corpses and Shura Field. Soon. Du Ping knew why Uzumaki Kazumi's eyes were so strange. Whoever received a corpse would find it strange, right? The things were sent by Konan, and the transporter found an underground money exchange, which was paid in advance, so it could be sent at the fastest speed. There is no need to say who the corpse is. Yahiko. It was the other party's corpse. It was natural that Du Ping was going to do some experiments to ask the other party to send the corpse as soon as possible. And he had to clone a body with cells and send it back immediately. If there was no Yahiko as the heavenly way in the future 6 paths of pain, it would be a bit awkward. At the same time, it was also to try not to affect the plot. After all, the advantage of profit is Du Ping's greatest weapon against these LYBs in the ninja world. If he wants to push forward with force without relying on the advantage of profit, his strength is far from enough. Cloning a body that does not need a soul is not difficult for Du Ping now as long as he is willing to invest resources. He will use this real corpse to try to resurrect. With a complete body, resurrection is much easier. If it were any other world, Dohei would not even think of resurrection. But in the ninja world, resurrection is not impossible. Let alone how many souls are trapped in the pure land built by the 6 paths, just the means of rebirth, impure world rebirth, immortal talisman, dragon life rebirth, outer path, reincarnation, and so on can all resurrect people. Especially reincarnation. It's simply a forced rhythm. Directly resurrecting the people of a village, can you believe it? Even this kind of heaven-defying resurrection ability can appear, so why can't Dohei master a resurrection method? Just don't let people revive infinitely or in batches. Anyway, there is no way to resurrect those who die of old age, so he is not worried about affecting the balance of the ninja world. With a corpse, the simplest way to resurrect is naturally rebirth. The prerequisite for this technique is to have a complete corpse. Yahiko now meets the conditions. If there is no corpse, it will be much more troublesome. You need to clone a body first, then perform the impure world reincarnation, and then use the reincarnation or the samsara reincarnation, whatever. It has to be said that there are many ways to revive in the ninja world. Unfortunately, due to lack of information or someone deliberately blocking it, no one has mastered a stable and reliable resurrection method in the end. But for Dohei, the traveler, he can easily think of the most suitable resurrection route. Reincarnation. Dohei roughly knows the effect, which is to use his own chakra and vitality in exchange for the revival of the target soul. Of course, if the target soul is decayed and aged, there is naturally no way to revive. But this forbidden technique is too complicated. Even if Dohei has accumulated amazing knowledge of ninjutsu, he can't develop the corresponding forbidden technique based on the effect. So, the best way is to get it from Cho. The problem is that he only knows that the other party developed it because of the death of Scorpion's parents, but he doesn't know when it was developed and when it was completed. Tricky. But it's okay. Now that Yahiko's body is in hand, there is no need to rush as long as he maintains his vitality. He can slowly gather the conditions for resurrection. Of course, the resurrection cannot be exposed. Because the resurrection of the Great Toad Sage, Nagato, and others is related to the 6-path sage who is hiding in the Pure Land, and he wants to master the resurrection ability, which is definitely beyond the tolerance of the 6 paths, so it must be kept secret. Anyway, before he has the means to deal with the 6 paths, he will not resurrect on a large scale, or he will target those who are the focus of the 6 paths. For example, Senju Hashirama. The other party did not die of old age, of course he can be resurrected. But as soon as he dares to resurrect, the 6 paths will come to check the water meter. Just like the 3 holy places monopolize natural energy, the power of resurrection is also monopolized by the 6 paths. If you want to resurrect, you need to see the other party's face. After dealing with the body, Dohei left the laboratory and participated in the harvest festival in the evening. The festival in the evening was extremely lively. Because everyone can see a bright future, they are relaxed and naturally laugh and talk. However, sitting at the head of the banquet, Dohei felt sweat running down his back. No way, no matter who it was, being caught in the middle of the confrontation between Uchihame and Hyaga Sogitsu would be like sitting on pins and needles. It was too dangerous. He was really afraid that the two would just draw out their kunao and fight on the spot. You too. Daohei advised with a wry smile. He didn't want his good situation to be ruined, especially in such a thing. Sure enough, the proverb was too reasonable. If there is no woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. Hearing Dohei's words, and the fact that this occasion was not suitable for fighting, the two also restrained their momentum and turned their heads. Dead Sundara. Fox spirit. But they cursed each other in their hearts. I don't know if it was because they were incompatible, but the two of them were fighting as soon as they met. Dohei, I think our wedding should be held in advance, what do you think? Uchihame suddenly spoke. As Tang Ping's fiancé, if she doesn't give it to him, others can't snatch it away, so she takes the initiative to make trouble. Tang Ping looked at the other party with a puzzled face, not understanding why she said this. I'm still a child. I am only a few months shy of 17. It would be too much to destroy the future flower of my motherland like me. No. This seems to be the ninja world. It seems normal to get married in teenagers. That's okay. Really. Hinata Kangyu on the other side suddenly hugged Dohei's right hand and let it fall into the soft touch of fat and snow. She said in a soft and charming voice, it's normal for some old women to be anxious. Unlike me who is so young, there is no need to rush. Pointing at mulberry trees and scolding Hawaii trees. Because Uchihame is older than Dohei. Although she is only 1 year older, she is still older, isn't she? Humph, I am a legitimate fiancé. Unlike some people, I can only watch but not eat. Uchihame's face turned ugly, but she immediately retorted. That's not necessarily true. After all, meat is in your mouth every day. Isn't it easy to eat meat? Hinata Kangyu said with an ambiguous expression. Well, among the two of them, she and Tang Ping did spend the longest time together. Gan. Tang Ping felt his scalp numb. He wanted to kill himself. Because he didn't even hold Hinata Kangyu's little hand, and now that she said this, Uchihame wouldn't be so angry that she would immediately turn on her kaleidoscope. Sure enough, the other party's eyes that seemed capable of killing fell on Tang Ping. At the same time, red appeared in both eyes, which meant that the situation was not right. Otherwise Tang Ping would have no doubt that the other party would stab him with a knife. But it's hard for him to explain. After all, this kind of thing could not be explained at all, so he looked at others asking for help. However, other people's reactions made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. That's it. Boring, we want to see the river of blood. Fight, fight. That's almost the feeling. Especially Uchiha Shizuka, whose eyes were full of gloating and watching the show, not acting at all. It's true that the general is not solid food. Tang Ping felt that it was time to come up with some rules and regulations for his castle tower. At least there should be restrictions such as subordinates are not allowed to talk to their bosses. In the end, Tang Ping didn't even know how he escaped from this Shura hell. Anyway, when he woke up, it was already the next day, and his body was still hurting like hell. Hiss. After taking a breath of air, he began to pack his things and prepare to inspect the river country. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. This is not called cowardice, it is called strategic change. Time quickly came to April of Konoha 47, half a year later. A shocking news came through Xiao's channel. After learning the news, Tang Ping immediately ended his mission as a teacher at the Kidian orphanage, sent a message directly to Hinata Kangyu, asking him to come and join him, and then quickly rushed to the north. Chapter 235 The richest woman in the ninja world, Konan. The IWA ninja army moves. Not only did it suddenly retract, it also moved toward the northeast. And that direction is the area where the Kumo ninja army and the Konoha army are fighting. It was this information that made Dohei rush to grab Hinata Kangyu and set off, because if his guess was correct, that famous scene would take place. Whoosh! Two figures jumped towards the Kingdom of Rain at high speed. What is our goal this time? Hinata Kangyu was a little curious. When you see someone, come and collect the body at the same time. Tang Ping also told the target without any concealment. Of course the person I wanted to meet was Konan, so I wanted to meet the future richest woman in the ninja world in person, to comfort my pen pal physically and mentally, no, just in my heart. Collecting corpses naturally refers to the third rakeage. The other party is a thunder escape ceiling, so the value of corpse research can be imagined. The most important thing is that you can get traces of the thunder chakra mode from the opponent. With direction and information, Tang Ping can play more tricks. The research value of the super strong man who knocked out the 8 tails in hand-to-hand combat can be imagined, especially his heart. If it is removed and stored well, it can be used as a second heart. The next target for long-term surgery to become a god is worried about not having a heart to use. No. It's not that there are no hearts available, it's that there are no good hearts available. The second heart. It allows people to inherit many chakra attribute talents of the heart owner. And the talent of the third rakeage is well understood, and it is definitely at the ceiling level of the ninja world. Although it is not as convenient as Kakuto, it is completely plug and play, but the advantage is that the potential can be slowly developed. Uchiha Sho. After knowing the reason for the change in Yamamakoji's strength, he took the initiative to use all his wealth, plus the sponsorship of Chang Fang's lineage, to collect 100 million taels as the surgery fee for the long-term operation to become a god. Tang Ping agreed to the other party after thinking about it. After all, the other party is not only from the Chang Fang lineage, but also joined the castle tower and became his subordinate. At the same time, the resources in his hands are now beginning to open up. There are a lot of good things like healing potions, secret medicines, ninjutsu, etc. But some things are only open to internal people. Just like the rebirth potion, the radiance potion, the power of nature, Hezi, ascending to the gods, etc., not only the strength must reach a certain level, but also the loyalty must be passed to be eligible to redeem it. And Uchiha Xiang is also eligible for exchange. But even if you are eligible for exchange, it is impossible for me to give it to you just because you say so, right? Du Ping naturally understands the truth that it is not the lack of money that is worrying, but the injustice. So he imitated the major ninja villages to set up the contribution value system. For example, if you earn 10,000 taels of reward by completing village tasks, you can get 1 contribution point. A C-level ninjutsu with a strength above the genin level can consume 100 contribution points for exchange. There are restrictions on exchange status. If it is a B-level ninjutsu, the exchange premise is to be a jonin, and it must also belong to the castle tower, not the Southwest Ninja Army, then 1000 contribution points can be exchanged. Knowledge only requires contribution points, but if there are physical objects, consuming contribution points can only obtain the purchase qualification, and you have to pay for it. Don't think this is exploitation. At least compared with Konoha, it is extremely fair. Because in Konoha, even if you have enough contributions, you still have to rely on your connections to exchange things, and they have to be passed through several hands in the middle. Anyway, it can't be any darker. Think about it, those civilian genin of Konoha village who are not ninjas don't use ninjutsu much in battle, you can see how shady the exchange system is. The conditions for ascending to the godly rank are 10,000 contribution points, 100 million ryo, and jonin. As for the invisible conditions such as loyalty assessment, they will naturally not be mentioned. Uchiha Xiang's contribution value is of course far from enough, so it is jointly contributed by Uchiha Nagase's first and last sons. For this kind of contribution value transfer, Tang Ping has not yet strictly restricted it. Anyway, coercion or deception is not allowed, let alone buying and selling. In the early stage, it is necessary to concentrate resources as soon as possible to promote a few strong people, and then it will be fair competition after the system is improved. A few days later, the two lurked in the grass country on the border of the rain country. At this time, they changed into the uniforms of the Kara organization. Since they want to meet Zionin, of course they can't use their real identities. Now is not the time to show their cards. At the agreed time, Wow! Pieces of white paper floated like the wind, and then formed a blue-haired figure wearing a black-bottomed red cloud high-collared robe around Tang Ping and the others. Compared to a year ago, Xiao Nan no longer had a gentle look on her body at this time, and she looked extremely cold. Long time no see, Sister Xiao Nan. Tang Ping still addressed her the same way. After all, the other party was a few years older than him, so this address was also normal. It's impossible that just calling her Sister Xiao Nan would make her lose herself, right? It's totally impossible, impossible. So, are you from the Kara organization? Xiao Nan's eyes swept over Tang Ping's black uniform and white bone mask, and she remembered the bounties that had appeared in the black market recently, and recognized them. Kara. After several active activities, they are no longer unknown people. The bounty of tens of millions of taels has now been posted to the underground gold exchange. Yes, we are the Kara, an organization for love and justice. Tang Ping nodded and admitted. Love and justice. He didn't say anything nonsense. The ultimate goal is to solve all the nobles and the Otsutsuki, and restore peace and tranquility to the ninja world. How can it not be for love and justice? Of course, this organization has another purpose. Take the blame. All the things that Doping and others can't do are done by this organization. Love and justice. Konan's tone is a bit sarcastic. Because Akatsuki was also for peace before, and now there is another Kara organization, how can she not be displeased? Yes, just like, what do you think of the purpose of our organization? Doping asked directly. And his question is implicitly a reminder and a threat, which is equivalent to saying Konan, you don't want Yahiko to be unable to revive, right? Very good. Konan's mouth twitched, and finally he could only agree. When you are under the eaves, you have to bow your head. Who let others have such a strong ability to predict and can revive Yahiko? Not to mention that the purpose of the organization is love and justice, even if someone says that the Kara organization is for peace in the ninja world, she will only nod her head. If someone dares to say it is not, she will have to step forward and draw a few debits. This meeting, in addition to understanding the recent situation, is also to give you something. Tohei first took out a sealed scroll. Release. A corpse inside was released. Exactly the same as Yahiko. Now Nagato is preparing to refine the 6 paths of pain, so he wants to send the prepared clone. Yahiko. Yahiko. Konan looked at the corpse on the ground, and her cold expression could no longer be frozen, and tears slowly flowed down. Okay, this is just a clone, and I have already thought about how to revive Yahiko, you should save some energy to report Nagato's changes. Tohei didn't want to waste time, and directly interrupted the other party's memory killing. Faced with this guy who can't read the air at all, what can Konan do? She can only forgive him. Nagato recently. She described Nagato's changes seriously. Since the Rinnegan broke out, he not only turned Akatsuki from light to dark, but also changed the style of the organization, from an organization pursuing peace to a mercenary working for money. At the same time, he was collecting corpses. From Zionan's report, he could hear that the seeds he had planted had blossomed and brought him a loyal spy. And as the subsequent communications gave, the information about the 3 people being in the conspiracy was confirmed one by one, the other party will only rely on himself more. It's like the simplest evidence. Rinnegan. This thing is not the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. It is because of these evidences that Zionan's loyalty is so high. Because she knows that if she wants to get rid of this kind of control, there is really no other way, and she can only rely on Doping to have hope. After leaving the body to Zionan, Doping immediately rushed to the front row of the country of soup to watch the famous scene. Chapter 236 The Ruthless Onaki. The country of soup. At this time, it has become the shape of the Cloud Ninja Army. Because almost half a year ago, after Konoha abandoned the country of soup and retreated to the country of fire, both the country of moon and the country of soup were occupied by the Cloud Ninja. Although ninjas will not occupy territories, they will plunder. The Cloud Ninja is not like Konoha. They have seen all the good things and have no strong desire to plunder. Barbarians. But the evaluation of the Cloud Ninja by the ninja world. So, it is completely conceivable what the end of these 2 small countries is. Misery. It was so tragic. Countless wealth was looted, civilians were slaughtered and killed. The damage caused by the Cloud Ninja was not much, but those nobles and bandits were not polite at all, and directly caused damage that was countless times more terrible than the ninja army. So, now the two small countries are completely in chaos and turmoil. It didn't take long for Dohei and his men to find the Rock Ninja army. And the Cloud Ninja army, as the prey, also took precautions. Because the direction of the Rock Ninja did not seem to be coming to help, but to cut off their own retreat. So the Cloud Ninja army retreated immediately. If they didn't retreat, with Konoha in front and Rock Ninja behind, they might be wiped out. However, how could Onoki give the Cloud Ninja a chance to retreat safely? Various traps and attacks continued to delay the Cloud Ninja army, and the Rock Ninja itself also accelerated. Normally, it would definitely be able to cut off the Cloud Ninja's retreat first. Lord Raikage, if this continues, our retreat will be blocked by the Rock Ninja first. Touchai reported to the third Raikage worriedly. Hearing this, the third Raikage looked at the low-spirited Cloud Ninjas around him. Originally, they were in high spirits and clamored to defeat Konoha, but they lost their spirit in this long war. After fighting for such a long time and losing a large number of Cloud Ninjas, it is no wonder that their morale would fall. The reason why they did not collapse was because the prestige of the third Raikage was high enough. Perhaps that is why Onoki decided to attack the Cloud Ninjas. Since Konoha cannot be destroyed this time, it is natural to take the opportunity to weaken the biggest competitor. Ha ha ha. The third Raikage suddenly laughed. Experienced and decisive. That is Onoki's style. It is this style that makes the Cloud Ninjas and Rock Ninjas under their leadership grow very fast, completely catching up with Konoha and leaving the Sand Ninjas and Mist Ninjas behind. Now, the other party has taught me a lesson. Even though they had tacitly dealt with Konoha before, they immediately attacked the Cloud Ninja after finding that the goal could not be achieved. They were indeed decisive. Dode. The third Raikage looked at his most trusted deputy and made a decision that went against his ancestors. Now it's my turn to fulfill my duties as the Raikage. The village has suffered enough losses and cannot lose any more, so he can go alone to stop the Rock Ninja army. But his words caused Dode to strongly oppose. No, Lord Raikage, I will lead the troops to intercept the Rock Ninja, you must not. Dode, this is the Raikage's order. The third Raikage interrupted the other party and decided to use the power of the shadow to act arbitrarily. Tell Ai and Bai that the village will be handed over to them next. You must take the troops back. No one is allowed to rescue me under any circumstances. Before leaving, the third Raikage left a sentence. He was afraid of being ambushed on the way to rescue, so he added this sentence. And this news was soon known to Ai at the back of the team. What did you say? Ai looked at the messenger ninja in front of him, as if he was an angry tiger choosing someone to bite. The third generation ninja asked you and Bai to lead the troops to withdraw to the village. You are absolutely not allowed to go to support. Although the messenger ninja was afraid, he still repeated the order. Tsukade also figured it out. The Rock Ninja was indeed likely to use the third Raikage to ambush the Cloud Ninja they were supporting, so they really couldn't go, especially under the premise of being pursued by the enemy, so he issued the task without any discount. Boom! Ai smashed the ground with one foot. At this moment, he was extremely angry and wanted to kill all the ninjas of Rock Ninja and Konoha immediately. It was just that the responsibility on his shoulders prevented him from being as willful as before. Finally. Go! Ai said a word through his teeth, and then led the Cloud Ninja army to retreat. On the other side, Doping and Hinata Sogitsu saw the birth of a famous scene. 1 vs 10000. The Rock Ninja side had an army of 10,000 people. Although most of them were genin, the number was there. The third Raikage had only one person, but his heroic spirit did not seem like he was at a disadvantage, but rather like he was at an advantage. It's time to start. Let me see the strongest escape and the strongest spear are powerful. Tang Ping, who was watching the battle, murmured to himself. Because the legend of the third Raikage is too exaggerated. The Eight Tails were stunned in hand-to-hand combat, and they died after fighting 10,000 people for 3 days and 3 nights, etc. This is not how I write stories. Now I finally have the opportunity to witness it with my own eyes. After the battle started, both Dohei and Hinata Kangya were extremely surprised. Countless attacks fell on the third Raikage, but they were unable to break through the opponent's thunder escape armor. Even if Onoki is in charge, it will at most make the other party have some scruples, but there is absolutely nothing that can be done against the other party. After all, dust escape is good in other aspects, but it has a forward swing time. This amount of time alone is enough for the Sandame Reikage to move a long distance away from Chen Dun's attack range. It can only be said that Dust Release does have extremely terrifying attack power, but it is not without its shortcomings. At least the shortcoming of slow execution is enough for people to think of a solution. But the Sandame Reikage also felt uncomfortable. Because it attacks everywhere, it can only maintain the Thunder Escape Chakra mode, and it must move at high speed, otherwise it will get GG as soon as the Dust Escape comes down. It can only be said that Onaki and the Sandame Reikage are worthy of being strong cage level bosses, at least better than Sarutobi Hiruzen of the strongest Hokage Fukuyoshi. Escape. Thousands of miles of earth flow wall. *N. Countless rock ninja voices sounded at the same time. Boom boom. Huge stone walls dozens of meters thick, hundreds of meters high, and hundreds of meters long rose from the ground, surrounding the third Reikage. This is to limit its movement space. Without the acceleration space, it would be much easier to attack the third Reikage. Therefore, the third Reikage cannot stop and can only keep moving and advancing. Boom, boom. Such huge stone walls are as fragile as tofu in front of the opponent. When Hinata Kangyu saw the other party's monster-like expression, she no longer knew how to complain. Even Koji Yamama wearing power armor can't compare, right? At the same time, it is even more incomparable in terms of attack power. People can maintain this kind of attack power all the time. Koji Yamama can smash a stone wall with one punch, but if he punches too much, he will be useless. Sure enough, the Thunder Chakra mode has unlimited potential. Tang Ping's eyes were extremely intense. No matter how talented the Sandame Reikage is, and no matter how physically gifted the people of the Land of Thunder are, the reason why the opponent can reach such an inhuman level is the Thunder Chakra mode. Tang Ping was extremely excited when he thought that after acquiring the corpse, he might be able to develop his own fire release chakra mode. But no matter how eager he was, the battle made no progress. The Sandame Reikage was like a war machine, sprinting and advancing without any fatigue, and without any sense of exhaustion. The IWA ninjas also numbly took turns, using the 10,000-mile earth current wall jointly used by the first level to force the Sandame Reikage further and further away from the direction of the Kingdom of Thunder. Onaki, who was supervising the battle, only occasionally took action and other times just watched. It is clear that 10,000 rock ninjas will be used to kill the third Reikage. Faced with such shameless tactics, no matter how strong the Sandame Reikage was, he would lose his temper. Eventually, after 3 days and 3 nights of hard work, it was finally the last moment. Chapter 237 Sandame Reikage, Death. Onoki, you can't stop me with just this. The Sandame Reikage's voice was as majestic as a lion, and there was no change even after 3 days of hard fighting. Monster. No matter who it is, they will feel this way when they see the other person's behavior in the past few days. There is no rest for a second, a never-ending sprint. Even thousands of Kunyan ninja died at his hands. You know, he doesn't have any range attacks, he just kills them one by one with his speed. Really, Sandame, how much chakra do you still have available? Onaki, who was standing on the wall of earth flow, asked back. Chakra is not infinite. Unless it is a tailed beast, there is an upper limit to chakra. Not to mention, fighting requires more than just chakra, it also consumes more physical energy. The IWA ninjas can take turns to rest, but the Sandame Reikage cannot, so his physical strength has already reached its limit. The only reason he can stand now is through perseverance. Enough to kill you. The light on the Sandame Reikage became more powerful and violent. But everyone knows that this is the last resort. All the 4 fingers that he originally stretched forward were retracted, and only 1 finger was stretched forward. Hell's Thrust. A consistent hand. 4 fingers is the normal power, and every time 1 finger is missing, the power will be doubled. Now with only 1 finger, the power can be said to be invincible. And the title of the opponent's strongest spear is exactly the state of 1 finger. Even the 8 tails can cut off its horns with this move. Careful. Spread your positions. Don't give the other party a chance to escape. Onoki gave instructions. Since the opponent used this technique, it proved that he wanted to give the opponent a final blow, and he was not willing to give the opponent a chance at this critical moment. The IWA ninjas' obedience is really impeccable, and they all act according to the instructions. The Sandame Reikage accelerated forward with countless kunao, detonating charms, and ninjutsu. All attacks were torn apart under his consistent hand. Rumble. The solid earth flow walls were easily pierced, and there was no way to affect its speed. It was completely indestructible. The strongest spear, as expected, it only had the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Number. Tang Ping looked at the scene in the distance and sighed. After watching it for a few days, he had a very deep understanding of the third Raikage's strength. The power of this attack, he felt, could penetrate Susanoo below the full stage. Do you want to take action now? Hinata asked Kang Yu in a low voice. The other party has run out of gas, and no one knows this better than her. Tang Ping nodded slightly, then bit his finger. Psychic art. Of course, it's not the psychic Tai. If it were to appear, it would be completely self-inflicted. Relief. White smoke exploded, and a huge lizard appeared beside them. Grown-ups. Zongbing Mara's voice sounded. All I can say is that, let's not talk about the combatability of this psychic beast, but its attitude is really good, and it is completely unlike the rebellious guy like Wan Snake. Tadahamaru, take us closer to the battlefield. Tang Ping explained the mission. The intelligence of psychic beasts is no weaker than that of humans, so there is no need to worry about the other party not being able to understand the task. Yes, sir. After hearing this, Zongbing Maru opened his mouth. Don't get me wrong, this isn't about eating them, it's about letting them in. After the two people jumped into the mouth, Chubaimaru's body flashed and disappeared. As for the earth current walls that block the battlefield, there is no need to worry, because the lizards themselves can easily swim through them. On the battlefield. At this time, the Sandame Raikage was so sharp that no one dared to stop him. Whoosh! Finally, he accelerated towards the earth flow wall where Onaki was standing. Stop him quickly. Don't let him get close to Tsuchikage-sama. Careful. The IWA ninjas were a little anxious. No matter how confident you are in your own shadow, the other party's performance in the past 3 days is a bit too monster, so you are worried. In fact, as long as Onoki can fly, there is nothing the third Raikage can do against him, no matter how powerful his Ippon hand is. But he can't do this. If you fly up by yourself, it will be troublesome if the other party changes its target or simply escapes. Snap! Onoki formed seals with his hands and performed a ninjutsu. Super! Weighted rock technique. A special ninjutsu that can control tens or hundreds of times of gravity without any problem, is also a technique that Dohei covets. At this time, it acted on the Sandame Raikage. What will happen if your body suddenly becomes dozens or hundreds of times heavier? Ordinary people will be crushed to death immediately, no matter how strong their bodies are, they will not be able to bear it. Because under the action of gravity, even if the bones and muscles can support it, the internal organs cannot. Fortunately, even the internal organs are strengthened in the thunder release chakra mode, allowing the Sandame Raikage to move normally. But even if he could move, his speed would drop suddenly. The power of Hell Thrust is completely linked to speed, so when the speed is reduced, it also means that the power is weakened. Sure enough, the person who knows you best is always the one who knows you best. Onoki caught the Raikage's weakness as soon as he made a move. Earth Escape. Earth and Stone. Earth Escape. Earth Dragon Bullet. Various Earth Escape ninjutsus were all outputted wildly, and countless ninja tools were also thrown. Even the ninja tools thrown by Genin are extremely deadly. Unfortunately, he encountered the Sandame Raikage, and all attacks were easily blocked by the Thunderbolt armor. If it were a squishy strong person, he would have died long ago from these attacks. The premise is that it can hit. Onoki looked at the Sandame Raikage, who was facing countless attacks and interceptions, with somewhat complicated eyes. The two have been rivals for many years, but now they have to deal with each other personally. The body jumps back to the ground. The purpose of not taking off is to prevent the opponent from changing the target of attack. Otherwise, the opponent's final blow would be so terrifying that no one but yourself could withstand it. Put yourself at risk. Onoki is considered courageous and dares to take such risks. The distance between the two sides is getting closer. Onoki saw this. Snap! Clap your hands. The art of dust escape and original realm peeling. It was just a shot of dust that was shot out towards the Lei Ying who was chasing after him. It's just, how could such a forward-swinging attack hit? Although it disintegrated an area of land, it did not hit the Raikage. Onoki! The third Raikage roared and suddenly came not far behind Onoki. It turns out that his ultimate speed is faster than his previous performance, and his previous performance completely misled the IWA ninja's judgment. What a shame! It was too late for Onaki to fly up at this time, so he began to use earth escape to delay time. Boom! A large number of earthen walls were penetrated. Lord Tsuchikage! Amidst countless screams, the third Raikage approached Onoki. But just when his fingers were about to touch it, he suddenly stopped. As if Onoki had anticipated this situation in advance, he raised his right hand. Stop! Stopped the attack of the IWA ninjas. At this time, the Sandame Raikage still stood on the spot, his strong body imposing and imposing. But it was already a corpse. Yes, the Sandame Raikage is dead. After all, after fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, all the energy and chakra had been exhausted. Just now, he was already at the end of his strength and could not penetrate the silk. Then it was over. Chakra is energy extracted from cells. If you consume too much, you will die. Just like the first Hokage, he quickly fell out because he consumed too much in a battle with his gay friends. Even if the Sandame Raikage is so defiant, he can't be compared to the first generation with a fairy body, and it wouldn't be surprising if he died on the spot. It's just the gesture of not falling down that makes people feel the will and heroism of this third generation Raikage. Compared with the other party, a certain strongest Hokage is really only Fukiyoshi. Sarutobi Hiruzen, can this also kill me? Someone, put the body away. After Onoki pondered for a moment, he issued the order. The corpse of a ninja contains a lot of information, so no matter how much he admires the other party, he will not do anything to return the corpse. However, before the IWA ninja could step forward to collect the corpse, an accident occurred first. With a slight crackling sound in the air, the body of the Sandame Raikage standing on the battlefield disappeared instantly. Chapter 238 Onoki, it's broken, I'm a prisoner. The body. He was obviously there just now. What's going on? Many IWA ninjas saw the scene of the corpse disappearing, and they were naturally shocked. Onoki, who was closest, maintained a fighting posture and slowly retreated, while shouting and commanding. Don't be chaotic, everyone is on alert and use sensory ninjutsu. With his rich experience, he would naturally not believe that the body would disappear for no reason, so there was only one possibility. There are enemies. Even if you don't know how the other party can hide it from the eyes of so many people on your side, you have to find it anyway. Dohei, who was originally preparing to retreat after seizing the food from the tiger's mouth, saw all the IWA ninjas on alert and started using various sensory ninjutsu. He knew that the original plan could not be achieved, so he used Plan B. That means causing chaos and then taking the opportunity to leave. And Hinata Kangyu, who was hiding in Chobimaru's mouth with him, was spit out immediately. Then he used the teleportation technique to rush towards Onoki. Create chaos. Only when the IWA ninja get into chaos can Chihumaru take the opportunity to escape. As for Tang Ping, of course, it is to act as a trump card. With his current strength, even if he doesn't use fire escape, he still has enough strength, so he can naturally use it. The most important thing is that Hinata Kangyu has too little information. None of the IWA ninjas knew her information, which meant that she had a kill at first sight effect. And the first encounter in the ninja world is as terrifying as it can be. Even if it is an enemy that is stronger than itself, Hinata Kangyu will be confident in solving it if she has the intelligence advantage, let alone the stronger target. Onoki. Although he has not completely aged yet, his current strength is indeed not weak, but it does not mean that he will be stronger than Hinata Kangyu. 4 fetal movements. It's exactly her current stage. Although there is no super qualitative change, chakra, insight, etc. have all increased significantly, the insight range is still 5 kilometers. Chakra alone has been increased by half. In the past, there were more than 20 chakras, but now there are more than 30 chakras, which is a bit more than Tang Ping. In addition, she also has the Mihi transplanted by Tang Ping, and her fighting style and self-protection ability have undergone qualitative changes. In a duel with Onoki, the probability of winning is extremely high. If we raid now, the winning rate will only be higher, and it may not be surprising that there will be a first sight kill. Earth escape. Rock fist technique. Onoki did not flinch and prepared to face him. Facing the Raikage, he would keep his distance, but facing an enemy who emerged from nowhere, his Tsuchikage's dignity did not allow him to retreat. The corners of Hinata Kangyu's mouth turned up under the mask, and then her right hand suddenly shot forward. Divine Air Strike. In the past, the ultimate move that could only be used after charging up can now be used as a level A. Phew! The transparent fist, as thick as a train, shot forward and collided with Onaki Iwagi. Boom! In an explosion like a high explosive bomb, Onaki was knocked away. The technique of Rock Fist is very strong, but it does not mean that Onaki's body is also so strong. It is not surprising that he was knocked away in the confrontation. Lord Tsuchikage. *N. Countless voices of worry sounded. A famous rock ninja came to Hinata Kangyu. She stopped suddenly and stretched out her palms. Shinra Tianzheng. The terrifying repulsive force instantly spread around her. Rumble. Even the earth was blown away by the irresistible repulsion. Facing such a repulsive force that can even knock off a tailed beast, how could a flesh and blood body withstand it? Countless IWA ninjas rushed forward, as if they were hit by a high-speed train, flying back faster than when they came. Many people were immediately squeezed into pulp. Everything is inspired by heaven. Hinata Kangyu's right hand turned into a virtual grip and was aimed at Onoki, who had just stood up. Yes, the other party is regarded as prey by her. This is a good opportunity. If you can catch it, then you can get what Tang Ping has always coveted. Earth release ninjutsu and information. But what he lacks most at this stage is. It's not that the roots and Uchiha are not the same, but the accumulation in this aspect is far inferior to the IWA ninja who specializes in earth escape. Onoki has tightened up in the past few days, and his condition has naturally declined significantly. After all, you are not young. In addition, she was injured by a divine air strike just now, so her combat power was greatly reduced. Swoosh! The thin body flew into Hinata Kangyu's hands like a cannonball. But Hinata Kangyu casually threw away the Unaki in her hand and looked at a certain position. Earth clone. Do you really think her reincarnation is blind? With these eyes, you can have a big advantage in the battle. Quick battle and quick decision. She knew that the longer she stayed, the easier it would be to capsize in the ditch, so she took the initiative to kill Unaki without any hesitation. Damn Kara organization. Unaki, who was in disguise, saw Hinata Kangyu rushing over and cursed in his heart. He was not unfamiliar with the Kara organization. Because he had many opportunities to deal with the gold exchange, he naturally knew this newly emerged mysterious organization. But what Unaki didn't expect was that he would meet the other party here. But cursing aside, the most urgent thing was to get away. Onoki immediately took off into the air, preparing to distance himself. What he didn't expect was Tailheku no Jutsu. Two red fox tails suddenly stretched out from behind the forward-moving Hinata Sogitsu, wrapping around Onoki in the air like lightning. If he was on the ground, he could still maneuver. But in the air, how could he avoid it? Dust escape. Onoki wanted to use dust escape. But Hinata Sogitsu was faster, swinging his right fist quickly. God of Space Strike. The fist force was completely the last to arrive, giving Onoki no chance to use dust escape. Swish! The transparent fist force broke through the air with an unmatched momentum. Forcing Onoki to give up using dust escape, and use earth escape, super light and heavy rock technique to avoid the attack. The unprinted ninjutsu is so convenient. Onoki flew in the air like a clever little bird, dodging the pursuit of two fox tails that kept extending. A normal tailhorn would definitely not be so agile. But with the Yangtun secret technique provided by Jiraiya, that's another story. It has been so long since the tailhorn was transplanted, enough for Hyuga Sogitsu to control it freely. Puff, puff. Unaki's legs were pierced by the tailhorn that suddenly became sharp, and then dragged to the ground. Originally it would not have been so easy to succeed. But who made Unaki's nerves collapse for 3 days before, and he was already at the limit, his reaction speed dropped more than 1 level, plus the effect of the first sight killing, so it was so easy for Hyuga Sogitsu to succeed. Before today, people in the ninja world didn't know about the tailhorn, so naturally they had no defense. The first sight killing, so terrifying. And not only that, Hyuga Sogitsu's right hand also appeared a green ball of light and shot at Unaki, who was dragged back. The other rock ninjas were shocked and angry. But they had just been bounced away by Shinra Tensei, and they couldn't go forward to block the knife. Onoki was about to use ninjutsu to resist, but he found that the tails that pierced his legs pulled him, so he lost his balance and had no chance to use ninjutsu. He was directly pierced by the light ball. The light ball was not mainly for killing. After entering Onoki's body, it immediately began to devour his chakra. The ability of the fourth awakening of the reincarnation eye. Chakra light ball. It can devour the target's chakra. This ability is extremely useful at some times. For example, at this time, if Onoki's chakra is not drained, it is completely a dream to take him away. He suddenly came up with a dust escape and reversed the situation in an instant. Pa! Onoki was dragged in front of Hinata Sogitsua by two fox tails. He became extremely weak due to the large amount of chakra being extracted. Ninja is a profession that relies heavily on chakra. Once chakra is gone, unless it is a physical skill, it will lose its combat effectiveness. Lifting the fainted Onoji in his right hand, Hyuga Sogitsua took a deep breath, stretched out his left hand, and looked at the countless rock ninjas coming to kill him. Super Shinra Tensei. If it is said that only one card of chakra is usually used to perform it, now more than 20 cards are invested. Boom! The invisible repulsive force spreads around with her as the core. Walls of earth flow are blown away like building blocks, and hills, plants, are all flattened by the huge force. In the future, Pain will use this move to destroy Konoha village. Now Hyuga Sogitsua is of course far inferior to the opponent, after all, the Samsara Eye has not been fully awakened. But the damage caused is not small. After more than 10 seconds, when the effect of Super Shinra Tensei ended, all the rock ninjas were stunned. Chapter 239 Blackmailing Rock Ninjas. A person? Such a big person disappeared abruptly in their sight. Block the news immediately, everyone. No, leave one squadron to continue looking for the Tsuchikage, and the others retreat immediately. Huang Tu gave the order furiously. Now that the Tsuchikage is missing, he is the leader of the Jonin squad and also the son, and is most qualified to give orders. Even if he is anxious to find the person back, he knows very well. It's too dangerous. The army has stayed here for 3 days, which is already the limit. If it stays here any longer, it is very likely to be attacked by the Cloud Ninja and Konoha. So he can only make a painful decision. Even if the captured person is his father, the third-generation Tsuchikage must retreat immediately. Unlike the Cloud Ninja and the Sand Ninja, the biggest pillar of the Rock Ninja is Onoki. Except for him, neither Huang Tu nor anyone else is qualified to sit in the position of the cage. Once someone really sits on it, even if there is no civil strife, it will not be maybe we could be as united as we are today. Therefore, no matter what the cost, we must rescue it. The only thing that made Huang Tu feel at ease was that the other party did not choose to kill people, but chose to take captives, which meant that he had something in mind. This is true. Less than half a day after Huang Tu led the army away, he received a note brought back by a reconnaissance ninja. If you don't want to see Nokia's body, I will exchange the knowledge of Earth Escape and ninjutsu of the Hidden Rock Village tomorrow. The conditions are all above the lowest bottom line. He knew very well how important his father Noki was to the Uegakure village. Once he was lost, the village would immediately fall into internal strife and chaos. Now that he has a chance to save his father, he certainly won't hesitate. However, it was impossible for him to decide this matter alone, so after discussing with the village leaders, he finally decided to agree to the transaction. However, he cannot do the transaction alone, but must have Han follow him. Han. He is also the Five Tails Jinchuriki, known as the Steam Ninja, and has the strength of a cage. Only when two people go to trade can others feel a little more at ease. Attention, just be slightly relieved. After all, the Kara organization captured Unaki on the battlefield. Even though they had the advantage of being caught off guard, the strength they displayed was indeed enough to make people wary. And that's not all. During the transaction, the demolition team will follow from a distance. If an accident occurs, they will try to get Noki back even if it means robbing him by force. Of course, due to the news blockade, outsiders did not know that Noki had been captured. The other side. Doping and Hinata Sogitsu were resting in the wilderness of the land of grass. Onoki, lying on the ground, was still unconscious. However, his injuries had already been treated, so there was no need to worry about bleeding or death from injuries. At the same time, there were no ropes on his body, but there were a large number of sealing runes, and his chakra was also drained, leaving him no chance at all. No matter how strong a ninja is, without chakra, he is like a tiger without teeth. So even if he is not tied up, there is no need to worry about Unaki suddenly attacking him. I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. Dohei looked at the unconscious Noki and didn't know what to say. Hinata Kangyu is really brave. You know, his plan B was just to create chaos and then take the opportunity to leave, but he never thought of catching Unaki. As a result, Hinata Sogitsu used the advantage of first sight kill and easily caught Onoki, who was in a bad state. In this way, he could get the earth escape technique he had coveted for a long time. Of course, the secret technique of practicing dust escape is not included. If he really wants to escape into the dust, it clearly means he doesn't want to complete the transaction. Because this secret technique is the core of the Tsuchikage system, the other party will never take it out for trading. Therefore, in the transaction conditions, Dohei deliberately ignored this bloodline elimination training method and instead mentioned other earth-style ninjutsu. For example, heavy rocks and light and heavy rocks are naturally necessary, as well as the secret technique of creating earth giants, and so on. Anyway, except for dust release, all other earth release techniques are needed. The value of Onoki is definitely far more than the asking price, so there is no need to worry that the other party will not agree. And since it is an extra gain, Tang Ping will not feel regretful that the price offered is too low. It's good enough to have some free money, why do I need a bicycle? It's a pity that I don't know where Chen Dun is, otherwise. Hinata Kangyu roasted the sheep caught in the wild, as if it was a joke. But Tang Ping knew very well that if the other party really knew the hidden location of dust escape, he would really snatch it for him. Even if you get it, I don't have the corresponding chakra attribute, so forget it. Dohei hurriedly dispelled the dangerous idea that Hinata Sogitsu, who appeared gentle and pure on the surface, was actually a fierce woman with a human personality. All right. Hinata Kangyu then nodded regretfully. In her opinion, anything that is useful to Tang Ping should be in their hands. By the way, how is the bird in the cage? Tang Ping asked about this important situation. Even though the Samsara Eye has proven that it can fight against a caged bird to a great extent, he is still very worried. The weakening is limited. It seems that we need to completely master the Samsara Eye to truly escape from the cage. Hinata Kangyu's tone was calm, without any worry at all. Because she knew that sooner or later she would be free from her bondage. Even without the Rinnegan, Do Ping's ability allows him to find a solution for himself. Yes, her confidence in Tang Ping is much stronger than his own. Then I'll have to bear with you for a while. Tang Ping also nodded in understanding. There is a chance to completely upgrade to the Samsara Eye. Otsutsuki Tonari. If I remember correctly, in a few years, the other party will come down from the moon to visit the Crown Princess, which will be a perfect opportunity. As long as he obtains the other party's flesh and blood, he can completely complete the bloodline of Hinata Sogitsu and allow him to obtain the complete Rinnegan. Only with the Samsara Eye can one remove the caged bird effect on the soul. His speculation about the bird in the cage is not without basis. When Hisashi Hinata is reborn in the future, the mark of the bird in the cage on his forehead is still there, which already explains a problem. The bird in the cage is not used on the body, but on the soul. That's why it's troublesome. According to Dohei, unless the sealing technique is comparable to that of Uzumaki Mito, there is little chance of removing it with the sealing technique. Of course, if you have studied the soul, it is not impossible to find a way quickly. If you enter the 6 paths level and master yin-yang escape, you can also remove it easily. But these are not so easy to achieve, so you can only think of the reincarnation eye. And once Hyaga Kangyu has the reincarnation eye, she can enter the super shadow level. Super shadow. It is completely the ceiling under normal circumstances. Anyway, it is the level that can face Pain's 6 paths head-on. Only after breaking free from the caged bird, Hyaga Kangyu dared to turn against the Hyaga clan, and now she can only pretend to be friendly. During the chat, Hyaga Kangyu's cherry lips never stopped, and she ate a sheep elegantly and quickly. Yes. Her appetite is so exaggerated. But this appetite also makes her grow very fast in all aspects. The future crown princess also has this ability, but unfortunately she seldom eats enough, so she doesn't show it too much. Otherwise, with this kind of blood returning to her ancestors, her potential can be imagined. The next day, the two took Onoki to the trading place. The whole process made the other party weak and unconscious. They dare not underestimate the third-generation Tsuchikage. Whether in terms of mind or strength, the other party is extremely terrifying, so making him unconscious is definitely the best choice. The trading place was chosen in Kusagakuer village. Because it connects the land of earth and the land of fire, the transportation is extremely convenient. Soon, the trading place arrived. However, compared to their punctual arrival, the other two may have arrived long in advance. With Hinata Kangyu, Du Ping is naturally not afraid of being ambushed, and even the other party's blasting team has discovered it. Now, I have brought the people, what about the things? Du Ping shook Onoki in his hand. The other party was short, and it was indeed easy to lift, except that it made him a little embarrassed. Chapter 240 Get Rich Overnight. How dare you? Huang Tu couldn't stand seeing Onoki being treated like this. Because the other party was not only his father, but also the Tsuchikage admired by countless rock ninjas, how could he let him suffer like this? He is in my hands, I can treat him however I want. If you don't want Onoki to suffer more, you'd better complete the transaction quickly. Du Ping will not tolerate Huang Tu. Anyway, now he is wearing the vest of the Kara organization, he is not afraid of being targeted by the rock ninjas. Having a vest means you can do whatever you want. You. Huang Tu wanted to get angry, but was stopped by Han beside him. Han. A low-key and mysterious rock ninja. Although he is the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, unlike the rebellious Lao Ziai, he is extremely reliable, so the village leaders let him participate in this transaction. To be honest, Du Ping is very interested in him. Because the other party's ninjutsu using steam is somewhat similar to his flying with fire. Just to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not ask for the other party's ninjutsu. Let's start the transaction. Han took over the negotiation rights. Tang Ping took a look at the figure wearing red armor, mask, and bamboo hat, and realized the other party's status in the rock ninja. Even if he was the leader of the Jonin squad, Huang Tu, the son of the Tsuchikage, could suppress him. His status was indeed not low. Hinata Sogitsu took over Onoki and stepped forward. Huang Tu also released several boxes as tall as a man from the sealed scroll. If it was just ninjutsu, it would definitely not take much space. But Tang Ping wanted not only Earth Escape ninjutsu, but also the corresponding Earth Escape knowledge, so the number would be so large. And these are all the Earth Escape knowledge unique to the Rock Village. Some basic and introductory knowledge is missing, otherwise, let alone a few boxes as tall as a man, even if the number is 10 times, it can't be filled. Knowledge is different from ninjutsu. Just like computer programs and C language, one is a finished product and the other is a production line. After gaining these Earth Escape ninjutsu and knowledge, as long as Tang Ping can master them thoroughly, he can instantly step onto the ceiling of the Earth Escape field, which is not weaker than his Fire Escape, but only stronger. Get rich overnight. That's almost how it feels. Hinata Kangyu handed Onoki to Huang Tu, and then watched him slowly retreat. They are not afraid of the other party using fake knowledge and ninjutsu to trade. The fist is the hard truth. Since they have shown enough strength, the rock ninja must consider the consequences of playing tricks on them. If they want dust escape, they will definitely do something. But if they only want earth escape ninjutsu and knowledge, whether it is worth offending a terrifying and mysterious organization for these things, then they have to think seriously. The transaction was successfully completed. After Huang Tu confirmed that Onoki in his hand was a real person, he withdrew immediately, leaving Han to cover behind. Goodbye. Tang Ping used a temporary sealing scroll, cheap version, to seal several large boxes in it, then said hello and turned away. After receiving such a huge fortune, he was also eager to digest it. As long as he completely digested it, he felt that he could definitely step into the peak of the strong shadow, and was only a step away from the super shadow. Tisk tisk. He didn't have any alien's bloodline, can also touch the edge of super shadow, can be said to be super against the sky. And if the accumulation is deeper, it may not be strange to enter the super shadow level directly. Knowledge is power. This is not an empty talk in the ninja world. Sir, if the Kara organization is willing to join the Hidden Rock Village, we can let this incident go, and we can provide better treatment. Han's voice sounded behind Du Ping. Recruit. This is also the meaning of the top leaders of the Hidden Rock Village. Such a powerful ninja, if they can be recruited, it will be a good thing for them. And with the appeal of the 5 major ninja villages, there is a chance of success. It's a pity that in the face of the recruitment, Du Ping directly waved his hand and refused, without even turning his head. Just kidding. If he is willing to join the 5 major ninja villages, why is he hiding his identity? Joining the 5 major ninja villages, while enjoying the benefits, there will also be restrictions. He will not tie himself up, but cooperation is not impossible. If he remembered correctly, the Hidden Rock Village liked to hire ninjas, and even hired the Akatsuki group to do things for them in the future. There was no reason why the Akatsuki group could do things that the Akatsuki group could not do, right? On the other side, Han quickly caught up with Huang Tu and joined the blasting team that arrived. Are we? Huang Tu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Kara organization was too much. If they dared to touch the Tsuchikage today, he couldn't imagine what they would do tomorrow, so it was best to take the opportunity to solve it. No, we retreat. Han rejected Huang Tu's intention. Because their goal this time was to rescue the Tsuchikage, nothing else mattered. The most important thing was that even with their 2 cage levels and the blasting team, they might not be able to take down the 2 people of the Kara organization. Once they failed, it would mean offending the mysterious organization of Kara to death. Even if there were only 2 cage levels, they could pose a considerable threat to the Hidden Rock Village, not to mention that they were an organization, and God knew how many strong people there were. It must be said that Han was indeed very sober and was not blinded by anger. Therefore, the transaction between the 2 parties was completed without any accidents. Even though there was a rumor that Onoki was captured. But after waking up, the latter showed up at the front line as soon as possible, directly breaking the rumor, and also made the Rock Ninjas feel at ease and continue to fight Konoha. Of course, the Rock Ninja army now understands the truth. That is, there is no way to defeat Konoha in this ninja world war, so the following crazy attack is just to maintain a dignity after the war. As long as they find a retreat step, the Rock Ninjas can retreat. If they retreat for no reason, even if Onoki's prestige is high, it is very likely to be backfired. It was at this time that Minato Namikaze was transferred to the Northwest Front and became the main general. It was Jiraiya who took the initiative to give up his position. He was eager to find the Son of Prophecy and the Son of Destruction, but he didn't want to be tied to the position of main general all the time, and he did this to pave the way for his disciples. Thus, the Battle of Konoha Bridge broke out. The village leaders lured the Rock Ninja army deep into the territory of the Land of Fire, and then sent the Namikaze Minato team to blow up the Konoha Bridge, the key bridge for the logistical supply of the Rock Ninja. After getting the intelligence, Dohei prepared to watch the fun from the front row. But he was not going to change the plot. Because it was not good for him. Even if he could save Obito, what good would it bring to him? What he was most annoyed about were the other time travelers, all of whom wanted to whitewash Obito, the ungrateful wolf. Just because the other party wanted to create a world with Rin, they turned a blind eye to his killing of his master and the slaughter of his clan? The 4th Hokage and the Uchiha clan did not do anything wrong to Obito, but they died in the hands of the other party. It was funny that such an ungrateful wolf could be whitewashed. So this kind of super love brain should be left to Madara to enjoy. Dohei just watched and saw if he could pick up the corpse and achieve some other goals. Therefore, this time he only took Hinata Kangyu and a clone with him. Although he was very unhappy with the ungrateful wolf, he decided to get a trump card to check the other party in advance. A trump card that the other party could not resist. Lin. As long as he rescued the person, Obito would never be out of his hand. No matter how much Madara brainwashed him, it was not as good as the other party's white moonlight in his hand. Although Dohei was very unhappy with the ungrateful wolf, it did not mean that he had no interest in him. Letting the other party take the blame for himself, wouldn't that be double the happiness? Of course, the most important thing is that Dohei really wanted to see how tormented Obito would be when he found out that White Moonlight was not dead after he got together with Kakashi. A person with fun is not afraid of big things, so he is going to set off this time. Now it has been a few months since he obtained the Earth Escape ninjutsu and knowledge. Because of the clearing agent, Dohei's strength has changed qualitatively, and he is not afraid even if he encounters Madara. Melting Escape. He has already mastered this bloodline limit. But he won't show it for the time being, after all, he doesn't want to be stared at by countless people. Soon, Dohei and Hyuga Sogitsu found Obito, who was pressed underground by rocks and gave the Sharingan to Kakashi. Next, it was what Dohei was most concerned about. Uchiha Madara's lair. Only through Obito can we find the other party's lair. Otherwise, even with the Samsara Eye, we can't find it. Hyuga Sogitsu didn't know it before. There was no search, but nothing was found. Coming soon, Hinata Kangyu discovered the target. Chapter 241. My surname is Uchiha, so it makes sense to receive the inheritance from my ancestors. Baiju finally appeared and rescued Obito from the ground, half of his body pinned down by rocks. Whoosh, Whoosh! Tang Ping and Hinata Kangyu followed immediately. Since the reincarnated eye has moved 4 times, all aspects have improved a lot, so it is not at all like it was at the beginning, when it was extremely difficult to find Baizetsu. As long as the other party is in motion, it can be watched within 1 kilometer. If it is in a stationary state, it may take careful observation within a few hundred meters to find it. And with the existence of Obito's coordinate, Hinata Kangyu can lock on to the target and track it from several kilometers away. Along the way, they followed Baiju to the mountains of Tang country. Tomb of the Mountains. It should be here. Tang Pingyuan originally thought it would be in the country of grass, but he didn't expect it to be here. No wonder he couldn't find it. What is surprising is that there seems to be a mysterious force here, which prevents Hinata Kangyu's reincarnation eye from detecting anything strange. Could it be the effect of the sacred tree? Tang He, who received the report, remembered clearly that there were remains of the sacred tree in the mountain tomb, so it was not surprising that it could affect the reincarnated eye. Want to go in? Ri asked Kangyu. I can't see clearly inside with my reincarnation eye, so if I want to explore, I can only enter in person. No, we'll just watch here. Tang Ping finally refused. Because he knows that the key node lies with Obito, as long as he keeps an eye on the other party, he doesn't have to worry about missing the subsequent series of events. This time he was looking for the mountain tomb. He was not here to remove Madara's oxygen tube, but to prepare for accepting the legacy later. Don't have too many good things here. Not to mention a large amount of white zetsu, the remains of the sacred tree, Uchiha treasures, black rods, yin-yang escape knowledge, etc. They are all good things that make Tang Ping drool. Even if he is not prepared to ruin the plot, it does not mean that there is no way to get rid of the wool. After Madara uses the Eye of the Moon plan to brainwash Obito and withdraws with his lunchbox, he can come and get a wave of inheritance first. Anyway, Dohei felt that he was also an Uchiha, so it was completely natural for him to come and take back his ancestors' belongings. As for Yin-Yang Escape and others, it's all about interest. Treasure. The Tomb of the Mountain is a perfect unclaimed treasure. It's a pity that you have to wait for Madara to be completely GG before you can get back your own inheritance. The two of them just stood guard outside the Tomb of the Mountain. The situation in the ninja world is changing rapidly. First, the Konoha Bridge was successfully blown up by Namikaze Minato. The IWA ninja army that penetrated deep into the country of fire had no choice but to retreat after the logistics supply posed such a big problem. However, they advertised that if there was no supply problem, they could attack Konoha village and capture the Sandame alive. In fact, Konoha can be considered a high-level official in Onaki and Uegakure village, and he deliberately set it up for Konoha to explode. Otherwise, how could we not send strong men to protect us? It can only be said that Onaki worked hard to give Konoha this opportunity. With this step, the IWA ninja army has an excuse to withdraw from the Ninja World War. It can be said that he lost face and saved his reputation, so that the strength of Yunyan village did not suffer too much. As a result, only Sunagakure village and Konoha are left in the Ninja World War. Kirigakure village is still in chaos. Even though the 4th Mizukage, namely Gojo Yagura, succeeded in taking the position, there were many people who were dissatisfied with him. 2 former Ninja Sword 7 members, such as Thunder Ho Blacktooth and Loquat Jozu, even defected directly. There are still many ninja clans who have rebelled. Under this premise, even if there is no public announcement, there is no possibility for Kirigakure village to participate in the Ninja World War. Therefore, the only enemies left in Konoha are Sunagakure village, which had a good life. But now, the good days of the Sand Ninjas are coming to an end. Originally, Konoha was besieged, so they could always occupy a large area of Konoha. Now there is only one family left to challenge Konoha, and the outcome can be imagined. So, while Suna Ninja tried his best to transport the loot back to the Kingdom of Wind, he also gathered troops to attack Mount Kikyo. Use offense instead of defense. He must force Konoha to have no chance to stop him from searching and transporting. In this case, Tang He, the commander of the Southwest Ninja Army, naturally received the combat order, but he still stared at the mountain tomb leisurely. Rather than blocking Konoha's sword, having fun is what he wants to do. Anyway, there is no need to worry about Sunagakure being able to break through Mount Kikyo. Now that his hands are free, Konoha has more fighting power. Even if he, the commander of the Southwest Ninja Army, does not take action, he is not unable to repel the Sand Ninja. At first, the village kicked him to the castle tower, but now when the situation arises, they ask him to go back and block the sword. If it weren't for the time to break up, Tang Ping would have wanted to ask. Are you polite? Anyway, the senior management thinks that he is rebellious, so isn't it normal for him to have some problems? Therefore, half of the Southwest Ninja Army stationed at the castle tower did comply with the village's order and went to Mount Kikyo for support, but General Dohei was sick and did not go. Even Yamamakoji, the wrath of the storm, was also ill. Anyway, the truth those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand don't need to be explained. In the beginning, the castle tower still couldn't do without this half of the Southwest Ninja Army. After all, they had to clear the river country and protect the castle tower area. But now it's different. There are more than 500 ninjas directly under them. Among them, there are nearly half of the Uchiha, whose combat power is not as good as the upper ones, but more than enough than the lower ones, so they are not afraid of half of the Southwest Ninja Army leaving, resulting in a defense void. Just as the outside world changed, Dohei and his men waited for more than half a month and finally saw Obito. At this time, the other party was wrapped in white zetsu, with only his head exposed, and he was wearing a black uniform. Tisk, do you really think you are the saint of the demon cult? You imitate the beautiful girl barefoot. Do you have that appearance? Aren't you afraid of stepping on thorns? Daohei complained, and a touch of pity flashed in his eyes. Yes, he really didn't like this ungrateful wolf and love-brained man, but he also pitied the other party's experience. He was completely played around by others. And this incident was also a reminder to Dohei himself. That is how deep the water in the ninja world is. The two followed Obito from a distance, watching him rush towards the south seashore. The other side. Circle, is it true that the Alliance pirate is in danger? Obito asked the white zetsu who was shrouded in him. Yes, I seem to have heard something about a test subject, the mist ninja Anbu. The white zetsu who was shrouded in Obito responded slowly, sounding a little unintelligent. Where is Minato-sensei? Obito asked. But what he got was that the other party was on a mission. It's like this again. A trace of resentment flashed through his heart. It was like this last time, and it's like this again this time. Even if he is the fastest in the ninja world, he can't catch up at the critical moment. In fact, Obito didn't even think about it. Namikaze Minato is a cage-level warrior, the village's key training target, not their babysitter. How could he revolve around his disciples? It's okay to give some pointers at ordinary times, but how could he accompany his disciples to complete the tasks throughout the whole process? Because of wearing the white zetsu, Obito has improved qualitatively in all aspects, and his speed is comparable to that of a Jonin's instant body technique. The key point is that his endurance is extremely exaggerated. Even if he has been traveling for more than an hour, he doesn't feel tired at all. It was dusk, and the surroundings turned into a seaside forest. Wow, wow! It suddenly started to rain in the sky. No. It's not rain, but the sea water that was blown up by the battle. It's almost there, Rin, Kakashi, wait for me. Obito accelerated excitedly. But at this time, he felt as if he saw something with his right eye. It was like Rin was pierced through the heart by Kakashi. Whoosh! Soon, Obito passed through the woods and came to the cliff by the sea, and saw the battle clearly. For a moment, he seemed to see hell. Chapter 242 Obito, I'm in hell. Cry. In the piercing cry that sounded like 1,000 birds singing together. Nohara, Rin and Kakashi appeared in Obito's eyes at the same time. But he would rather not see the scene. His best brother pierced Rin's heart with a chidori. Pain. It hurts so much. This scene in front of him made Obito feel like he had fallen into hell. Endless darkness engulfed him. The white zetsu that looked like blooming petals around his head began to rotate, completely engulfing his head, leaving only a blood-red right eye outside. And the Sharingan, which originally had only 2 Megatama, also rotated rapidly and turned into 3 black darts connected. Mangekyo. In extreme grief, Obito finally crossed this boundary and obtained the legendary Eye of the Uchiha clan. Of course, the price was also paid. That is, the mind would be distorted by negative emotions. If it was a natural promotion, there would be no such sequelae, but taking shortcuts naturally requires a price. Kakashi's transplanted left eye also turned into a kaleidoscope. But because he didn't have Uchiha blood, his spirit couldn't bear this kind of impact, and he fainted on the ground. Ah! Obito held his head and screamed as if he couldn't make a sound, and couldn't accept everything in front of him at all. Swoosh, swoosh. One after another, Kunao and Shuriken went straight through his body and nailed to the tree trunk behind him. Impossible. Fake. The Mist Ninja Anbu screamed in surprise. Because they knew very well that their attacks did hit, but they went through the target's body, how could they accept it? Tear. The sharp wooden thorns on Obito's back stretched out, making him look like a monster. Kill him. A Mist Ninja Anbu drew his sword and rushed over. However, the long sword in his hand slashed into the air, and he was pierced through the abdomen by a wooden thorn. Puff. The wooden thorn suddenly bloomed in his body, instantly turning this Mist Ninja Anbu into a hedgehog. What is this? Monster. Kill him. After the Mist Ninja Anbu looked at each other, they decided to attack together. Even if the dozens of Mist Ninja Anbu were not the most elite, their combat power should not be underestimated, so they were not afraid. The following battle was a tragedy. In the woods on the side of the battlefield. Tisk tisk, it turns out that the manjiki can be opened like this. If Red Eyes accidentally bumps into you and a woman lying on her bed, do you think you can open the manjiki? Hinata Kangyu suddenly had a whim and asked Doping a death question. Yes, Uchiha can indeed open the manjiki in that way, after all, she is only one step away from opening her eyes. But after the other party opens his eyes, he will definitely draw his sword and kill Doping in the first place. As for Obito's miserable state, Hinata Kangyu was not moved at all. Because it was a small scene for her. A few years ago, if Doping hadn't appeared, she would have died in that grove. And she had been bound by a caged bird since she was a child, and had been abused by the main family. If the two were to compare their misery, it could be described in one sentence. You lost love, but I lost my parents and freedom. So it's not surprising that she was indifferent. In other words, they don't know how to complain, otherwise they would just say that's it. There are countless people in the ninja world who are more miserable than Obito. But there are very few, and even no one chooses to kill their master and slaughter their clan to avenge the world. Weird. It has to be said that the Uchiha clan is indeed full of weirdos. No wonder the second generation Hokage said that the Uchiha clan is an evil clan. This is not prejudice, but it means that the Mangekyo will be stimulated by negative emotions and the personality will be distorted. Be careful to be discovered. Doping dared not respond to Hinata Kangyu's tiger and wolf words, and found an excuse to change the subject. In fact, they are not close to the battlefield here, and with Hinata Kangyu's Samsara eye on guard, there is no need to worry about being discovered. Tisk. Hinata Kangyu snorted lightly. She naturally understood why Doping changed the subject, but she didn't say much. Anyway, she would not lose to that dead tsundere, red-eyed guy. Just as the two were talking, Obito's slaughter had ended. Tisk, tisk. Countless Mist Ninja Anbu were pierced through the body by wooden spikes and then hung in the air. Bloody and cruel. The ground was stained red with blood. Drib. The drizzle fell from the sky, as if it wanted to wash the land clean. There is nothing much to say about the battle process. A being with a manjiki and who can use some wood release, plus the advantage of first sight killing, is not something these Mist Ninjas can deal with. After dealing with these Mist Ninjas, Obito came to Rin, who had a hole in her chest, and Kakashi, who was unconscious. Looking at Rin's body, he subconsciously took 2 steps back, completely unwilling to accept this fact. Swish! A wooden spike appeared in his hand. But after aiming at Kakashi's vest for a long time, Obito finally didn't do it. Kakashi, I will make you live in this hell forever. He muttered to himself. Obito felt that killing the other party was not the best revenge, and letting the other party live in this cruel hell was the real revenge. As expected, true love is between people of the same sex. Won't you take back your eyes? The white zetsu on Obito reminded him. Even if you don't kill someone, you should at least take back the eyes you transplanted to the other person, right? Only a complete Sharingan can play the greatest role. No, I want Kakashi to use my Sharingan to look at this cruel hell. Obito turned around and walked away. He didn't take Rin's body away, because he knew that the other party would definitely prefer to return to Konoha. Rin, I want to create a world with you. Now, Obito only has the Moon Eye plan in his mind, and nothing else. More than 10 minutes later. Tram, tramp. Dohei appeared carrying a corpse. If you look closely, you will find that the corpse he brought is extremely terrifying. Nohara Rin. Two Nohara Rin appeared at the same time. But it would be normal if one of them was a clone. Tisk, isn't it just a broken heart, why don't you check it carefully? While complaining, Doping put down the clone in his hand with the same clothes and injuries, and then his hands lit up with medical ninjutsu. Under the premise of foreseeing, don't be too easy to do anything. A bottle of specially prepared novice potion is enough to ensure that people will not die quickly even if their hearts are pierced. There are many cases of resurrection and immortality in the ninja world. Doping's new potion can do this just for basic operations. And saving Lin can not only get a trump card to check and balance the white-eyed wolf. You can also get a Jinkriki. The role of the tailed beasts is needless to say. As long as the Jinkriki is at least at the level of cage, it is completely more deterrent than the strong cage on the battlefield. This is also the strength of the 5 major ninja villages. No matter how poor the talents are, there is a guarantee that there will be a cage-level killer Jinkriki in hand, which is naturally not something that those small ninja villages can touch. As for how to ensure that Lin will go with you? Sorry, the tailed beast in the other party's body is the best reason. As long as Lin doesn't want to see the war between Kirigakure and Konoha, she must send the 3-tailed beast back to Kirigakure, and the Jinkriki will lose the tailed beast. So, either go back to the village to die, or stay. As for the other party being brainwashed by the will of fire, does he want to go back to die? Don't worry, it will take a long time to heal her injuries, and this period of time is enough for the other party to be brainwashed by you. Lin, you don't want to see Konoha fall into war, right? Once this reason comes out, there is no fear that the other party will return to Konoha. Ye sent himself to die. He dealt with the other party's injuries hastily, stimulating the suppressed effect of the newborn potion, allowing the heart to slowly regenerate. That is, Tang Ping felt that transplanting the heart was troublesome. Otherwise, a direct transplant and another bottle of jump potion would be enough to solve the rejection reaction and allow it to recover smoothly. After dealing with Lin's wounds and ensuring that the other party would not die, Tang Ping turned Kakashi over, anesthetized the other party first, and then muttered to himself. Kakashi, I did it to you back then, now I will do it to you once, and we are even. While speaking, he took out a temporary scroll to remove the seal. A bunch of auxiliary surgical instruments appeared. He wanted to leave some memorials for the other party. And this was the only chance to do something to the other party without being discovered. At the beginning, he was ready to lie down, and it was because Kakashi followed Danzo's order that broke his plan. Now it is completely tit for tat. He still has the other party's name in his little notebook. He didn't have the chance before, so if he has the chance this time, he will naturally take the opportunity to get it back. Of course, what he wants to do is not only harmless to Kakashi, but also very beneficial. Chapter 243, Get the Mangekyo. I change. What Doping wants to do is naturally not to cut the waist or transform. After all, there is a secret technique like the shadow mirror body transformation technique, so he doesn't need to do it himself to make Kakashi become Kakashi. Only when the other party takes the initiative, it will be more fun to watch. I change is because Doping really covets the Mangekyo ability of the ungrateful wolf. At the same time, it is also to lay a backhand. Even if he holds the trump card of White Moonlight, it does not mean that it is foolproof. God knows what this weirdo thinks. If he thinks that the living Nohara Rin is not the White Moonlight in his heart, and only the Rin who likes him in the world he created is his White Moonlight, then he will be in trouble. If it were anyone else, Dohei wouldn't have such worries, but Obito, whose mind was distorted by the Mangeki and brainwashed by Madara, might not be. Therefore, it is indeed necessary to get this trump card. Besides, with this Mangeki, Dohei can also conduct targeted research on space. And it is also a good thing for him to replace Kakashi's eyes. The other party will have kidney deficiency in the future because his body can't bear the Mangeki. Even if he is a super genius, he still doesn't have Uchiha blood. The Uchiha clan is not as worried about the Sharingan being obtained as the Hyuga clan, because the burden of the Sharingan on the body without blood is too exaggerated. The Byakugan doesn't have this situation, so it needs a caged bird. Now that Dohei has replaced it with a normal 3 Magatama Sharingan, for Kakashi, a super genius, it is like removing the shackles and allowing his talent to be fully utilized. To be honest, for ordinary ninjas who are not Uchiha, obtaining the Sharingan is like adding wings to a tiger, and the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. But for Kakashi, the son of White Fang, the Sharingan is a constraint and restriction. Otherwise, he would not be just an elite jonin in the future. Elite jonin is definitely a shame for Kakashi, a super genius. Eye replacement surgery, I had never heard of it before crossing, at least it was immature, but for medical ninjas, it is not difficult. Science is not enough, ninjutsu can make up for it. Just a few medical ninjutsu can do all kinds of incredible things. That is to prevent Kakashi from noticing the abnormality, so Dohei did it more carefully. Otherwise, just plug it in and use medical ninjutsu to heal it. What matters is a simple and rough one. Pop. Take out the glass jar filled with saline, and exchange the 3 Magatama Sharingan obtained from Uchihame with the Mangekyo in Kakashi's left eye socket. No matter how delicate the surgery is, Dohei still takes less than 3 minutes to complete it. Ninjas are not comparable to ordinary doctors in all aspects, so this speed is already a significant slowdown. After all, what a rookie like Nohara Rin could do, there is no reason why a big guy like him can't do it, and 3 minutes is enough to give face. The technique of extracting thin tissues. Doping ended with this medical ninjutsu. This B-level medical ninjutsu can suppress rejection reactions, and his surgical ability is much stronger than Nohara Rin, which is enough to make Kakashi much easier in the future. After putting away the surgical instruments and the kaleidoscope in the saline solution, Doping stood up. Kakashi, look forward to seeing you next time. When the time comes, the other party will take the initiative to transform into Kakashi. There is no need to worry that the other party will not be able to pass this test in his heart. Originally, he fell into darkness after Obito's death, and now he has killed Rin with his own hands. As long as he gives some information about the two, the other party will not care about his gender change at all. We have the other party. After confirming that everything was normal and that a Konoha ninja was about to arrive, Dohei cleared his own traces and left with Mangeki and Nohara Rin. At this time, Hyuga Sogitsu was gone. She was staring at Obito. And Dohei was going to take Nohara Rin back to the castle tower and prepare for the next receiving of the inheritance. When Uchiha Madara took his last breath, he would take action. There was no need to worry about Obito not leaving. Not to mention that he would go to the Hidden Mist village to cause trouble, the land of light rain Nagato, the other party will not be able to give up contact, the timeline has been adjusted. As soon as the other party leaves, it will be his chance to receive the inheritance. All I can say is that having an intelligence advantage is really nice. However, there is a huge problem if you want to receive the inheritance without being discovered by Obito or Black Zetsu. There are a large number of Baiju in the mountain tomb. But it doesn't matter. Since Tang Ping dares to take action, there is naturally a way to solve this matter. Illusion. It's completely a dialogue absolute attack. Especially the Sharingan Genjutsu, it is simply a rhythm of tank. He has the Uchiha Fang lineage under his command. As long as he brings a large number of elites with him, he can completely control the field with illusions. As long as you do it cleverly, you can receive the inheritance without God or Ghost noticing. The point is that knowledge can be copied, so there is no fear that Obito and Black Zetsu will find anything wrong after taking something away. Next, Dohei carried Nohara Rin across the land of fire and returned to the castle tower. After entering the tens of kilometers of the castle tower, the environment suddenly changed. In the originally desolate and barren land, one can already see bright green plants, fruit trees, and wide and smooth roads. The most important thing is that there are green rice fields, where people are working hard from time to time. A very reassuring scene. This is especially true in the ninja world where war is raging and chaos and cruelty are everywhere. That's right. It is already the second round of rice in these rice fields. Hundreds of thousands of acres of paddy fields were all planted with Tianjin no 1 rice seeds this time. Initially, some people suggested sending people to guard the rice fields to prevent rice seeds from being stolen by other forces. But Tang Ping directly rejected this suggestion. Because of such a huge planting area, it is almost impossible to prevent rice seeds from being stolen. At the same time, he is not afraid of losing rice seeds. Genetically modified rice seeds degrade at an alarming rate. As long as 1 or 2 generations pass, it will be no different from ordinary rice seeds, or even worse. It's easy for someone to steal seeds, but it's not the fault if they can't trick the other party to death. He holds the mother seed firmly in his hands, and at the same time, he continues to use technology and springs to optimize it. Because he was wearing a forehead protector with the word, even if he was carrying a person, covering his body, no one would come forward to question him. On the road. A group of caravans were driving on the road carrying goods. And more than that. Occasionally, there are some groups of refugees, walking in groups towards the castle tower, with hope shining in their eyes. The lighthouse of the ninja world, the castle tower. Now there is such a title. As long as the refugees can arrive, they will provide relief food several times and give them the opportunity to exchange work for food. That is to say, the dissemination of information is deliberately controlled, otherwise the population would have exceeded 100,000. It won't take more than half a year. The population of the castle tower has grown from tens of thousands to over 100,000. The speed is so exaggerated. People in the ninja world are really worthless, resources are valuable. Soon, Tang Ping returned to the castle tower. Uchiha Sho, the captain of the defense, came out immediately. His appearance has changed drastically now. Not only is there no hair on the top of his head, but his body is several times bigger, and he looks even stronger than Koji Yamama. There is no way, before the surgery, Uchiha Sho was already as strong as a bear. Later, a second heart was implanted, and after completing the 5 surgical transformations in the first stage of the long-term ascension to the gods, it is not surprising that the body shape has changed like this. Of course, Tang Ping informed me of the changes in his bald head and body in advance. Uchiha Sho said it didn't matter. Appearance exchanges for strength. Ninjas are willing to risk their lives in pursuit of power, let alone their appearance. Any hesitation for one more second is disrespectful to the power. Uchiha Sho himself is an elite jounin. After completing the first stage of transformation to become a god, it is no problem at all to fight against the Quasi Cage. Especially Lei Dun. After transplanting the heart of the 3rd generation Reikage, the progress of Thunder Escape has been rapid, and has even touched the edge of Thunder Escape Chakra mode. As for Dohei who gave him all this, Uchiha Sho's attitude was to be as respectful as possible, so after knowing that he came back, he would rush to greet him as soon as possible. Chapter 244 The Excitement of Chang Fang's Lineage. Is there anything strange about your body? Dohei raised his head slightly and looked at Uchiha Sho, who was over 2 meters tall and looked like a little giant in front of him, and asked. The long-term surgery to ascend to the gods has only been performed on 2 people, and there are still too few cases, so he naturally has to be concerned. Especially if the opponent has Uchiha bloodline, you need to be more careful. Very good, and growing in all aspects. An uncontrollable smile appeared on Uchiha Sho's big face, which completely lost the sense of great bitterness and deep hatred unique to the Uchiha clan. I don't know why, but looking at the other party like this, Tang Ping felt a sense of disobedience. Because when it comes to Uchiha, what everyone thinks of is great looks, feminine temperament, arrogant and so on. But the current Uchiha Sho? Not to mention the appearance, it has plummeted. His temperament is even more masculine and domineering, he is just like a masculine man descended from heaven, and has absolutely nothing to do with femininity. As for arrogance? Please, just look at how arrogant the other party is. That's good. Tang Ping was relieved. He was afraid that Uchiha, who had alien blood, would not be able to withstand the long-term surgery to become a god. As for the person he was carrying on his shoulders, Uchiha Sho didn't even ask, he didn't even take a second look, as if selective blindness. It can only be said that there are really not many stupid ninjas, except for some weirdos. Soon, the two came to the hospital. Among them are ordinary doctors, but also medical ninjas. Medical ninjas were trained by Don Ping, who selected people with yang escape and precision control talents. With his guidance and continuous spending on resources, high-end medical ninjas depend too much on talent, but it is not difficult to train some low-level medical ninjas. Entering the hospital, Nohara Lin was placed in an intensive care unit. Of course, he sealed it before putting it down. The other party is not an ordinary girl, but Ajin Huriki. The 3 tails are in her body, so how can she not seal it? Keep an eye on her, and also disguise her so that no one can recognize her identity. Dohei said something to Uchiha Sho beside him. Specific tasks will naturally be carried out by him, just tell him the requirements yourself. Yes. Although Uchiha Sho didn't know Nohara Rin, he would not compromise on Dohei's orders. Then, Tang Ping took him to the Uchiha clan. It is said to be a clan land, but in fact it is a community. It is not divided separately for them to live in. There are other ninjas who also live here. Having learned the lesson from Konoha village, Dohei will naturally not fall into the same pit again. The ninja clan is basically a village within a village. Therefore, he will not allow the ninja clan to live in an area with only one clan, and will also cancel the ninja clan's privileges in all aspects. For example, he would never accept the situation where the village could not interfere in the internal affairs of the ninja clan. It would definitely not be possible for anyone else to do it, but after all, Dohei's surname was Uchiha, and the Nagafusa lineage also received sufficient compensation, so he naturally acquiesced to this situation. When he was in Konoha, Uchiha didn't have much power except the security department. But in the castle tower, Uchiha has a lot of power, and there is no limit to the scope of development. With so many benefits, plus the fact that Tang Ping's strength can overwhelm the Chongfang lineage, naturally no one has any objections. That is how new forces can play. If other ninja villages played like this, I guarantee that the next one would be the Qingying side. The two of them came to a quiet courtyard in the midst of the bustle. The wide and quiet courtyard is no weaker than the one in Konoha village. It is even larger in area. At most, it lacks some of the heritage brought about by time. The most eye-catching thing is the two mulberry trees intertwined. In the past, hibiscus trees were placed on them, which naturally gave them something extraordinary. So when I handed over with Uchiha Fugako last time, I could do without other things, but not the two mulberry trees. A relaxing and comfortable feeling came over me. Natural energy. Although it is extremely rare, it is still somewhat there, so Uchihame, the new clan leader, usually stays at home when he has nothing to do, and even got one at the training ground. Swish! At this time, she was using the ninja sword to do Suizhen. Even without chakra blessing, the sharp blade can cut through the air, which shows her extraordinary swordsmanship. Especially the pair of Sharingan. Because the pupil power is too strong, it will even open uncontrollably. At this time, in terms of the quantity of eye power, Uchihame is definitely more than enough, but in terms of quality, it is still a bit behind. If you want to take a shortcut, you can use negative emotional stimulation to break through the threshold, but it will be affected. If you accumulate slowly, sooner or later you will cross the threshold and complete the transformation. One is to prove the Tao with force, and the other is to take shortcuts. Both seem to be entering the kaleidoscope, but the situations are absolutely different. The examples are also very clear. The former is Uchiha Madara. The opponent did not open the kaleidoscope early, but opened it after he became an adult, and then swept across the ninja world. Only Senju Hashirama can match it. There are many people who took shortcuts to enter the kaleidoscope. Obito, Shisui, Dodozi, Urju, etc., all opened it early when they were teenagers. Have you discovered what they have in common? At the same time that my body is not doing well, my brain is also having problems. In other words, the second pillar was better, but under Ming Taiza's personality modification fist, he became a brain-dead man. The price of the shortcut was so high that Tang Ping told Mei about the pros and cons of opening a kaleidoscope. It was precisely by knowing the pros and cons that Uchihame could restrain her impulse and wait for the day when she would soar into the sky. What's up? Uchiha Shizuka, who was sitting in the pavilion next to her and watching Mei's training, put down her tea set and asked. She knew that if something hadn't happened, Tang Ping wouldn't have come here and would have either stayed in the laboratory or in the office. Do you want to get back the knowledge that Madara took away? Tang Ping's words stunned several people. Even Uchihame, who was practicing swordsmanship, looked over subconsciously. It's not that she doesn't have enough concentration, it's because the impact of these words is too great. Uchiha Madara. Definitely the most legendary figure in the Uchiha clan. When the other party left Konoha alone, although no clan members followed him, it did not mean that the other party left empty-handed. The Uchiha fan, forbidden arts, etc. were all taken away. The background of the family behind is all accumulated again. If there were those things taken away by the other party, the growth rate of the Uchiha clan would only be even more amazing. At the same time, the Mangekyo Sharingan would not be just as it is now. Some understanding. Now someone told them that they have a chance to get those things back, even if the enemy is the 5 major ninja villages, they will not hesitate. Where is it? Uchihame did not ask whether the news is true or not. Because she knows Do Ping's style very well. What he said is always right. No matter how unbelievable it is, it will only prove that he is right in the end. Prophecy. She and Shizuka, Xiang, and Yashiro have already vaguely noticed this, so no one will doubt the content, but only ask the location. You know Kuni. Do Ping spit out the name of the place, but did not say the exact location. It's not that he doesn't trust a few people, but because White Zetsu is everywhere, not to mention that there are unreasonable things like prophecy in the ninja world. The more people know, the easier it is to be sensed or predicted. When to set off, how many people are needed? Uchiha Mei's aura fluctuates. Once those things are taken back, her prestige in the Longhouse will rise to a higher level. After all, the eldest house is a fighting faction, and they admire Uchiha Madara the most. If someone brings back the things that the other party took away, they will not be dissatisfied. I don't know the departure time, but those with 2 Megatama and above can follow the action, and at the same time, practice illusions intensified. Doping made the arrangements in advance. This time is not a trip, so the candidates are naturally the more elite the better, and illusions are extremely important, so they must be proficient in advance. Even if they don't know illusions, the Sharingan has its own illusions, it just depends on whether they are proficient or not. Due to the restraint relationship, other people may need to be a Jonin to control White Zetsu, but even a Chunin can succeed in Sharingan illusions. Blood is so terrible. Otherwise, it would not have attracted so many people's envy and jealousy. Of course, in addition to manpower and supplies, various camouflage arrangements must be made in advance. Once the action begins, someone will disguise themselves as them to paralyze more eyes. Everything is ready, only the old guy Uchiha Madara is waiting for a box lunch. Time passed slowly. Just when Tang Ping and others were getting impatient, they finally received the information from Hyaga Kangyu. Chapter 245. As expected, an accident still happened. In the woods, dozens of figures were jumping at high speed towards the direction of the land of hot springs. This operation. Except Tang Ping, everyone else was Uchiha. Are you sure you don't need to pay attention to the village? Those old guys are almost coming to take you back. Uchiha Mei, who was wearing combat uniform and ponytail, looked heroic. She asked Tang Ping curiously while rushing on the road. The village has been defending Mount Kikyo all this time. Although the sand ninja was blocked, it continued to attack as if it was risking its life. At the same time, the cloud ninja and the rock ninja were ready to move, so the village could only let Orochimaru and Jiraiya take charge of one front each, and only Namikaze Minato, a cage-level strongman, defended Mount Kikyo alone. Face several cage-level warriors from the sand village alone. If it weren't for the geographical advantage and the lack of Jinchuriki, Minato Namikaze couldn't hold out even with Flying Thunder God. Therefore, it's no wonder that the village keeps urging Dohei and Yamamakoji. 2 cage-level ones. If the 2 of them take action, Konoha will beat the sand ninja in a minute. But at this critical moment, Dohei was ill and can't get up. How could the village leaders not urge him like a fire on the butt? Even the words that Tsunade could be asked for help in treatment were released. No wonder they are so impatient. Now Kikyo Mountain is completely a meat grinder, with considerable losses every day. Fortunately, the half of the southwestern ninja army stationed at the castle tower was transferred back to Kikyo Mountain, otherwise the rumor accusing Dohei of treason would be released. I know very well what the village is thinking, don't they just want me to help them fight? Dohei replied with disdain. Do you really think you can't see the village's plan? The village was indeed drained of money, but this does not mean that the Hokage has no money. At the same time, are those private armies that have been hidden all the time prepared to protect Konoha at the critical moment? Bah! Disgusting! If you don't fight at this time, you may not fight when Konoha's life and death is really at stake. Senjia-jin. Before this army died, Konoha had enough trump cards. So Dohei was really not afraid of accidents in the village, leaving him with no place to suck blood. Not going to support is at most a variety of rumors to smear, you can't really arrest yourself. As for the village's forced orders? Do you really think that his reputation of not listening to orders is fake, not to mention that he is still in a state of illness and bedridden? Unless Konoha turns against him, there is really no way to control him. In the past, he could still use the lineage of the eldest house, the civilian ninja family, to make some articles. But in the previous transaction, these people have moved to the castle tower, so the village has no good way to control them. Therefore, no matter how incompetent and furious the village leaders were, they could not do anything to him. Since the messenger eagle often disappeared, the messenger ninja was always stationed. While the 2 of them were communicating from time to time, the team also quickly crossed the land of fire and entered the land of hot water along the route they had scouted before. It took several days. If there were only Dohei and a few elite jonin, it might only take 1 day to get there. But if they brought dozens of Uchiha elites, most of whom were chunins, the speed would naturally not be fast. In the evening, a group of them came to the mountains where the Tomb of the Mountains is located. A figure arrived quickly. My sister forced Xiao Yuan, is it because her red eyes are holding her back? The sun and the moon had just merged, and I couldn't help but connotate someone's words. Okay, how's the situation? Dohei hurriedly stopped Uchihame from talking back, and at the same time, he hinted with his eyes. This time is to get back the inheritance for Uchiha, you have to think clearly. This mission is extremely important to Uchiha. If she can't bear her anger, she will definitely not be the one who suffers. Snort. Uchihame glanced at Hinata Kangya with hatred, and then turned her head away proudly. Looking at the opponent's standard arrogant movements, Dohei felt that it was no wonder that Hinata Kangya not only called him Red Eyes, but also called him Death Arrogant from time to time, which was indeed very appropriate. The other party has not come back during this period of time. Hinata quietly reported Obito's whereabouts to Kangyu. After just saying a few words, she suddenly turned her head, and Dohei and Uchihame also raised their heads almost simultaneously, looking at the top of the tree 100 meters away. A ray of sunset illuminated the figure on the top of the tree. His skinny body was dressed in grey cloth, and his face was obscured by a messy long hair without any vitality. No wonder I feel like something is wrong. It turns out to be you guys. It looks like I can do one last dance before falling asleep. It's a good farewell show. With such an arrogant attitude and tone, there is only one person in the entire ninja world. Ninja Shura, Uchiha Madara. Even if the other party hasn't reported his name yet, both Dohei and other Uchiha know the other party's identity. It looks like, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected happened. Tang Ping murmured to himself. At the same time, not only was there no timidity in his pupils, but a fighting spirit was ignited. Being able to fight against this ninja Shura can also make him understand how far he is from the ceiling of these ninjas. Even Uchiha Madara, who is old, dying, blind and full of negative buffs, will never disappoint him. No. It should be said that Uchiha Madara is the best in this state. Although it is not nice to bully the elderly and disabled, if the person is in full strength or has both eyes, Tang Ping may run away with the bucket as soon as he sees the person, and will not fight with the opponent at all. As for the other party being able to detect them, it's actually not too surprising. Destiny. This word came to Tang Ping's mind. Normally, it is impossible for the other party to notice them, but they just feel them. There is no reason at all. If it is ninjutsu or ability, you can still find a way to solve it, but I feel like there is no way to guard against this kind of thing, I can only admit it. In other words, if they want to inherit someone else's inheritance, they must first remove Uchiha Madara's windpipe. Act according to Plan D. Tang Ping made a decision instantly. This place is a few kilometers away from the cave. As long as he and Hinata Kangya hold each other back, others can take the opportunity to get things. And now there is no need to give up a lot of things in order to maintain the original plot, as I thought before, you can just take whatever you see. Yes. Asterisk 3. Mei, Xiang, and Shizuka led the other Uchiha around to the Tomb of the Mountain from the side. Let Baizetsu play with you and see if you are still qualified to have the surname Uchiha. Madara ignored Mei and others at all, and just asked Baiju to stop them. Because among the group of people who bypassed, the strongest ones were the two quasi-shadows. With this strength, they couldn't quickly break through Baiju's blockage. He could completely deal with the remaining two troublesome guys first, and then deal with the other party. For Madara, who didn't even look at anyone except Hashirama, he didn't think about a thing at all. What will happen if you lose? Yes, Madara has never thought about this. Do you want to dance too? Tang Ping's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Since you can't avoid this battle even if you try hard to avoid it, you can only fight. He is completely different now than before, and he is fully qualified to compete with this disabled old man. And there is no need to worry about the leakage of information. After the battle, the opponent will die regardless of victory or defeat. You can indeed attack with all your strength without any scruples. The sun and the moon seemed to disappear at this time. But Uchiha Madara's rich combat experience made him know that this was a target that could threaten him. Ha ha ha, interesting, so interesting. Madara laughed wildly. He is worthy of being the leader of the 4 laughing heroes of Uchiha, his laughter is truly magical. Whether you are worthy of dancing with me or not, you have to pass my test. A terrifying aura erupted from Uchiha Madara's old body. The battle between the two sides is about to break out. Chapter 246. In terms of fire escape, I, Madara Uchiha, would like to call you the strongest. Uchiha Madara said confidently. Kid, go ahead and let me see if you are qualified to dance. Even though he had seen Tang Ping's name from the information collected by Baiju, he did not remember it. For Madara, there are not many people whose names are worth remembering. Dohei was not angry because of Madara's attitude. Because he has this kind of personality and also has this qualification. The only invincible opponent in the ninja world. Let's see if Hashirama Senju can compete with him. It's not difficult to gain the respect of the other party. Just beat him. Raging. The flame emerged from the gloves, covering his body and turning into a golden-orange gauze. Flame robe. This core ninjutsu is completed. Not a bad ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara saw the effect of the flame robe at a glance and recognized this ninjutsu. Don't think this evaluation is low. For Madara, who has seen countless ninjutsu and secret techniques, even S-level ninjutsu may not be appreciated. Swoosh. Doping rushed forward with the instant body technique, ready for close combat. If I can't beat you in your prime, I can't beat you who are old, dying, and disabled. Both eyes are not samsara eyes? Soothing. Just halfway through the charge, Doping was kicked away. Little brat, you are too weak. Uchiha Madara's unpleasant voice sounded. Maybe for him who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses, Tang Ping's taijutsu was really rubbish. Really? Tang Ping stood up and jumped up, rolled in the air, and smashed his right leg on the opponent's head. Solo slaughter. The move looks simple, but the speed is amazing. Because when a person is in the air, there is a flame eruption acceleration, both the attack power and speed have a strong bonus. Golden Crow Ryu Ninja Taijutsu. Tang Ping created it based on the moves of a certain protagonist in the game. He doesn't know if it is strong or not, but it is really handsome. The perfect combination of flames and taijutsu is gorgeous and powerful. But facing his attack, Uchiha Madara was completely at ease. Both sides exchanged fists and feet. Tang Ping felt that if it weren't for the opponent's current rotten body that almost fell down at the touch, if it was in his prime, his current state would be completely asking for abuse. After fighting for more than a dozen rounds, he seized the opportunity to retreat, and Uchiha Madara did not pursue him. Warm-up is over. Doping took out a tube of hot spring from his tactical belt and crushed it. Rich natural energy poured into his body. At this distance between the two, if Uchiha Madara wanted to, he could completely interrupt him. But Doping was extremely confident that he would not. Yes, Uchiha Madara was such a domineering and arrogant character, and he would only defeat his enemies head-on. Otherwise, with his relationship with Senju Hashirama, if he had attacked secretly, even the god of ninja would not have been able to withstand it. Therefore, in the future, when the white-eyed wolf pretended to be Madara, he would be suspected. Because no one thought that Uchiha Madara would be as timid as a rat in the gutter. Yes, although your sage mode is far inferior to Hashirama, you are also qualified for my evaluation. Feeling the domineering and fiery aura emanating from Doping, Uchiha Madara finally became a little more serious. Madara-sama, let me assist you. White Zetsu floated up from the ground beside Madara. Because with Madara's current state of having his trachea removed, he could fall down at any time, not to mention fighting a strong man who has mastered the sage mode. Yes. Uchiha Madara did not refuse. Because he knew very well that he was in his current state, there was indeed a possibility of accidents, so it was necessary to let White Zetsu assist. With permission, White Zetsu wrapped around Uchiha Madara like a stream of water. The originally old and weak body began to become full of vitality. The amazing sense of oppression made people breathless. Is this Uchiha Madara? Hinata Kangyu, who was waiting for a chance to make a move at the edge of the battlefield, muttered to herself. Even though she had heard the legend of the other party, she did not have much real feeling in her heart because she had not seen him in person. Now that she saw the real person, she could appreciate the other party's domineering spirit and strength. And this is just a super weakened version. It is hard to imagine how strong the other party was in his prime. At this time, Dohei successfully entered the sage mode. A touch of flame pattern appeared between his eyebrows. Except for the forehead, there is no other place with flame pattern. This proves that he has grown in the sage mode. Before, his cheeks were covered with flame patterns. Let the flame purify everything. Doping switched the state. At this time, he was a sage, completely different from usual. The color of the flame clothes on his body also changed from the previous golden orange to white, indicating the change in temperature. And more than that. Gurgle. The earth began to melt, and the ground turned from mud to sticky magma. Yes, Doping did not hide his new power at all. Melting style. After almost touching the ceiling of fire style and earth style, it is not impossible to point out molten style. After several years of research, with the help of the clearing agent, Doping's knowledge of ninjutsu has been accumulated. It is nothing to want to study molten style. After having molten style, Doping finally understood why the blood limit is so powerful. First of all, the chakra aspect. It went from over 20 cards to over 40 cards instantly, which was an incredible improvement. Not to mention, it made him use lava release almost instinctively, increasing the power and efficiency by many times. To give an example, having a blood limit is like having a permanent automatic tool. A factory can produce finished products by simply injecting materials. If there is no blood inheritance limit, then if you want the finished product, you have to slowly hand knead the finished product. Although the finished products are the same, the two are not at the same level in terms of efficiency and consumption. It's so fragrant. In the past, Dohei was extremely unhappy with the blood inheritance limit and felt it was too unfair to ordinary ninjas. But when I had it myself, I realized how delicious it was. The emergence of melting release instantly caused earth-shaking changes in his combat system. In terms of combat effectiveness, he can now easily defeat his previous self. The magma on the ground began to cover Tang Ping's body. Don't get me wrong, this is not that he wants to commit suicide, but a new technique. Countless magma gathered on Tang Ping's body, turning it into a sharp-edged, gorgeous, and exquisite red armor. Layers of flame clothing emerged from the armor, covering the magma armor. After the two intertwined, they turned into dark gold, making the armor look deep and majestic. The most important thing is to have a sense of reality. In the past, armor was woven with flames, and no matter how big it was, it felt unreal. It's different now. Using Earth Escape as the skeleton makes people feel that sense of reality. Immortal magic. Zhu Rong's armor. Tang Ping used this most powerful defensive magic. In terms of defensive power, this armor is comparable to power armor, except that it doesn't have as many additional abilities. What is the most important thing? Consumption. In the past, it was not that Dohei did not have defensive ninjutsu, such as the fire pillar formation, fire armor incarnation, flame clothes, and so on. But all of them have greater attack power than defense, and continuous use consumes a lot of money. But the biggest advantage of Zhu Rong's armor is that once it is used, it will consume almost nothing afterwards, even if it lasts for several hours, it is not a problem. It's like opening a Gundam, the maintenance cost has been reduced by more than 10 times. Immortal method. Tian Kong Yun sword. Tang Ping grabbed his right hand and took out a gorgeous orange sword. The change in color also proves his growth. And Uchiha Madara, who had never interrupted him, also felt the long-lost excitement and sighed. Yes, among the people I have met, no one is better than you in fire escape. I would like to call you the strongest in fire escape. While speaking, a layer of blue illusory armor also appeared on his body. It is Suzanu's initial form. Because he knew that otherwise, under the terrifying heat, it would be difficult to even get close to Tang Ping, let alone fight him. Chapter 247 Hinata Kangyu, killing Shura from the ninja realm alone. Fierce. Zhu Rong's armor sprayed out flames from time to time, allowing him to adjust his speed. This alone is enough to give Tang Ping a strong advantage in close combat. At the same time, the enhanced version of the Tiankanjiun sword in his hand also gave him unrivaled lethality. After approaching Uchiha Madara at high speed, he slashed out the long sword in his hand. Originally, Dohei thought that when entering the initial stage of Susanoo, Madara, whose whole body was wrapped in several blue bone-like phantoms, would be hardwired. After all, given the other party's character, this choice should be the most likely. Unexpectedly, the other party dodged sideways and kicked him at the same time. So fast! This thought flashed through Tang Ping's mind. After entering immortal mode, his reaction speed has been greatly improved, but people still make him unable to react, which makes people want to scold him. It should be by Ju's credit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Madara's extremely aging body to support this speed. The melee battle begins. Dohei in Sage mode is much stronger than before, especially with the armor of Zhu Rong for defense and Tian Kanjiun for offense. If his skills and awareness were not inferior to Madara, he would have had the upper hand. But the good news is that he is constantly learning from the opponent's experience to evolve his own physical skills. No wonder it is said that the fastest place for a ninja to improve is on the battlefield, because if you don't improve, you will lose and die. Even if you want to improve slowly, it won't work. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Flame Finger. Tang Ping's left hand pointed forward abruptly. A white beam of light shot out and hit Madara. But Susanoo blocked it slightly and was not penetrated instantly. At the same time, Madara moved immediately, preventing his deliberate attack from succeeding. Kid. Uchiha Madara began to have a fighting spirit. Before, he was fighting with a playful attitude at most, but now he has entered the combat stage. Of course, when he fights with Tang Ping, it is naturally impossible for him to perform operations like borrowing his hands to form seals in the next 4 battles. The difference in strength between the two is far from that level. Tang Ping has no embarrassment at all about using flaming fingers for sneak attacks in battle. He is a ninja, not a warrior. For ninjas, as long as they can win, no matter what method they use, they are right. Relief. Tohei received a heavy blow from Susanoo's right arm, but he also punched him back. Damage exchange. Uchiha Madara also understood that the Susanoo in his initial stage could not withstand the Amazon Cloud Sword, so he was not hit at all from beginning to end. It seems like I'm no match for you on my own, right? Tohei realized this when he adjusted his posture and launched the attack again. He had used the Immortal Mode, Immortal Technique and Melting Escape, but he was able to deal with it so easily, which made him feel a little ashamed. I can only say that he is worthy of being a Shura in the ninja world. No matter how bad his condition is, his combat effectiveness is still lacking at all. Fire Pillar Formation. Tang Ping suddenly used ninjutsu. With his current fire escape ability, the technical attainments, combined with the immortal mode state, are directly the rhythm of Wien's fire escape below A level. Boom! Uchiha Madara was rushed away by the pillar of fire. But because Susanoo was protecting him, he was not injured. If you want to break through the defense, Tienkong Yunjian can do it, but the opponent will not give you such a chance at all. This fighting consciousness is invincible. But Tang Ping also achieved his goal. The Amazon Cloud Sword in his hand was pointed at Uchiha Madara in mid-air. Shoot him, sharpshooter! The blade of the sword suddenly swelled, extending forward like a bullet. It is easy to avoid on the ground, but there is nowhere to avoid it in the sky. Brush! The Susanoo in the air suddenly surged. From the initial state of a few auxiliary bones and one arm, it instantly entered the first form. Transformed into a skeleton upper body to protect Madara Uchiha. Tear apart. Susanoo in his first form was obviously unable to withstand Aminosugamo, and was quickly pierced through layers of defense like a hot knife cutting cheese. Faced with this crisis, a large amount of chakra quickly filled the skeleton, giving it meridians and flesh, making it look like the half-body of a giant. Susanoo in the second form. Of course, it is impossible to block the immortal magic at this stage, it only slows down the speed of being pierced. 0. 2 thunder and lightning swords appeared in Susanoo's hands, and then they slashed down hard, cutting off the extended edge of the Amankong Unsword. Note, this does not mean defeating Tienkong Yunjian, but just cutting off the extended part. As expected of Uchiha Madara. Tohei murmured to himself, and at the same time, a flash of expectation flashed in his eyes. Then how will you respond next? Yes, the real killer move is not himself. The side of the battlefield. Phew! Hinata Sogitsu took a deep breath, and when she saw Susanoo in the second stage cutting off the Amanchugon sword, she punched out with all her strength with her right fist that had been charging for a long time. Triple Divine Air Strike. It was condensed to the extreme, and 3 overlapping transparent punches of Divine Air struck at Madara Uchiha, who was about to land with the force of shattering the sky. Boom! Susanoo was instantly defeated. Even though the Triple Divine Aerial Strike is far less devastating than the 80 Divine Aerial Strike, its attack power is still exaggerated. If it were Susanoo in his complete form, there would be nothing he could do about the Triple Divine Air attack. But in the second form alone, even if Madara's Kaleidoscope ability has the effect of enhancing Susanoo, he can't withstand it. He is not in his prime. Forget about the aging body and not much chakra. The point is that the Sharingan in his eyes belongs to someone else. His own pair of Samsara eyes is currently on Nagato, and there is no way to exert its full effect. Therefore, it is not impossible for Susanoo in the second form to be directly blasted to pieces. Dead. Hinata Kangyu observed the battlefield carefully, but found no trace of Uchiha Madara. Even if it were Onoki and the Sandame Reikage, they would probably receive a lunchbox from her sudden attack, but she had an intuition in her heart that the other party did not die under her attack. If it were to be so easy to solve, Tang Ping wouldn't need to wait for the other party to die before coming to get the inheritance, he could just grab it directly. You are qualified to let me know that Mei has got the name, please sign up. Uchiha Madara's voice sounded from the place where he was crushed, and at the same time, his whole person seemed to have transformed from a phantom into a real person. The sun faces Kangyu. While signing up, the girl was also thinking, how did the other party escape from her strongest attack? Apart from the difficulty in hitting the target, the power of the divine airstrike is really impeccable. Not to mention the triple superposition. In Hinata Kangyu's opinion, it was impossible for the other party to survive. Of course, it was Dohei who didn't tell her the forbidden technique of Sharingan. Izanagi. This Sharingan's ultimate illusion can be called Uchiha's life-saving move. Only 3 Megatama can be used. At the cost of paying a Sharingan, things that happened to you that were not good for you during a period of time will be changed to never happened, and only the things that are good for you will be turned into reality. It can be called heaven-defying. It's a pity that this technique is now only mastered by the village's senior officials, the second Hokage left behind, but Uchiha himself doesn't know about it. It's quite funny. And Uchiha Madara naturally masters this ultimate illusion. He just used this technique to reverse the reality that he was shattered by a single blow. Being able to kill Uchiha Madara once, this achievement is enough for Hinata Kangyu to be proud of. Even if it means beating a disabled old man. You two brats did give me a nice surprise, but the game ends here. Even if Uchiha Madara was killed once, his tone would still be extremely arrogant. Follow his words. The transparent blue giant stood up with him as its core. Susanoo. But this time it's a complete giant, not just a half-body. The giant's hands were in the shape of a knotted seal, and a sky-like chakra coat covered it, forming a Crotengu armor. Dozens, hundreds of meters. Yes, this blue Susanoo finally reached a height of 100 meters. This body as huge as a god can completely destroy mountains, tear apart the sky, and trample the earth to pieces. No wonder Susanoo is called the power of God, it is indeed an extremely appropriate description. The pressure of giants full of strength. In the ninja world, being small does not necessarily mean you are weak, but being big means you are definitely stronger. This is almost a law. Chapter 248 Gundam Decisive Battle. This is too big. Dohei raised his head, looked at the giant god-like Susanoo in front of him and murmured to himself. The only good news is that the other party is not at the perfect level. The 2 long swords that can cut off mountain fronts and cut through the earth are missing, as well as the wings, indicating that they are not yet complete. Only the 4th stage is so exaggerated. If it were a complete body, 9 tails might really be a pet in front of it. No wonder that in the original plot, after Senju Hashirama was reincarnated by the Dirty Earth, he would look confused when he heard that the 4th Hokage died in the 9 Tails Rebellion. Because what the other party must be thinking is, Kyuubi can also kill people. Now, Tang Ping has seen the tip of the iceberg of these ceilings. If he wants, he can retreat directly. With Madara's speed and condition, it was impossible to catch up with him. But that way, you will definitely not get the legacy, and it will leave you with a regret. After all, the opportunity to fight Uchiha Madara is not so easy to come by, especially when he is weakened by multiple buffs. Therefore, Tang Ping's choice is also clear. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Whoa. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and at the same time, the magical chakra in his body began to boil. Even after fighting for such a period of time, it only consumed a few cards of magical chakra. Whether it is Tian Kongyun's sword or Zhu Rong's armor, the cost of personal use is not large. After all, it is not a large-scale immortal method. After finishing the seal, Tang Ping drank softly. Immortal method. Melting escape. Zhu Rong's true body. Rumble. The earth began to roar. Although the name of this immortal spell is still Zhu Rong's true body, its core has completely changed. In the past, it was the fire escape immortal technique, but now it is the melting escape immortal technique. The surrounding ground began to melt and turned into a viscous lava lake, exactly like the scene when the Zhurong armor was used before. But this time the area is completely different. Areas with a radius of several meters, tens of meters, or hundreds of meters all turned into magma. A magma lake was created out of thin air. The magma in the lake seemed to have life and began to rotate and gather with Tang Ping as the core. Wow! With rock as bones, fire as blood, and magic chakra as soul, this true body of Zhu Rong standing in the center of the dry magma lake was created. The dark golden luster gives this giant that is nearly 60 meters tall, previously 30 meters tall, full of texture. Like the foam giant and the metal giant. Even though they are the same size, everyone can tell which one is more powerful. TCH, cheating is amazing. Dohei, who was located on the head of Zhu Rong's real body, looked at Susanoo who was more than half taller in front of him, and curled his lips in displeasure. The opponent, Susanoo, is a plug-in brought by the Uchiha clan. And his Zhu Rong true form was created by himself through hard work, so it doesn't mean anything if he is weaker than his opponent at this stage. The good news is that his Zhu Rong true form was created by himself and has unlimited potential, while Susanoo's is a fixed template, but the upper limit is locked. Not only has the body shape of Zhu Rong's true body, which was used by melting escape, been qualitatively improved, the cost of maintaining it is even much less than before. Not only consumption, but also a qualitative improvement in defense. All I can say is, compared with the previous one, Zhu Rong's current body is completely superior in all aspects. After successfully using Zhu Rong's true form, Tang Ping's hands formed a seal. And Zhu Rong's real body also did the same action. Immortal method. Tian Kong Yun sword. With a low voice, his right hand suddenly reached towards the ground. Fierce. A huge pillar of fire spurted out from the side and slowly condensed into a 40-meter orange giant sword. Real. 40-meter sword.jpg. This immortal method itself is excellent enough and is not suitable to be replaced by melting escape. Although the weapon would be sturdier, it would lose controllability, which was totally outweighing the gains, so he gave up on improving this magical technique. At this point, Tang Ping was also ready for a big attack. Kid, you are indeed qualified to dance in front of me. Uchiha Madara also had to admit it. That means that Tang Ping is indeed qualified to fight with him now, instead of just entertaining himself like a clown. Madara-sama, if this continues. The white Zetsu probe wrapped around Madara reminded him. At this time, Madara is using it to continuously transport his vitality. If the battle is too fierce or a little long, then even if he supports most of the consumption, Madara will not be able to withstand the remaining consumption. Shut up! Madara's words made Baiju shrink back silently. Yes, my body is indeed unable to hold on anymore. But so what? He, Uchiha Madara, will not back down because of this. It is this kind of enemy that is worthy of his attack. The 100-meter-high blue giant began to step forward. Boom, boom. The 60-meter-tall dark golden giant also stepped forward to fight. The ground was crushed under the feet of the two giants, and the trees and stones were smashed wherever they passed. Zilla. Countless lightning gathered in the hands of the blue giant, forming two lightning swords. The weapons of both sides were very interesting. One condensed fire into a blade, and the other held electricity into a sword. No one had the intention of retreating or dodging, just ready to fight head-on. After all, they were all driving Gundams. With such a huge body, it is naturally impossible to show off all kinds of operations like ninjas. Just head-on, see who is stronger and that's it. Just to increase the chance of winning, Tang Ping naturally has to do some showy operations. Zhu Rong's real body clenched his left fist. Gilyalu. Countless magma emerged from it, but it did not drip onto the ground, and finally turned into a huge deformed left arm. At this time, the distance between the two sides was also shortened to about 100 meters. Big fire! Tang Ping launched this molten attack. Zhu Rong's real body's left arm seemed to be infinitely longer, and it became bigger and bigger as it moved forward, and finally turned into a fist of several dozen meters in size and blasted out. Uchiha Madara had not expected this move, and only had time to control Susanoo and use his arms holding the lightning double blades to cross in front. The magma fist hit the target. Boom! The violent wind blew everything around away, and at the same time, the magma emitted a terrifying high temperature after landing. The 100-meter-tall giant took 2 steps back. What a strong defense! Do Ping naturally saw the effect of his attack. He was confident that he could blow up even a mountain, but he did not expect that the 4th stage Susanoo could block this attack. One of the opponent's two main Jiki abilities must be to enhance Susanoo, otherwise it would not be so big and so strong. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo is definitely the most exaggerated among all Uchiha, and it is simply not on the same level, so it is normal for people to speculate. But this is just an appetizer. The real collision between the two sides is the next full-strength attack, so these small moves are not going to be played by doping. It's useless to play anyway, and it will waste your fairy chakra. After the two got close, the sword of Aim no Kyume slashed down directly. The blow that tore through the sky and slashed through the earth collided head-on with the two lightning swords in the hands of the 100-meter-high Susanoo. Boom! Endless flames and lightning drowned everything. The dark night sky was also illuminated by this blow, enough for people dozens of kilometers away to see the scene. Even a few hills not far away were destroyed and blown away by this blow. Not to mention the surrounding terrain, which was directly turned into nothing. Such a natural disaster-like silence is the aftermath of the battle between the two, which shows how exaggerated the power of this blow is. After dozens of seconds, when the aftermath of the battle ended, you can see that the small forest before has turned into an extremely huge deep pit. And in the deep pit, one blue and one dark giant stood. In terms of the status of both sides, Susanoo is naturally better, only the head was defeated, revealing Uchiha Madara inside. The dark golden Zurong's true body was almost defeated. But there was a smile on Dohei's face. This smile made Uchiha Madara realize a terrifying thing instantly. Chapter 249 Killing and Plundering. Triple God Air Strike. Hinata Kengyu's voice sounded from behind Madara. But faster than the voice, 3 superimposed fists came with overwhelming force. Yes. Madara only realized one thing now, this battle was not a one-on-one duel. And the opponent's attack just now focused on the head area of Susanoo, and it was not unintentional. It was paving the way for this attack. Really, 2 unexpected little ghosts, that's all, those things are the rewards you deserve. When Madara was overwhelmed by the fist force, he made a seal with his hands. This seal is not a ninjutsu. Now his chakra is exhausted, and he has little fighting power at all, and he has no time, so this seal is for his own plan. Just when Madara made the seal, the outer demon statue originally located in the cave disappeared instantly and moved to other places. And Madara himself was also smashed by Shen Kong. This time he did not use Izanagi to reverse death. Because this ultimate illusion can indeed reverse all unfavorable situations, but there is no way to restore chakra. Even if death is resolved, it is impossible to win without chakra. So Madara would rather use the last chakra to move the outer demon statue instead of using Izanagi to revive. After a successful attack, Hinata Kengyu did not relax and was ready to attack again. Don't be nervous, he won't be resurrected. Zhongping jumped to the ground from the broken Zurong real body that only remained mostly intact. Just now, he knew that he had lost the big move. After all, he didn't win by bullying a disabled old man who was still dying. You can imagine how terrible he would be in his prime. But it's okay, he is still young now, and there is plenty of room for growth in the future. And it's not without gain. Fighting with such a strong man, as long as you don't die, you will make great progress. He learned a lot from Madara in terms of combat awareness and skills, and got a lot of inspiration from Susanoo in terms of ninjutsu. The most important thing is that he will have a record to brag about in the future. Like Kakuzu, who threw a shuriken at the first Hokage from hundreds of miles away, he boasted that he had fought with the first generation. Now that he had single-killed Uchiha Madara, he could even boast to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. As for what state the other party was in, did they beat up the old man without any martial ethics? Just ask you if Uchiha Madara died in their hands? What was that just now? Hinata Kengyu looked at Tang Ping in confusion, not understanding why the other party could be resurrected just now but not now. Izanagi. Tang Ping explained in a low voice. Since he saw him, he naturally had to talk about it. I didn't expect that Uchiha actually had this kind of technique. Hinata Kengyu muttered to himself. 3 Megatama can be used, and 1 eye is consumed each time. It is completely a super life-saving talisman. If used well, it is completely like killing a dog to kill the same level. Even when facing a strong person, there is a chance to save life and a trump card. Yet, it's too shameless. Tang Ping also muttered dissatisfiedly. The good news is that outsiders can use it, too. Didn't you see that in the original plot, Danzo used the Sharingan as a resurrection coin? It's just that transplantation is definitely not possible, so he has thought of a very good way. Transfer potion and white Zetsu cells and 3 Magadama Sharingan. It is completely possible to create something as amazing as a resurrection coin. As for the 3 Magadama Sharingan, the Uchiha clan is not like the Hyuga clan, who directly destroyed it with a caged bird, but will choose to recycle it. The Nagash lineage alone has dozens of them. Although the probability of opening the eyes is not high, the number of people is not enough, and the Uchiha may break through before dying, so the number is more than expected. Perhaps, this is also the reason why Uchiha Fugaku did not forcibly take back the Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes. If it is as rare and important as the Byakugan of the main family in the Mist Shadow village, he must recycle it anyway. After waiting for a while, Dohei spoke. Let's go. Since Madara is indeed not planning to use Izanagi to revive, the battle is over. They need to pack up and leave quickly. After all, the earth-shaking collision just now will definitely attract a lot of attention. There is a ninja village in the land of hot springs. Not to mention, the next door is the Leaf village, and the other party will also send people to check. The two came to the deep pit. My lord. Uchiha Xiang, who was guarding here with a small team, was relieved when he saw Dohei. Even if he had confidence in him, the opponent was that person after all, how could he not worry? How is the progress? Dohei looked down at the 100-meter deep pit below. The passage to the underground is located on the wall of the pit, and there is no trace of it from above. No wonder no one has found it. Those white guys are extremely difficult to deal with, and there is even a scary guy who can use wood escape. Fortunately, the illusion you told me in advance can be successfully solved. Mei and Shizuka have already rushed in. I am here to guard the exit. Uchiha Xiang quickly reported the process. He was very respectful to Doping, so he had this attitude. If it were someone else, the arrogance of Uchiha was not pretended. Well, take all those white guys with you, clean up our traces, and prepare to retreat. Doping ordered. Someone may come at any time now, so we must be prepared. At the same time, those white Zetsu are also good things. But we saw more than a dozen along the way, and there are more in the passage below. Huge wealth. With this batch of materials, whether it is to make power armor or extract radiance potion, it doesn't cost too much money. It's great. It's profitable. Although it is a huge risk to face Uchiha Madara, the profit is also very surprising. At the same time, there is no need to worry about the news leaking out. Obito is not here. With Hyuga Kangya here, there is no need to worry about white Zetsu escaping. Uchiha Madara, the only one who knew the truth, also died. Before he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, his body tissue was given to Black Zetsu in advance. No one knew that he was the one who raided the mountain tomb. Even if Obito came back, he would only know that someone came to rob this place, but he didn't know who did it. It can only be said that it was fortunate that Hyuga Kangya was here. Not to mention other aspects of the Samsara Eye, it was directly maxed out in terms of blocking white Zetsu. Without her, even if they could take things away, they would have to face the constant harassment of the white-eyed wolf and the truly filial Black Zetsu in the future. Trampling. Dohei led Hyuga Kangya into the passage. There was no damage along the way, only seeing white Zetsu standing there in a daze. Illusion. It was still a Sharingan illusion. It was a natural nemesis for them. Under the targeted tactics, these white Zetsu had no way to play their own advantages and were controlled to death. Soon, they entered the vast underground space. As soon as they came in, the most conspicuous thing was the stone chair and the table tennis racket pattern on it. The family emblem of the Uchiha clan. And Uchiha Mei and Shizuka were taking people away, taking away ninja tools, clothes, information, potions, one by one, not even planning to leave a piece of paper. Under normal plans, they would try to leave everything behind so that Obito and Black Zetsu would not find out that they had been here. But since they had fought with Madara head-on and left that if there were such conspicuous traces of the battle, they would naturally change their original plan and take everything away directly. Originally, I was prepared to retreat as soon as possible no matter how much I gained if Tang Ping and the others could not withstand it. But now it seems that everything can be taken away. How about it? Dohei came to the excited-eyed Uchiha Mei and asked about the harvest. I didn't expect there to be so many ninjutsu and secret techniques here. I just didn't find what you were looking for. Uchiha Mei knew that what Dohei wanted was not these things from the Uchiha clan, but the 6 paths, yin and yang escape and the like. But she searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Really, it looks like the things were taken away. Tohei immediately realized that those things must have fallen into the hands of Obito or Black Zetsu. After all, the opponent has a divine power space and can indeed carry it with him. Then are we going to get the things back? There was a hint of cruelty in Uchiha Mei's tone, and she was obviously ready to kill people and steal goods. No, the things will be back in my hands in the future, let's leave quickly. Tang Ping shook his head. Those things will be yours sooner or later, there is no need to rush. If you want to take advantage of White-Eyed Wolf, he has many cards in his hand. Uchiha Mei didn't give any more advice and continued to direct the clan members to pack their things. Bump. When they left, they even took away the stone chairs with the clan emblem on them, not to mention other things. Even if I bring the soil back, I will doubt whether this is the place where I stayed before. In fact, he came back a few hours later. Chapter 250 Amazing Policy, Family Planning. Phew. The space is spinning like a whirlpool. Wearing a tiger print spiral mask with only one Sharingan exposed, a black-robed figure appeared in the empty underground space. Hey! Obito turned around and looked around, wondering if he was in the wrong place. Because apart from the similar appearance, this place is nothing like the place where I stayed before. Even the stone chair disappeared. Obito, it's not good. The half-black and half-white Jew emerged from the ground. What's wrong? Obito looked at each other. An enemy fought against Madara and won. An absolutely hasty report. It had already seen the huge pit a few kilometers away. The traces of the battle on that scale could only have been caused by Madara's Susanoo, and now that Madara has not come back, it is natural that the opponent has won. Isn't he dead? Obito discovered something suspicious. After teaching yourself those things and selecting yourself as the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan, how could you fight the enemy if the other party took the initiative to cut off the life-sustaining tube and died? Madara must have deliberately used death to paralyze the enemy. As a result, after you left, he encountered the attacking opponent and was killed. The place was also ransacked by the opponent. Zetsu, Black Zetsu and Offei's combined state, knows Madara very well, and can guess the process even if he hasn't seen it with his own eyes. It seems that guy is not as strong as he said. Obito frowned. If even Madara is no match, then isn't he very dangerous? Fortunately, the existence of Shinwei made him completely unafraid of any enemy, so he could hold his own. Otherwise, he would have run away with the bucket immediately. No, Madara didn't lose, he just couldn't hold it anymore. The result can be roughly seen from the traces of the battle. From the beginning to the end, Madara only used Susanoo. He was still not in a complete state, which meant that his body was indeed not good enough. So even if you are defeated, you will be defeated by your own body. Yet, Obito didn't ask for details. Of course he knew that the old guy must be hiding a lot of things from him. But it doesn't matter, there is only one thing he has to do. Create a world with Lin. As long as this is true, there is no need to worry about other aspects. Is the heretic golem okay? Obito asked about important props related to the Eye of the Moon project. Madara had moved him to a safe place before he died. Heiju confirmed this immediately. For it, even if something happens to Madara, nothing will happen to the heretic golem. Then let's leave too. We can't come here anymore. Obito's body began to twist. This is preparing to use divine power to leave. Damn it, no matter who it is, I will find you. Before leaving, Heiju's eyes flashed with anger. Anyone who affects Resurrection Mother is its enemy. The other side. Tang Ping and the others are retreating quickly. It's a pity that there is no Uchiha fan. Uchiha Mei looked at the large number of people from the east and west tribesmen around her. She was happy at first, but in the end she had some regrets. Uchiha fan. That is a patriarchal treasure, which can reflect ninjutsu. It is also an Uchiha treasure. He was taken away by Uchiha Madara, but he was not found this time. The things are still in Madara's hands. We'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Tang Ping reminded me. Obito still has the 6 paths jutsu, the black rod, yin-yang release, and other things on his body. When he gets these things, he can also get back the Uchiha treasures. But his words made me a little confused. Isn't it obvious that people are dead? Good. But Uchiha Mei didn't bother to ask. Because she understands that if she can tell herself, Tang Ping has never been a deluded person. If she doesn't say anything, it's because she can't say it. Tang Ping, on the other hand, was stroking the palm-sized object in his arms with excitement, looking like wood but not wood. The 10-tailed body. Or rather, a heretic demon. It should be something Madara got off before. This thing is priceless to him. With it, he can produce a lot of good things by virtue of his knowledge and intelligence. Speed up, let's return to the castle tower as soon as possible. Tang Ping ordered. Now all he wants to do is rush back. Right. In order to prevent prophecies, divination, and other methods, except for him and Hyuga Kangetsu, Uchihame, Shizuka, and Xiang, everyone else's memories will be blocked with illusions after they return. After all, the stakes are very high this time, and it is indeed necessary to take precautions. Yes. N. All the Uchiha also responded with high morale. How could they not be happy to get back these things that were taken away by Uchiha Madara this time? Even if I know that my memory will be sealed when I go back, I am still willing. I even wanted to erase this memory directly, for fear that the blockade would not be strong enough. It's not that they like this, but they realize how exaggerated the impact of this incident is. With these things, the Chongfang lineage will definitely far exceed the lines in Konoha village, and it is completely the foundation for prosperity. That's right. Since half a year ago, Tang Ping has specially promulgated policies in order to increase the population of Uchiha's dormitory. Planned Parenthood. Bloodline limited ninjas can receive rewards such as contribution points, ninjutsu, resources, secret medicine, etc. for each offspring they give birth to. The stronger the strength, the greater the rewards. Non-bloodline limited jonins can also receive the same rewards. In the past, ninjas only thought about performing tasks and improving their strength, and had little interest in having offspring. After all, it is too harmful to the body, and it is not easy to raise offspring. But if having offspring is linked to rewards, and the castle tower also has a free one-stop education system of nursery school and ninja school for serving ninjas, then it would be another matter. For Tanghei, it is just a matter of spending some resources, but he can obtain a large number of loyal talents with ninja talents. So much money. Anyway, ever since the promulgation of his policy, the Uchiha family in the castle tower has been experiencing a wave of new babies. Even if you can't intermarry within the clan, you can still intermarry with other people. Anyway, there is no rule that requires both parties to be heirs. And this is an unlimited superposition task. In other words, as long as you are ruthless enough and start a harem directly as a stallion, it is not a problem to earn a large amount of resources every year. By the way, it must be voluntary and registered. Crazy. Anyway, it may not take a few years for the population of the Uchiha Fang lineage to exceed that of the village. Even if these newborns have not awakened the Sharingan, as long as they have Uchiha blood, they can still improve their ninja talents. It is exactly like the original Senjo's integration into the village, which resulted in the endless emergence of geniuses among the common people of Konoha. It's just that it was an act of dedication, and the Thousand Hands dedication was directly eliminated. And Tanghei is an inducement, and if Uchiha takes the initiative to do this, they can also get rich rewards. As for money, he is not lacking at all. Especially those unique resources, you can exchange them for a lot of money and resources by just taking out some. So Konoha doesn't have the capital to play like this, but he can. As for Uchiha, they are naturally happy to see more clan members. It's a total win-win situation. It's a huge win. With a large number of new tribesmen, coupled with this harvest, it is conceivable that the Uchiha Fusha lineage will definitely become the most powerful clan in the ninja world. That's why the Uchihas in the team were all grinning crookedly. After a long journey and the use of Bing Liangguan, they returned to the castle tower twice as fast as when they came. Just when I came back, I saw Koji Yamama arriving in a hurry. Danzo is here. As soon as they met, he told Tang Ping unexpected news. Danzo actually came? You know, no matter who in the village comes to Tang Ping, he will not be surprised, but he is the only one who really did not expect it. Aren't the other parties afraid of an accident happening along the way and not being able to go back? After all, the other party is their big brother. Only they know about it, and the other party definitely doesn't know. Out of curiosity, Tang Ping also saw the other party.